Chapter 2233. When the blood demon ancestor felt his neck being grabbed, he felt a chill run down his spine. The hair on his back stood on end, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare to resist, and he didn't dare to make any movements, because he could feel the terrifying power contained in the hand that was gripping his neck. It was as if he would be instantly crushed if he moved, even the slightest. Beads of sweat dripped down from the blood demon ancestor's face, one by one. This scene was witnessed by everyone, and a storm was brewing in their hearts. "Are you an itinerant immortal?" Ning Qi asked lightly. "Yes." The blood demon ancestor nodded obediently. "Can an itinerant immortal do whatever he wants?" Ning Qi smiled. "Senior, that was just a misunderstanding. You are an immortal, right? I have eyes but failed to see. I hope you can forgive me next time, since I have not made a big mistake." The blood demon ancestor smiled. "Immortal?" The way Ouyang Kadi and Lu Li looked at Ning Qi suddenly changed. Only Duo was excited. "I guessed that Senior Beixian was an immortal. I didn't expect you to really be an immortal." "Brother Ning is an immortal!" Shirtian could not help but exclaim. Usually he would not believe it so easily. However, Zhang Zicheng, who could fight against 4 people at once, was suppressed by the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor did not dare to move in Ning Qi's hands and called him senior. This was enough to prove Ning Qi's identity. Only a real immortal could make an itinerant immortal call him senior. If he is an immortal, then Bu Qingchen and the others looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Then they subconsciously looked at perfected Hidden Dream and realized that there was something wrong with him at the moment. Impossible! How can he be an immortal? Reverend Hidden Dream stared blankly at Ning Qi, a trace of fear gradually appearing in his eyes. His body began to shake like a sieve. It wasn't just a slight tremble, but a violent tremble. Even the cultivators in the distance could see it clearly. "Forgive you? If I let you stay in Infinite Heaven Planet, I'm afraid all the righteous cultivators will die." Ning Qi looked at the blood demon ancestor with a faint smile. The blood demon ancestor suddenly understood and hurriedly said, "I am willing to be Senior's slave and swear a heavenly Tao blood oath that I will obey Senior's every command. If I violate this oath, the heavenly Tao will punish me, and the earth will not tolerate me." As soon as his voice fell, a red lotus emerged from between his eyebrows and slowly flew in front of Ning Qi. Seeing this, Ning Qi reached out to grab the red lotus and sized it up for a while. This red lotus seemed to have a close relationship with the blood demon ancestor. Ning Qi faintly felt that if he crushed it, the blood demon ancestor would definitely die. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. After Shirtian and the other Great Ascension Stage cultivators recovered from the shock, their expressions became a little strange. A dignified itinerant immortal, comparable to a real human immortal, had become a slave just like that? Ancestor, he. The Lord of Shade Demon Path's expression was extremely ugly. He had thought that with the return of the blood demon ancestor, the Shade Demon Path would become the leader of the 3 major demon paths and unify the cultivation world of the entire endless heaven star. He never thought that the ancestor would be suppressed by someone else in the blink of an eye. This person was not a Mahayana stage cultivator from the universe, an immortal from the starry sky. "Stand aside." Ning Qi accepted the red lotus and loosened his grip on the blood demon ancestor's palm. When the blood demon ancestor saw this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart and looked at Zhang Zicheng awkwardly. "Master, who is this? He has nothing to do with me. You can hold him first." Ning Qi smiled. Zhang Zicheng's expression was ugly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Everyone looked at Zhang Zicheng with a little pity in their eyes. If the blood demon ancestor and Ning Qi had not appeared, after today, the title of the top expert of Endless Heaven Star would have fallen on Zhang Ziqing. In the end, there had been a series of unforeseen events. Zhang Ziqing, who had beaten up Taoist Hidden Dream and the other three, did not even have the strength to fight back. Thus, Zhang Ziqing was held in the hands of the blood demon ancestor in a sorry state. Zhang Ziqing's gaze suddenly fell on Goddess Lu Li. Goddess Lu Li's eyes moved slightly. She avoided Zhang Ziqing's gaze and looked at Ning Qi. Zhang Ziqing's face turned red, and a trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. As long as he did not die today, he would turn Goddess Lu Li's bones into ashes. His love had turned into hatred. Just as everyone was looking at Ning Qi, another figure suddenly appeared beside him. As soon as this figure appeared, even the blood demon ancestor felt an immense pressure. The other party's strength was definitely stronger than his. The blood demon ancestor's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to believe it. The third prince, Ming, did not hide his cultivation. The strength of a perfect realm human demon was countless times stronger than that of the blood demon ancestor, who had become an itinerant immortal. Only the strongest existence among the itinerant immortals could be on par with a perfect realm human demon. However, the blood demon ancestor had just become an itinerant immortal. His cultivation was only equivalent to an early stage human demon. Yes. Who is that? Could it be the same as the blood demon ancestor? Everyone looked at the third Prince Ming with a strange expression. At the same time, they were shocked and afraid of Ning Qi's methods. Even if Ning Qi did not make a move today, this person would be able to suppress the blood demon ancestor. Third Prince, do you have any impression of this palace? Ning Qi asked. The third Prince Ming's expression seemed to be a little different from before. It was as if he had seen the ancestor of his lineage after the incident at the Styx River Divine Palace. He gradually withdrew his aura and looked curiously at the dilapidated palace. Just as he was about to express his opinion, suddenly, a dog's bark came from the dilapidated palace. Woof, woof, woof. A big black dog ran out of the dilapidated palace and came to Ning Qi's side. It kept running around Ning Qi, barking and wagging its tail happily. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Why was there a black dog in this mysterious palace? No one noticed that Zhang Ziqing's expression seemed to have become extremely ugly after the black dog appeared. The iron hoop around his neck was glowing red. The black dog seemed to recognize Ning Qi. After barking for a while, it used its head to rub Ning Qi's calf. Then it laid its forelimbs on Ning Qi's thigh and stuck out its tongue at Ning Qi. Is this a demonic beast? I can't seem to tell what its cultivation is. The cultivators of the righteous and evil sects looked at the black dog strangely. They wanted to know where this black dog came from. In the end, they found that they could not see through it. This could only mean that the black dog's cultivation was much higher than theirs. A black dog that had not yet taken human form, but had a higher cultivation than them? Chapter 2234. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog barked a few more times and even looked in the direction of the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's body suddenly tensed up, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Why is it looking at me? I didn't offend it. The blood demon ancestor was a little shocked. Ning Qi looked at the black dog and then at the blood demon ancestor. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. He nodded at the black dog and stepped into the air towards the blood demon ancestor. The black dog followed closely behind and kept circling around Ning Qi's feet like an ordinary domestic puppy. There was no way to tell that it was an almighty existence at all. However, all the cultivators present knew that the black dog was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Its current tame appearance might only be shown in front of Ning Qi. It would only show its tame appearance in front of Ning Qi. This palace probably has something to do with this immortal. Otherwise, why would the black dog act like it knows him? The Dream Demon Dao, Sect Master, thought with a serious expression. The women of the Lu Li villa also looked at Ning Qi and the black dog beside him curiously. Master, I didn't offend it, the blood demon ancestor smiled bitterly. Master, you're taking in such a role. The third prince was stunned and a little displeased. Then you'll do his work from now on. Ning Qi smiled. The third prince smiled and looked at the blood demon ancestor. Follow Boss Beixian. Be obedient and sensible in the future. Otherwise, even if Boss Beixian doesn't hit you, I will. Do you understand? A terrifying aura came from the third prince and directly pressed down on the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's legs weakened, and he almost knelt on the ground. He hurriedly nodded. Understood. This scene was seen by both the orthodox and evil cultivators. The way they looked at the blood demon ancestor became very strange. Master, the blood demon ancestor saw the black dog staring at him. Under the double pressure, he almost had a mental breakdown. Ning Qi looked at him and reached out to take Zhang Zicheng from him. The blood demon ancestor was stunned. Only then did he realize that the black dog was not looking at him, but had Zhang Zicheng in his hand. The blood demon ancestor immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was a little curious. What was the relationship between Zhang Zicheng and the black dog? Speaking of which, he also admired Zhang Zicheng's strength. When the blood demon ancestor was still a Mahayana stage cultivator, his combat power was definitely not comparable to Zhang Zicheng's. What are you doing? Zhang Zicheng looked at Ning Qi in horror. Give back what doesn't belong to you. Ning Qi smiled as he removed the metal hoop from Zhang Zicheng's neck and threw it at the black dog. The black dog stretched its head forward and the metal hoop landed on its neck. At that moment, everyone realized that the black dog's aura had become as vast as the sea. It was much stronger than before. The third prince's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was a nether snake, not a human. Therefore, he was more sensitive to the black dog's aura. He realized that after the black dog put on the collar, he felt a terrifying pressure. Even more terrifying than when he was facing his father. Could it be a sky demon? How could this be? The third prince could not believe it. Without the iron hoop, Zhang Zicheng's aura dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Mahayana stage, the crossing calamity stage, the form synthesis stage, the soul formation stage, the nascent soul stage, the gold core stage. He couldn't even keep his original cultivation stage. In just a few breaths, his cultivation fell to the early gold core stage. There were many white hairs on his temples, and he looked a lot older. Zhang Zicheng felt the changes in his body in horror. Suddenly, a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the black dog. Give it back. Give it back. You even want to take the collar of a puppy. Don't you have any shame? Ning Qi laughed. A puppy's collar? Everyone looked at Zhang Zicheng strangely. Could it be that he had such terrifying strength just now because he was wearing the black dog's collar? The faces of the Dream Demon Path's sect master and the others turned extremely shocked. A mere necklace could elevate an ordinary cultivator to a level that even they could not defeat even if they joined forces. Then, the original owner of the necklace, the black dog, just how powerful was it? So that's how it is. I knew it. Zhang Zicheng is obviously a Yuanying stage cultivator. How could he suddenly become a Deshang stage cultivator? I thought he had been hiding his identity all this time. It turns out that he used external forces. He did go to the palace before and the collar was taken out from the palace, right? I think this collar is an immortal artifact. It can forcefully elevate a nascent soul stage cultivator to the Mahayana stage. There is no other explanation besides an immortal artifact. However, the price seems to be very high. Zhang Zicheng's cultivation level has dropped to early stage golden core stage. It is questionable whether he can ever recover to the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. Off topic. A whisper of discussion poured into Zhang Zicheng's ears like a devil's voice. His crazy eyes swept around and saw the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were his friends before. They were looking at him with pity in their eyes. Deep in their eyes, there seemed to be a trace of schadenfreude. Zhang Zicheng ignored the two of them and instead looked at Lu Li. There was nothing special in Lu Li's eyes, but because there was nothing special, she seemed calm without any joy or anger. This made Zhang Zicheng feel greatly humiliated. Finally, he let out a series of maniacal laughter as if he was crazy. He was dancing with joy. This kid is crazy. Ning Qi shook his head and casually threw his hand. Zhang Zicheng then released his flying sword and flew away, leaving behind a string of crazy laughter. Upon seeing this, the two nascent soul stage cultivators who were brought here by Zhang Zicheng hesitated for a moment. They cupped their hands toward the surrounding seniors and then chased after Zhang Zicheng with their heads lowered. Woof, woof, woof. With the collar, the black dog became more spirited. It bit Ning Qi's trousers and dragged him toward the palace. I can go by myself, Ning Qi hurriedly said. This bite made him feel that the black dog's strength was much stronger than his. As for how much, Ning Qi had no idea. However, even though the black dog's cultivation level was higher than his, Ning Qi could clearly feel that there was no hostility in its heart. Instead, it was very close to him. Could it be a dog that I raised in my previous life? Ning Qi was curious. He followed the black dog and flew toward the palace. The others stood where they were and watched. They did not dare to follow or leave without permission. How should I address you? Seeing that Ning Qi and the black dog had entered the dilapidated palace, the blood demon ancestor smiled and looked at the third prince. Call me Grandpa Crown Prince. The third prince said calmly. The blood demon ancestor was stunned for a moment. Then he obediently called out, Grandpa Crown Prince. You are worth teaching. Chapter 2235. After Ning Qi followed the black dog into the dilapidated palace, familiar murals greeted his eyes. Upon closer inspection, Ning Qi realized that the content of these murals should be the great war of immortals and demons. Ning Qi also saw a scene of a monkey waving a giant stick and sweeping away the demons. Countless demons were under this stick. Countless demons were reduced to ashes by the stick. This scene reminded Ning Qi of the last scene of the Mirage Sea Tribe's Great War of the Immortals and Demons performance. This palace has existed since the Great War of the Immortals and Demons? No wonder the aura on it is so old. Ning Qi's eyes gradually became serious. The black dog saw that Ning Qi was attracted by the murals and quietened down. It squatted beside Ning Qi and looked at him. There were a total of 108 murals, and each of them recorded a lot of content related to the great war between immortals and demons. When Ning Qi saw the last one, he saw a three-eyed general holding a three-pointed, double-edged saber fighting against several giant demons whose bodies were far smaller than humans. This mural was originally painted on the wall. There wasn't anything different about it. The only strange thing was that there were phantoms carved all around. The faces of these phantoms couldn't be seen clearly, but from their posture and position, it was clear that they were watching the battle between this general and the giant demons with great interest. Ning Qi solemnly turned his head and left. He once again carefully observed the murals that he had seen before. Then he discovered that there were phantoms in every mural. These phantoms were either 3 to 5 people or 30 to 50 people. The number of people varied, but there was at least one person. Who are these people? Ning Qi looked at the black dog and found that it was already baring its teeth at the murals. Its eyes were bloodshot, revealing endless hatred. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog bit Ning Qi's trousers and pulled him deeper into the palace. Ning Qi had a premonition that the black dog seemed to have something to tell him. The strange thing was that with its cultivation it should be able to speak or at least communicate with divine will. However, The black dog did not seem to know how to communicate with divine will. It also could not speak and could only communicate with Ning Chi in the manner of an ordinary dog. It did not take long before Ning Chi, under the black dog's lead, moved closer to the center of the palace. Along the way, Ning Chi saw a considerable number of magic treasures scattered on the ground. Some of the walls were filled with exotic flowers and plants. The grade of the magic treasures was not high. At the very least, they were not at the immortal tier. It did not originate from this palace. The palace had already existed during the Great War of Immortals and Demons. There was no reason for it to have such a trashy thing. Could it be that they were left behind by cultivators who accidentally entered the palace over the years? However, the cultivators of Endless Heaven Planet did not seem to have encountered any danger here, and the black dog had no intention of hurting anyone. Where did the owners of these Dharma treasures go? Why would you leave your magic treasure here? Ning Chi's eyes gradually revealed a trace of contemplation. Some of the magic treasures were placed in very strange positions. It was as if the owner of the magic treasure had seen something very terrifying and was so scared that he was unable to activate the magic treasure, causing the magic treasure to fall to the ground and the owner of the magic treasure to flee in panic. From the fact that there were no corpses here, it could be seen that although the cultivators were very frightened, they were not killed here. The long corridor was very quiet, and there were also carvings that had nothing to do with the great war of immortals and demons. These carvings depicted all kinds of strange beasts that Ning Chi had never seen before. Just from the carvings, Ning Chi could feel the true form of these strange beasts. Perhaps they were very powerful and terrifying. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him, followed by two more. Ning Chi suddenly stopped in his tracks, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Two groups of women in palace attire appeared in the long corridor in front of him. They walked side by side, and there were 18 people in each row. In their hands, they were carrying fat bags filled with fruits. These women in palace attire looked no different from living people. At the same time, the aura they exuded was much stronger than that of the Earth Devil Stage cultivators Ning Chi had seen. Any one of them could easily kill the current Ning Chi. Just as Ning Chi was in a dilemma and did not know whether he should leave or not, the black dog stepped forward and barked. When the women in palace attire were about a dozen feet away from Ning Chi, their figures disappeared as if they had never been there. Ning Chi began to understand that the owners of those magic treasures had been scared away. Thinking of this, Ning Chi subconsciously looked at the black dog. Was it a living thing? Thinking of this, Ning Chi subconsciously looked at the black dog. Was it a living thing? Passing through this corridor, the front suddenly opened up. It was an orchard. The fruits in the hands of the woman in the palace dress should have been picked from here. These fruits were very fresh, and each of them exuded a majestic spiritual chi. Some were weak and some were strong. Even Ning Chi's mouth watered, and his mouth watered. Even Ning Chi's mouth watered. Don't tell me the fruits here are also illusions. Ning Chi looked at the black dog. The black dog suddenly flew up, and with a swipe of its paw, a fruit fell to the ground. Then it held the fruit in its mouth in front of Ning Chi with a fawning expression, indicating that Ning Chi should eat it. Eat it yourself. I'll go get another one. Ning Chi looked at the black dog's saliva, then patted its head, thanking it for its kindness, and took a fruit that was exactly the same as the one in the black dog's mouth. Ning Chi did not dare to eat other fruits indiscriminately, but since the black dog wanted Ning Chi to eat this, it should be edible. With a light bite, a refreshing fragrance suddenly burst from Ning Chi's mouth. The flesh of the fruit immediately turned into juice and flowed into Ning Chi's stomach. Ning Chi could not help but take a few more bites, and in an instant he swallowed the entire fruit. Then Ning Chi found that his body had undergone a strange change. There was a slight change, and it became scorching hot. His body was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Chi sat cross-legged on the ground. After about 10 days, he slowly opened his eyes and breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. The effect of this fruit was too strong. Its ability to refine the body was even stronger than the devil chi he had absorbed before. System: help me search for the name of this fruit. Requires 10,000 Dragon Slayer crystals. Routine robbery? Deduct it. The 9 tribulations, abstruse fruit can expel impurities from the body and has the effect of refining the body. It blooms in 300,000 years and bears fruit in 300,000 years. It is rare in the world. Rare? Ning Chi looked up at the big tree. There were at least 1,009 tribulations, abstruse fruits on it, and the branches were almost touching the ground. Can I eat them all? Ning Chi looked at the black dog. Chapter 2236. When he was brought into the orchard by the black dog, Ning Chi had a feeling that he had passed through a formation. When he left the orchard, the feeling reappeared. However, Ning Chi did not care too much. If this dilapidated palace was really a product of the great war of immortals and demons, it was normal for it to have some ancient restrictive spells. Obviously, these restrictive spells had no effect on Ning Chi as he followed the black dog. Under the black dog's lead, Ning Chi passed by these 4 places. Ning Chi wanted to go in and take a look, but the black dog kept tugging at his trousers. Finally, the black dog brought Ning Chi to a very grand hall. The hall was hundreds of feet high, and on both sides stood 2 stone statues. The statues looked like they belonged to the god of fire, the god of fire, the god of fire, and the god of fire. The stone statues looked like celestial soldiers and generals. The stone statue on the left only had its lower body left, while the stone statue on the right had half a head. It was as if someone had used a knife to slash from right to left. Not only the stone statues, but a corner of the hall had also been shaved off. When Ning Chi entered the dilapidated palace, he noticed that a corner of the palace seemed to have been shaved off. Now that he was in front of this hall, Ning Chi suspected that this hall had been shaved off at the same time. Now that he was in front of this hall, Ning Chi suspected that this hall had probably been shaved off at the same time. In the middle of the hall, there was a plaque with 2 big words written on it. Gigu. Gigu, 3 eyes, black dog. Ning Chi's eyes became extremely serious. This is the place where Erlang Xianxing cultivated? The black dog hurriedly nodded, barked at Ning Chi, and ran into the hall. Ning Chi stood at the entrance of the hall. This hall was so grand and tall. Could it be that Erlang Xianxing's usual figure was hundreds of feet? This black dog must be the celestial hound. From its behavior, I can see that it should recognize me, but I don't recognize it. What could be in this hall? A clone like the great sage who pacifies heaven's bull demon king? But that woman mentioned that 3 eyes had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Woof, woof, woof. A series of barks came from inside the hall. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he walked into the hall. No matter what was inside, he would know once he entered. Walking into the hall, Ning Chi looked straight ahead. In the depths of the hall, there was a huge weapon floating in a beam of blue light. The black dog stood beside the weapon, looking at Ning Chi. 3-pointed, double-edged sword? Erlang Shen's divine weapon? Ning Chi walked up to the weapon, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Did the black dog let him in just to show him this weapon? Woof, woof, woof. The black dog barked at Ning Chi expectantly. You want me to take it? Ning Chi frowned. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog nodded. This divine weapon seems to have a spirit of its own. The reason why this place can exist for so long should be because it's constantly emitting energy into this place. That's why this palace is able to remain intact for so many years. If you want me to take it away, this place will turn into dust. Are you sure? Ning Chi frowned. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog nodded and looked at Ning Chi expectantly. If that's the case, I'll give it a try. Ning Chi nodded and looked up at the 3-pointed, double-edged sword that almost reached the ceiling of the palace. The next moment, Ning Chi's body also grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he felt like he had entered a kingdom of giants when he was in the palace just now, his height soon became very close to the palace. In Ning Chi's eyes, the palace that was hundreds of feet tall did not seem so tall and spacious. At this time, the three-pointed, double-edged sword was only half a body taller than Ning Chi. Ning Chi's palm slowly reached into the blue light and finally gripped the three-pointed, double-edged sword tightly. He thought something strange would happen, but when his palm touched the three-pointed, double-edged sword, the blue light that enveloped the spear gradually disappeared, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword let out a buzzing sound. Ning Chi was sure. There was a sense of jubilation in his voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the three-pointed, double-edged sword. This is a mission item and is temporarily sealed by the system. The system's notification suddenly sounded. The next moment, a red pattern suddenly appeared on the three-pointed, double-edged sword. The pattern was like a living snake, constantly swimming around the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Soon, some kind of restrictive spell was engraved on the spear body. The spear body flashed red, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword's chi gradually became ordinary. His breathing had gradually become normal. Temporarily sealed? Temporarily seal it? Ning Chi was stunned for a moment. When he first grabbed the three-pointed, double-edged sword, he had a special feeling. This feeling was like an ordinary person without the strength to trust a chicken suddenly grabbing the button of a nuclear bomb. However, after the 3 points and 2 blades were sealed by the system, this feeling disappeared. Ning Chi suddenly raised it and waved it twice, finally confirming that its power had been completely sealed. At most, it could only be used in close combat like an ordinary weapon. Erling Shin's weapon has become a quest item, then. A thought flashed through Ning Chi's mind. It seemed that he hadn't concocted pills for a long time. The old Lord Taishang pill furnace that he had obtained in the central continent had been placed in his spatial bag for a very long time without being used. When Ning Chi remembered it now, he hurriedly looked into his spatial bag and discovered that it was old Lord Taishang. There were no changes to the pill furnace. It was the same as before and did not become a quest item like the 3-pointed, double-edged sword. Is it because the pill furnace was broken before? The 3-pointed, double-edged blade was a connate numinous treasure. Logically speaking, the grade of the pill furnace should be higher than it. After all, it was something used by the Grand Supreme Elder. However, the system did not give it any grade. Because it was not a connate numinous treasure, it was not sealed. System, it doesn't want the current me to master a connate numinous treasure? Too ostentatious? Or too buggy? Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. It was not until the black dog barked a few times that Ning Chi woke up from his thoughts. What's that in your mouth? Dragon Ball? Ning Chi's expression was extremely solemn. The black dog was holding a completely transparent pearl in its mouth, but it was emitting a majestic, immortal chi. If Ning Chi's guess was right, this might be the 7th Dragon Ball. Ning Chi was sure that there was nothing in the black dog's mouth just now, but in the blink of an eye, there was such a pearl. The black dog spat the pearl on the ground, then took a few steps back and barked a few times at Ning Chi, as if asking Ning Chi to pick up the pearl. Ning Chi put away the 3-pointed, double-edged sword, then took out the Dragon Slayer saber from his spatial bag. At this moment, on the hilt of the Dragon Slayer saber, there were already 6 Dragon Balls, shining faintly. They were the Snow Dragon Ball, Water Dragon Ball, Thunder Dragon Ball, Fire Dragon Ball, Earth Dragon Ball, and Demonic Dragon Ball. Chapter 2237. Ning Chi stretched out his hand, and the immortal dragon, Pearl, flew through the air and landed in his hand. In the next moment, Ning Chi pressed it into the hilt of the dragon-slaying saber without hesitation. There were originally 7 holes for the pearl to be embedded, but now there was only 1 left. When the fairy dragon pearl was about to touch the hilt of the saber, It seemed to come to life and entered the hole on its own. Then the other 6 dragon pearls suddenly emitted colorful lights, echoing the fairy dragon pearl from afar. The 7 dragon pearls were now emitting faint lights of different colors, and the lights became brighter and brighter until the saber was enveloped by these lights. After his body was enveloped by these rays of light, a loud roar that made one shudder suddenly came from outside. This roar seems to be a dragon's roar. Ning-Chi was slightly stunned, gathering all 7 dragon pearls. Would a divine dragon really appear? This was originally Ning-Chi's idea as a joke. The celestial hound looked outside the hall with great anticipation. When Ning-Chi turned around, a huge creature came in from outside. It was a dragon head. It was not a lizard dragon, but a divine dragon like Little Six. This dragon head almost burst the door of the hall. The size of its head had already reached hundreds of feet. Ning-Chi could not see its body, but he could imagine that this divine dragon might be frighteningly large. The huge dragon head was covered with silver scales, and the 2 horns on its head rubbed against the roof of the hall, making an ear-piercing sound. The 2 dragon whiskers floated up and down on both sides of the hall as if they were floating in the water. Its silver-white eyes were staring at Ning-Chi. No, it should be the dragon slayer saber in Ning-Chi's hand. Saber, is this a real dragon or an illusion? Ning-Chi did not panic. He looked at the dragon head in front of him calmly, but his hand was holding the dragon slayer's saber tightly. If the other party had a trace of evil intentions, Ning-Chi would not hesitate to slash it. Woof, woof, woof. The celestial hound barked a few times and ran in front of the dragon. It seemed to know the dragon and ran back and forth in front of the dragon. Finally, it jumped on the dragon's nose and barked at it. The dragon's eyes finally moved away from the dragon slayer saber and looked at the celestial hound. Ning-Chi found that there seemed to be a trace of kindness in its eyes. The celestial hound shook its body and tail excitedly. It was even more excited than when it saw Ning-Chi. After about 3 breaths, the howling celestial hound seemed to have sensed something. Its body suddenly turned into a black light and landed beside Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi's eyes moved slightly. The howling celestial hound's previous performance was no different from an ordinary dog. However, the technique just now had already proved that the howling celestial hound definitely had a very strong cultivation. The silver dragon let out a dragon's roar. Following that, the doors on both sides of the hall were finally crushed. The dragon's head moved closer to Ning-Chi. In nearly a breath's time, it was in front of Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but the silver dragon didn't hesitate to face Dragon Slayer Bao. The saber collided. When its gigantic head approached the Dragon Slayer saber, it shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and directly sank into the saber. In less than a breath's time, the entire dragon head had disappeared. The dragon's body, which stretched for who knew how many miles, continued to sink into the saber. This process continued for a long time. It had been more than a day. When the last dragon's tail entered the saber, Ning-Chi felt a little hot in his palm. The dragon slayer's saber suddenly turned into a pool of silver liquid, constantly changing its shape. Following that, a small silver dragon appeared in front of Ning-Chi. This scene caused Ning-Chi to recall Little Six from before. At that time, Little Six had yet to take human form, and he was almost the same as this little silver dragon. Although the silver dragon's body was small, it looked exactly the same as the dragon Ning-Chi had just seen. It flew to the howling celestial hound's head and patted it with its claws. Then it flew a few rounds around Ning-Chi. In the next moment, it suddenly rushed into Ning-Chi's body and disappeared. Ning-Chi used his divine perception to look inside, but he didn't find anything wrong. He couldn't find any traces of the silver dragon. The dragon slayer saber just turned into a silver dragon and then disappeared? Woof, woof, woof. Ning Chi suddenly realized that the howling celestial hound had run behind him and was barking nonstop at his back. Then, Ning Chi realized that a silver dragon tattoo had appeared on his back. It looked lifelike, as if it was alive. If he looked carefully, he could even see the luster reflected by the silver scales on its body. This tattoo covered Ning Chi's entire body, and there was almost no space on his back. Ning Chi looked down and saw that not only his back, but the head of the silver dragon extended from his shoulder to his chest. System, come out and tell me, why did the Dragon Slayer saber turn into a tattoo? Don't make a sound. Give me a hint. Don't tell me you're planning to ruin this Dragon Slayer saber that has accompanied me for so many years. Ning Chi's expression was a little pale. He was well aware of the sharpness of the Dragon Slayer saber. In many emergencies, the Dragon Slayer saber had played a very big role. If it was used against an enemy, if the other party let their guard down, they would be easily cut into two by the Dragon Slayer saber. Until now, Ning Chi had never encountered anything that the Dragon Slayer saber could not cut. The system was still silent, not to mention issuing a mission. There wasn't even a hint. After waiting for a while, Ning Chi suddenly took out the three-pointed, double-edged blade. If you don't return the Dragon Slayer saber to me, I'll use it in the future. The system still did not respond. Ning Chi was helpless. He never thought that gathering all 7 dragon pearls would result in such a scene. However, he knew that the silver dragon tattoo on his body was definitely transformed from the Dragon Slayer saber. Although he was unable to use it now, perhaps when the time was right, he would see the Dragon Slayer saber again. Let's go. The matter here has come to an end, right? Is there anything else you want me to see? Has your master entered the cycle of reincarnation? Ning Chi lowered his head to look at the celestial dog. The celestial dog's expression suddenly became listless. Seeing that, Ning Chi could only say, "Don't worry, your master should be back soon." Woof, woof, woof. The celestial dog became excited once again. Its tail wagged quickly, as if it believed in Ning Chi's words. After Ning Chi and the celestial dog left the hall, they returned the way they came. When they passed by the orchard, Ning Chi lowered his head and looked at the celestial dog. "Do you want to leave this place with me?" The celestial dog seemed to be stunned for a moment, but then it shook its head and took a few steps back. "You can't leave this place?" Ning Chi's expression was a little strange. The celestial dog nodded and looked up at the sky. Is it because of them again? Ning Chi and the celestial dog looked up at the sky together. The only fruit here that is beneficial to the body is the 9 tribulations, profound fruit, right? Are the other fruits suitable for me? Ning Chi asked. The celestial dog ran to the tree of the 9 tribulations, profound fruit, and barked a few times. Immediately, 500 to 600 fruits fell from the tree. These fruits floated in the air and were delivered to Ning Chi. Ning Chi glanced at the tree and saw that there was still half of the 9 tribulations, profound fruit on it. Chapter 2238. At the entrance of the palace, the howling celestial dog seemed a little reluctant. After sending Ning Chi to the entrance, it circled around Ning Chi a few times. "I'm leaving." Ning Chi smiled. The howling celestial dog barked at Ning Chi a few times before retreating into the palace and disappearing into the darkness. The next moment, a layer of deep blue flames seemed to ignite on the outside of the palace like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, the palace disappeared into the horizon and entered the vast universe. Outside, although Ning Chi had stayed in the palace for some time, the number of cultivators outside was the same as when Ning Chi entered the palace. Tian Dao sect did not choose to leave because Shi Tian knew Ning Chi. As for the 3 demon sects, they did not choose to leave because they did not dare to. The palace has left. Indeed, this palace has some sort of connection with the senior. I wonder what he obtained inside. Could it be an immortal weapon? Shoo, let's not make wild guesses. Be careful that he hears us. The cultivators below all looked at Ning Chi with fear, shock, and respect in their eyes. "Boss, what's inside? Where's that black dog?" Third Prince Ming asked curiously. Kids shouldn't ask too much. Ningqi smiled. Sure, Tian, who was about to ask, immediately shut his mouth. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. If he was called a child in front of so many cultivators, where would he put his face? Fine, I won't ask. Third Prince Ming pouted. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Venerable Hidden Dream lowered his head in fear and prayed in his heart, hoping that Ningqi would forget about him. However, a few breaths later, Venerable Hidden Dream's sharp spiritual will sense that the surrounding cultivators were all looking at him. Even the dream demon Dao, sect master, was the same. Venerable Hidden Dream's heart skipped a beat. He slowly lifted his head and saw Ningqi looking at him with a faint smile. Senior, I have eyes but failed to see. Please spare my lowly life. I'm willing to be your slave. Venerable Hidden Dream hurriedly begged for mercy. Suddenly he saw the blood demon ancestor, and his eyes lit up. Senior, I'm also willing to be your slave. Master, should we kill him? The blood demon ancestor's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ningqi for instructions. His killing intent towards Venerable Hidden Dream was so strong that even Venerable Hidden Dream could sense it. Venerable Hidden Dream was slightly startled. He did not understand why the blood demon ancestor would suddenly want to kill him. Only the dream demon Path, sect master, and the others did not. He knew the reason behind it. The blood demon ancestor has become that person's servant, yet you, Venerable Hidden Dream, want to be on equal footing with him? It's true that the person involved cannot see clearly. The shade demon Dao Master and the mad demon Dao Master looked at each other and saw the pity in each other's eyes. Reverend Hidden Dream probably wouldn't have a good ending today. This kind of thing I can do it myself. Ningqi said lightly. The blood demon ancestor was slightly taken aback. Then he hurriedly lowered his head and said, My actions were unnecessary. He thought that Ningqi liked to kill, so he had to leave the killing to himself. In reality, it was because Reverend Hidden Dream's sin value was extremely high, so much so that Ningqi was unwilling to let others do it for him. Reverend Hidden Dream had split off an unknown amount of his divine will to control countless planets with living beings. A single person's sin points had reached more than 5 million. Not only that, but the Dream Demon Dao sect master's sin points were even higher, with more than 8 million. As for the Mad Demon Dao sect master and the Shadow Demon Dao sect master, their sin points were more ordinary, with only a few 100,000. He doesn't intend to let me go. Run. As long as I escape from Infinite Heaven Planet, I might have a chance of survival. Reverend Hidden Dream made up his mind. The next moment, he turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. He was ready to leave Infinite Heaven Planet and escape into the universe. 90,000 miles in an instant. 9 flames, great Luo palm. Pucci, Reverend Hidden Dream, turned into a fireball and was burned to ashes. Ningqi's body swayed slightly, and then he reappeared in his original position, as if he had never moved at all. Hiss! All the cultivators from Tiandao sect and the evil cultivators gasped. A cultivator at the peak Mahayana stage had died just like that? Senior, Hidden Dream! The Dream Demon Dao Master forced a smile and was about to explain himself. However, before he could finish a sentence, his body suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even his nascent soul was gone. Ningqi's figure appeared where he was standing, and he was sizing up the Shade Demon Dao Master and the Mad Demon Dao Master. The two of them could not help but tremble as they stared at Ningqi. All the demonic cultivators were in a state of fear, especially the cultivators from Dream Demon Dao. Both the Vice Sect Master and the Shade Demon Dao Master were dead. Even if they managed to escape today, they would not have a good life in the future. The most likely scenario was that they would be annexed by the other 2 demonic sects, and the Dream Demon Dao would no longer exist. Buqinchin stared at Ningqi, dumbfounded. A deep sense of fear could be seen in his eyes. His rationality told him that it was best not to speak, not even to beg for mercy. After a while, Ning Chi smiled. Scram. Air. Yes. The mad demon Tao Master and the shade demon Tao Master looked at Ning Chi in shock. Then they reacted quickly and bowed to Ning Chi respectfully. Then they left with their subordinates and fled the place. You're not leaving? Ning Chi looked at Bu Qingchen and the others with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Bu Qingchen and the others were the strongest cultivators from Dream Demon Tao. They led the rest of the cultivators from Dream Demon Tao Master and cupped their fists at Ning Chi, then left with a look of relief. All the cultivators from the demonic Tao had left. Although only 2 of them had died, the cultivators from the righteous Tao were still very happy. After the death of Dream Demon Tao's sovereign and Reverend Hidden Dream, the so-called 3 great demonic Tao no longer existed. The remaining 2 demonic Tao were nothing to fear. From now on, these demons could only be cautious and hide in the dark. They could no longer be arrogant. Senior Ning, why don't you come over to my place? Shi Tian stepped forward and cupped his fists. The cultivators in the great vehicle stage behind him were looking forward to it. If they could get close to an immortal, they would definitely benefit a lot. Maybe next time. Ning Chi smiled. Shi Tian was a little disappointed when he heard that. However, he did not dare to force Ning Chi. Lu Li Villa, Senior Uncle, are you really leaving? Why don't you bring us along? Chapter 2239. You think you can run around with your cultivation? Ning Chi looked at Ouyang Kadi with a faint smile. Ouyang Kadi was slightly startled, and then his face revealed a trace of an awkward smile. He understood Ning Chi's meaning. Whether it was him or Lu Li, their cultivation base was too low. If they went to the immortal world, it might be full of danger. Senior Bei Xian, I will cultivate hard and try to go to the deity realm to find you as soon as possible. Duo Air clenched her fist. Yes, work hard. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He did not leave Lu Li Villa immediately, but stayed for another 3 years or so. During these 3 years, Ning Chi would preach to the female cultivators of Lu Li Villa whenever he was free. In less than 3 years, the overall strength of Lu Li Villa had improved rapidly. Although it was not as exaggerated as the direct enlightenment, even those female cultivators who were only at the qi refining stage had the possibility of reaching the great ascension stage in the future. If the outside world knew about this, even the Tiandao sect would be shocked. At the same time, during these 3 years, Ning Chi had completely swallowed the 9 tribulations' profound fruit in the top training field. Although the 9 inner hidden gates and the imprisoning dragon and elephant art hadn't risen to the next level, Ning Chi's bodily strength had increased by a great deal. After using the 9 inner hidden gates, his combat strength was at least comparable to before. It had increased by 2 to 3 times. Qi seems to be missing. Even Senior Bei Xian couldn't find him. Don't worry, that brat Qi's fortune is amazing. I'm afraid he had a fortuitous encounter, so he won't have an accident so easily. At first, the people of Lu Li Villa thought that Qi was trapped by something, so when the palace appeared, he did not show up. However, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Not only did they ask Ning Chi, but they also asked the Tiandao sect to help them search, but there was no news of Qi. Ouyang was filled with confidence towards Qi. In the past, he and Qi Yi had gone out to train together. They had encountered many dangers, but they had always been able to turn calamities into blessings. Ouyang Kadi did not think that this was his own luck. There was only one possibility, and that was that Qi had a very strong destiny, so strong that even those dangers could not kill him. He met a deity like Uncle Bei Xian as a mortal, and he even taught him cultivation. I'm afraid no cultivator on planet Tianqiao is more fortunate than him. Ouyang Kadi thought to himself, slowly withdrawing his spirit sense into his body. Ning Chi's face was a little pale. His body had entered a period of weakness. In his current state, he was afraid that he couldn't even compete with a chi refining realm cultivator. The third level of exploding heart technique was indeed miraculous. After Ning Chi had used it, the strength of his spirit sense had increased by hundreds of times. After arriving at the coordinates of the galaxy teleportation formation, Ning Chi pulled himself into the formation and searched for Chi Ye's whereabouts. He was sure that Chi Yi was no longer on the infinite sky planet. This is the Starry Sky teleportation array. Ning Chi's surroundings were like the pitch-black universe, flickering with specks of starlight. Only the ground under his feet emitted a faint white light. The place where he stood was like a building that was transparent on all sides. It was somewhat similar to the Stonehenge on Earth, except that there was an additional ceiling. Before Ning Chi could take a closer look, a suction force suddenly came over, and in the next moment, Ning Chi's vision went black, and he fell into endless darkness. Look, the silver dragon on his body is quite good-looking. Why don't we peel off his skin? Look at him. He won't be able to live for long, right? He's still breathing, and you want to peel off his skin to make clothes? Don't you have any humanity? Uft! In this place, who cares about humanity? If we have humanity, they shouldn't have left us here to kill each other for entertainment. Even so, do any of you know which sect this guy is from? And who left him here? I think he's from the sixth sex. Why do I remember it's the Heaven Expanse sect? He's about to wake up! Rustling sounds came from all around, and it seemed like people were hiding in the corner. You're awake? A big head came into Ning Chi's sight. Ning Chi sensed the condition of his body and found that it was even worse than when he had just used the third level of exploding heart technique. At that time, Ning Chi was comparable to a chi refining realm cultivator. Now his body was empty and his body was very weak. At most, he was stronger than an ordinary person. Just a little bit. At first, I planned to recuperate at the star teleportation array for a month and wait for my strength to recover. I didn't expect that the suction force would come so suddenly. Have I been successfully transmitted to another world? Ning Chi was a little confused. Judging from his current condition, he should have suffered some kind of injury during the transmission. Clothes? Shoes? Ning Chi found that his situation was worse than he had imagined. His clothes and shoes were gone, and he was only wearing a piece of ragged linen. Although his clothes and shoes were not good things, they were at least celestial artifacts. Now, not only were they missing, but it seemed that someone had also erased the imprint on them. Fortunately, Ning Chi didn't have any interspatial ring or summer pouch. His things were basically put in the space bag. Ning Chi scanned the bag with his divine thought and found that the things in the space bag had not changed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Where is this place? Ning Chi's voice was a little hoarse. You don't know where this is. The big head was a little puzzled. Ning Chi squinted and looked at the figure in front of him. It was less than 3 feet tall, but it had a head that was much bigger than an adult's, and it was exuding a very strong celestial chi. Celestial chi? Immortal? 7 immortal sex, Zhao Tong. Level, early human immortal. Cultivation method, art of 7 immortals health points. 80 yuan. I'm already in the land of immortals? This is the immortal world? Ning Chi's expression gradually became serious. According to Zhao Wuji's star map, he would arrive at another galaxy after taking the galaxy teleportation array from Endless Sky Planet. However, there was still a certain distance between him and the Immortal Clan's continent. Now that a human immortal had appeared here, could it be that he was teleported from the Endless Heaven planet to the world of deities? I think he's scared silly. Haha, it's normal. When you and I were thrown into this place, didn't we take a while to recover? Do you remember anything? Zhao Tong looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi shook his head and didn't say anything. The place he was in now was like a cage. Aside from Zhao Tong, there were 8 other cultivators. After looking at their status panel, Ning Chi became even more suspicious. All 8 of them were at the early human immortal realm. If this place isn't, if it was the immortal world, how could there be so many human immortals? Chapter 2240. 6 Unity Sect? Ning Qi had no recollection of it at all. However, his clothes and shoes might have been taken away by the 6 Unity Sect cultivators. He must have been unconscious after passing through the teleportation formation and did not even feel his clothes being taken away. Then he was thrown here by the 6 Unity Sect cultivators. Even if it wasn't the 6 Unity Sect, it was another sect. Sect or another sect. In short, he was thrown away like trash by someone. "Excuse me, where is this place?" Ning Qi asked slowly. "Haha, where is this place? This kid is really stupid. Zhao Tong, ignore him. It's fine if he's stupid. But his cultivation seems to be crippled too. He won't even survive a fight here." A young cultivator with a sinister expression looked askance at Ning Qi and sneered. Zhao Tong ignored the cultivator and said to Ning Qi, "This is the arena of the 9 sect alliances. We are all traders of the sections. So, after we were captured by the sects, we were thrown here to fight. There's basically no hope of leaving this place alive, unless we become an Earth immortal. Traders of the sects?" The other 8 cultivators smirked when they heard Zhao Tong's words. Ning Qi noticed a trace of unwillingness and anger in their eyes. The youth with a sinister expression said coldly, "Back when I was in the sect, I was ostracized. In the end, I offended the grandson of an elder. He said that he wanted me to die a horrible death. What do you think I could do? I definitely chose to escape. In the end, he labeled me as a traitor of the sect. The elders came out to suppress me and threw me into the 9 sect wrestling arenas to be watched like a monkey. Gambling. If you don't escape, then you'll die even faster." The sinister young man glared at him, and the person who spoke immediately shut his mouth. Perhaps this young man's combat strength was stronger than his, so he was afraid of him. Ning Qi took a look at the young man and learned his name and sect. "Jiu Yu from the Kengi sect. What are you looking at?" Jiu Yu looked at Ning Qi coldly and took a step forward as if he was going to attack. There was a trace of madness and anger in his eyes, as if he was unwilling and indignant about what had happened to him. "Jiu Yu, that's enough. We're all in trouble, so why make things difficult for each other?" Zhao Tong stood up and stood in front of Ning Qi, glaring coldly at Nine Plume. Although he was only 3 feet tall and had a huge head that made him look like a deformed child, the aura he exuded was no weaker than 9 Plume's. When the people around saw this, a look of anticipation appeared in their eyes, as if they wanted to watch a good show. Jiu Yu glanced at Zhao Tong and suddenly met Ning Qi's gaze. At this moment, he only felt a chill on his back. Jiu Yu subconsciously touched his back, but there was nothing there. The feeling just now was like an illusion. Humph! Just be a good person. Sooner or later, you'll die because of your personality. Jiu Yu snorted coldly, turned around, walked to a corner, sat down, and closed his eyes. "Brother, don't mind him. He's been locked up in here for too long, and his brain isn't working well anymore." Zhao Tong smiled at Ning Qi and pointed at his head. The scene was somewhat comical. When Jiu Yu heard this, his body seemed to tremble, but in the end, he chose not to stand up and scold Zhao Tong. Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Tong, but did not say anything. He had thought of a very important matter and had to verify it. When Zhao Tong saw that Ning Qi was not speaking, he thought that Ning Qi could not accept the reality of being caught in the 9 sect gladiators and needed time to settle down. Zhao Tong sat down, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing. As expected, after Ning Qi immersed his mind into the system, he found the mission panel and found that the advancement mission had been completed, and there was a countdown timer. At this moment, there were only 2 hours left until the countdown timer reset. His advancement mission had been completed. This was enough to prove that he was now in the immortal realm, the continent of the immortals. When he was unconscious, the system did not help him advance. If this countdown timer reset, Ning Qi might have to complete another advancement mission. That was close. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Ning Qi's back. He checked his status and found that he was not in a fighting state. He could go to the top cultivation training ground at any time. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the prison. Where's he? Jiu Yu and the rest obviously realized that Ning Qi had disappeared. One after another, they opened their eyes and looked at the scene with their mouths agape. How did he disappear just like that? That's impossible. There's the enslaving bull divine formation here. Even an earth god can't escape from this place without the permission of the 9 sect alliances. Could it be some kind of trick? Zhao Tong, did you already know that he's not ordinary? Jiu Yu looked at Zhao Tong with an anxious and bewildered expression. He recalled the coldness he felt when he met Ning Qi's gaze earlier. If Ning Qi's cultivation is much, much stronger than ours, then wouldn't we have already offended Ning Qi earlier? Jiu Yu was a little scared when he thought of this. Zhao Tong looked around in confusion and eventually shook his head. No, just like you guys, I thought he was severely injured. What a pity. If I knew this earlier, I would have begged that person to bring us out of this damn place. Haha, would he? Didn't you see that Zhao Tong was protecting him from the beginning? He didn't bring Zhao Tong away either. 9 feathers, sneered mockingly. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths and went silent. In the end, they shook their heads and returned to their seats. The next match is about to start, right? How do we explain the fact that one person is missing? There's no need to explain. I don't think anyone will care about this top-level cultivation training ground. System, I want to advance. Boom! Ning Qi's body involuntarily floated in the air. His body emitted a dazzling white light. At this moment, whether it was Ning Qi's cells or his hair, they all turned into light. The meridians in Ning Qi's body were undergoing a huge change. This change lasted for several months before it gradually stopped. At this moment, although Ning Qi's appearance was the same as before, his internal structure had undergone a huge change. His meridians had been remodeled, becoming only a few immortals had immortal veins. Chapter 2241. So this is the power of a human immortal. Ning Qi slowly landed on the ground and closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. First was the change in his meridians. For example, if the meridians in the past were like sewers, then the meridians now were like a river. Not just a quantitative change, but a qualitative one. Apart from that, there was the immortal qi and devil qi. Ning Qi's body was already different from ordinary people. The amount of immortal qi and devil qi in his body was huge, far beyond those of the same level. Even an ordinary early human immortal couldn't compare. Now the immortal qi and devil qi had increased by 100 times. Ordinary immortals couldn't compare to Ning Qi at all. A few months later, Ning Qi gradually became familiar with the sudden increase in power. He realized that the only difference between a 9 tribulations creator and a human immortal was the immortal meridian. Ning Qi originally had 108 meridians in his body, but now he only had 9 immortal meridians in his body. Only one of them was in use, and the other 8 had not been opened. This one immortal meridian contained all of his immortal and devil qi, but it still seemed very empty. It would not be an easy task to fill it up. In terms of divine ability, there seems to be no change, and there are no new divine ability. But this immortal meridian, at the early human immortal realm, there are only 9 meridians left. Will there be no more in the future? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Quality was more important than quantity. Although there were only 9 immortal meridians left, the quality was much better than the meridians in the past. It was like a product of 2 different worlds. If he reached a higher realm in the future, and even the immortal meridian was gone, it was possible that the immortal meridian would become the body, and the body would become the immortal meridian, Now, even if I don't use the 9 inner hidden gates, I can still kill an early Earth immortal with a single punch, right? If I use the 9 inner hidden gates, can I reach the late Earth immortal realm or even the great perfection Earth immortal realm? It should be about the same. Ning Qi clenched his fists and felt the explosive power in his body. He hadn't tested it before, so he didn't dare to say what level his current combat strength had reached. But when he hadn't broken through, he should be comparable to an intermediate Earth immortal if he exerted all his strength. In addition to this breakthrough, Ning Qi reckoned that even a late-stage Earth immortal would not be a match for him. He reckoned that he would be able to fight against a peak Earth immortal. It's your turn. Eh? Why is there someone missing? Probably eaten by one of them? That fellow was brought here by a disciple of the Six Union sect. He said that he was a traitor of the Six Union sect. It's just trash. Don't bother with it. 2 existences with mid-human immortal stage auras arrived before the prison and opened the door. They waved their hands at Zhao Tong, Ju Yu, and the others indifferently, as if they were chasing them out of the prison. When they realized that Ning Qi had disappeared, they were surprised. But soon, they didn't take it to heart. When Ning Qi was sent here, he didn't have the aura of a human immortal. Clearly, he was severely injured and his cultivation level had dropped. If it wasn't for the Six Unity sect, they might not have accepted such an existence. Usually, they would just feed him to demonic beasts. It's our turn so soon? Last time we just... One of the human immortals beside you couldn't help but say, "If we ask you to go, just go. What's with all the nonsense? There's a big shot here today, so let's have an extra performance." The 2 of them berated. "Let's go." Zhao Tong stood up and walked out of the prison. He gave the human immortal a look. If he asked a few more questions, he might be killed before he even had the chance to go on stage. A few days later, Zhao Tong, Ju Yu, and the others returned to the prison with injuries all over their bodies. There were a total of 9 of them, but only 4 of them returned. "We can't live like this anymore. This time we, the early human immortal gladiators, actually fought with a peak human immortal stage immortal beast? If it wasn't for that immortal beast's brain, none of us would have come back today. How many people died this time? Probably 300 to 500, right? I wonder if there'll be a next time? We won't be this lucky next time." Ju Yu sneered. "It can't be helped. The 9 sect alliances have to put in a lot of effort to please the Wen clan of Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm. You know the background of that big shot. I've stayed in Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm before, so I recognize the Wen clan's mark. I heard that the Wen clan cultivates righteousness and has a golden immortal patriarch in their clan." Sai Zhao Tong let out a long sigh. There were originally more than 30 human immortals in this prison, but in less than 10 years there were only 4 of them left. Zhao Tong looked at the prison emotionally. Suddenly his expression changed, and he stood rooted to the ground. You, Ju Yu, and the other 2 realized that Ning Qi had appeared in the prison, silently. Their faces were a little pale, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. "Did you just say that the Wen clan of Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm has a golden immortal patriarch?" Ning Qi looked at one of them calmly and asked. "His aura seems different." The few of them looked at Ning Qi with a trace of solemnity in their eyes. "That's right. The Wen clan does have a golden immortal patriarch." Feng Ming felt chills run down his spine when Ning Qi looked at him like that, and he stuttered as he nodded. "The 9 sect alliances want to please the Wen clan because they have a golden immortal patriarch. It seems that the 9 sect alliances aren't that strong, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them to leave this place," Ning Qi thought to himself. The 3 stages of human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal were the most common among immortals. The difference would be huge if one went further up. It was said that above the heaven immortal was the golden immortal. At this stage, the bones in one's body would become immortal bones, immortal meridians, and immortal bones. That was the difference between immortals and mortals. It's really a smokescreen. He's been hiding in this prison all this while, Yu and the rest calmed themselves down and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. They were still a little resentful. Ning Qi had escaped the fight, but 5 of them had died. Brother Zhao, can you tell me about the 9 sect alliances? Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong and asked with a smile. Oh, sure. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment before he nodded. As the name suggested, the 9 sect alliances was an alliance formed by 9 sections. Because of the existence of heaven immortal patriarchs, they were considered as first-rate sects in the nearby star fields, ruling over tens of thousands of sections. However, in the entire ancient heavenly court, a force like the 9 sect alliances could only be considered as insignificant. Chapter 2242. Ancient Heavenly Court. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He wondered if the name had anything to do with the ancient immortals. Wasn't the Heavenly Court the strongest force of the ancient immortals? Do you know about the ancient immortals? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment. The expressions of the other 3 people changed slightly, and they looked at Ning Qi strangely. You shouldn't be from the ancient heavenly court. Otherwise, how could you not know about the ancient immortals? It was rumored that a very, very long time ago, there was an immortal emperor in the ancient heavenly court named the Jade Sovereign. The immortals under him referred to themselves as ancient immortals and were different from ordinary immortals. Their actions were unreasonable and ruthless, just like the devil race. Indeed, when the demon race invaded the celestial world, the Jade Emperor led all the ancient immortals to join forces with the demon race and almost conquered the entire celestial world. Later on, some immortal clans couldn't stand it and came out to suppress all the ancient immortals and demons. Even the demon race continent was destroyed. Jiu Yu said, "Join forces with the demon race?" Ning Qi's eyes flashed with mockery. He had seen the scene of the war with his own eyes, as well as the murals that recorded the war. He believed that the ancient immortals were framed by their own people. Even the original history was changed to become the traitors of the celestial world who joined forces with the demon race. That's right. This place was called the Heavenly Court, but it was eventually changed to the ancient Heavenly Court. Zhao Tong nodded. Someone's coming. We just fought. Don't tell me they're asking us to go again? Let's wait and see. The expressions of Zhao Tong and the other 3 suddenly changed, and they looked outside the prison. The footsteps got closer and closer and finally stopped at the entrance of the prison. It was the 2 mid-stage human immortals from before. They opened the door and said that major character plans to recruit a few slaves from you guys and bring them back to the heavenly ancient immortal realm. You guys can go up and fight again. Don't say I didn't take care of you. If you're lucky, you'll be able to leave this damned place. Huh. Their gazes suddenly fell on Ning Qi, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. This kid had clearly disappeared from the prison, so how did he appear again? Again? Lords, we just got here and haven't even recovered from our injuries. Aren't you sending us to our deaths? 9 Feathers said angrily. All 4 of them were more or less injured. Although their injuries weren't very serious, their battle prowess had dropped by at least a few tenths. Zhao Tong, who was the least injured, only had 60 to 70% of his peak battle prowess. Feng Ming estimated that he only had 30 to 40% of his peak battle prowess. If they were to fight again in this state, they would most likely be completely wiped out. What nonsense are you spouting? Come out if you don't want to die. The 2 of them were immediately enraged. They no longer cared about Ning Qi's sudden appearance. They looked coldly at Jiu Yu, their eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Go, let's go. Zhao Tong sighed inwardly and was the first to walk toward the door. When Jiu Yu and the other 2 saw this, they gnashed their teeth and glared at the 2 before leaving the prison unwillingly. Hey! Why are you still sitting there? Even if you're going to die, you'd better die on the field. The 2 looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and walked out of the prison. A trace of disdain flashed across their eyes. Ignoring Ning Qi, they brought the 5 of them to the arena. Along the way, Ning Qi noticed that apart from the 5 of them, there were many early-stage human immortals being brought to the arena. There were also intermediate and late-stage human immortals and a few perfected human immortals. However, there was not a single Earth immortal. He heard from Zhao Tong and the others that they had reached the Earth immortal stage. Basically, they could leave the 9-sect alliance's arena. Even those who had committed the most heinous crimes would be used for other purposes and would not stay here. The Colosseum was huge, but there were only a few immortals sitting in the audience seats. The most eye-catching among them were the VIP seats, where 2 celestial immortals, a man and a woman, sat. Beside them were 9 other celestial immortals, who would occasionally converse with the man and woman, seemingly fawning over them. They seemed to be fawning over them. Young Master Wen, Miss Wen, although our 9-sect alliances are nothing in the ancient Heavenly Court's celestial realm, this arena has been passed down for countless years. The gladiators here are extremely strong, so you won't be at a disadvantage if you bring a few of them back. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal smiled at the man and the woman. The other 8 people smiled and nodded, seeming to agree with the old man's words. This old man was the leader of the 9-sect alliances, the heavenly immortal old ancestor of the 6 combination sect, Zhuge Liang. He was considered a top-notch expert in the wilderness. However, facing the extremely famous geniuses of the one clan in the ancient heavenly immortal domain, Zhuge Liang did not dare to show any neglect. He did not even put on the airs of a senior. Young Master Wen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Miss Wen, on the other hand, laughed coldly. Just now, those human immortal stage gladiators had hundreds of them to deal with a heavily injured and brainless perfected human immortal stage immortal beast. In the end, if it wasn't for the 2 of you, I'm afraid they would have all died. Is it because the gladiators here are extremely strong? The expressions of Zhuge Liang and the others changed slightly, revealing a trace of embarrassment. Zhuge Liang smiled awkwardly and said, Miss Wen, you might not know this, but we didn't send our strongest gladiators in the previous match. This match will be different. We will send our strongest gladiators. This time it's different. We will send our strongest gladiators to the arena, and their opponent will be an early earthly immortal beast. An early earthly immortal beast? Young Master Wen and Miss Wen exchanged glances and saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. Not bad. At least we didn't waste our time here. Miss Wen smiled faintly. Her words did not give Zhuge Liang and the rest any face, but they did not dare to get angry. After all, the Wen clan was much stronger than the 9-sect alliances. They had over 20 heavenly immortals, not to mention a golden immortal old ancestor who had forged his immortal bone. It's them again. After Ning Qi and the rest were brought to the arena, Zhu Yu glanced at the VIP stand and saw young Master Wen and Miss Wen. When he lowered his head, a trace of jealousy and hatred could be seen in his eyes. Something's not right. Even those few have come out? Feng Ming's face darkened. This time, the number of gladiators at the human immortal stage was more than 200. Among them, there were several famous gladiators at the peak of the human immortal stage who had survived in the arena for a long time. Those gladiators were all geniuses of their sex. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. Even if they made a big mistake, they would not end up like this. Chapter 2243. Ning Qi looked around and realized that there were at least 800 gladiators like Zhu Yu and Zhao Tong, if not 1,000. A total of 800 to 900 human immortals had entered the arena at the same time. What kind of existences were they planning to send to fight against them? 11 heaven immortals. 2 of them should be the so-called disciples of the one clan. Ning Qi looked at the VIP stand. He first glanced at Zhuge Liang and the rest before looking at Sir Wen and Lady Wen. Any one of these 11 people was not someone that Ning Qi could deal with. Oh my God! An earthly immortal beast. Are the 9-sect alliances sending us to our deaths? Zhu Yu and the rest cursed. At some point in time, A giant ape that was 80 to 90 feet tall had appeared in the field. This giant ape had golden fur all over its body, and every strand of hair was standing on end. It looked quite textured, as if it was made of gold. Its eyes were burning with flames. It wasn't that there wasn't any tangible anger, but true flames. These two flames seemed to have replaced its pupils, giving off a creepy feeling. Fiery golden eyes beast! Zhao Tong exclaimed with a pale face. Even the few peak stage human immortals who were originally brimming with battle intent were bewildered, and they subconsciously looked towards the VIP seats. Today, Sir Win and Lady Win planned to pick a few gladiators from you guys to head to the heavenly ancient celestial realm. If you guys want to leave this place, you must perform well today. Zhuge Lingya's voice was heard. Everyone gasped, other than a few of them who looked excited. The rest of the human immortals looked terrible. As soon as Zhuge Lingya finished a sentence, the fiery golden eyes beast roared as though it had received an order. It turned into a gust of wind that was condensed from flames and swept towards the crowd. Dozens of human immortals could not react in time and were turned into dried corpses by the flames on its body. Run! Jiu Yu, Feng Ming, Zhao Tong, and another fellow who was in the same cell as Ning Qi immediately fled to the edge of the arena. They had no intention of fighting at all. With their strength, they would only be killed instantly by their opponents. Before Zhao Tong left, he did not forget to remind Ning Qi. Ah, Zhuge Lingya, your 9 sect alliances will die a horrible death. Don't kill me, don't. Ah, damn it. We have to fight together. Otherwise, everyone will die today. Some people screamed in pain, while others roared in anger. Those few existences at the great perfection of human immortal stage seemed to have a group of rather loyal subordinates. Under their leadership, the group of human immortals did not choose to escape. Instead, they formed a formation to fight against the fiery eyes of Golden Eyes. The fiery eyes of Golden Eyes finally slowed down and reverted to its original appearance. It beat its chest and roared. He punched towards one of the human immortal Great Circle Stage cultivators. Behind that human immortal Great Circle Stage cultivators stood hundreds of human immortal Great Circle Stage cultivators. Looking at the situation, it was like a human pyramid. One by one, they transferred their immortal energy to that human immortal Great Circle Stage cultivator. Boom! The two fists collided. The worldly immortal at the Great Perfection Stage spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The worldly immortal behind him was also injured, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As for the fiery eyes of Gold Beast, it was forced to retreat a few steps from this strike. You have all seen it. It is not invincible. As long as you come and help, this fiery Golden Eyes beast will definitely die today. What a joke. Do you think we're going to help you? At that time, you guys can follow them to the heavenly ancient immortal realms. We will still be suffering here. Don't even think about it. The human immortals mocked. The few human immortals at the Great Perfection Stage were almost angered to death. However, the other party was right. They wanted to make use of these people to help themselves. As long as they could leave the 9 sect alliances, it would be worth it, even if they had to risk it all to fight against an earthly immortal early stage immortal beast like the fiery Golden Eyes beast. Since that's the case, let's do it this way. The few human immortals at the Great Perfection Stage looked at each other and suddenly gathered together. They did not have the intention to make a move. Seeing this, the fiery Golden Eyes beast's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Although its intelligence was not high, it was not low either. It knew how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. If this group of fellows joined forces and used the formation, their strength would be sufficient to fight against it. Since that was the case, it might as well go and get rid of those existences that it could easily kill first. The fiery Golden Eyes beast instantly changed its target and charged towards the group of human immortals who were not organized or disciplined. Damn it! Shameless! This group of human immortals instantly suffered, heavy casualties. The fiery golden eyes beast was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, killing anyone it saw. The flames in its eyes burned even more ferociously. On the VIP platform, the ridicule in Miss Wen's eyes intensified. Although Sir Wen did not express anything, from the corner of his lips, one could see the contempt he had for this group of gladiators. The expressions of Zhuge Lingye and the rest turned ugly. They really wanted to show off in front of the two of them. They wanted to give the two of them a few gladiators to get on their good side. However, it was obvious that this group of human immortal gladiators was nothing in the eyes of the two of them. After a while, more than half of the 800 to 900 human immortals were dead or injured. The fiery golden eyes beast was not even scratched. Miss Wen suddenly stood up and said to Sir Wen, "Second brother, let's go. Senior Zhuge, and everyone, we have important matters to attend to. We'll make a move first." Sir Wen smiled. "Hold on, the two of you. This battle is not over yet. Why don't you watch it before you leave?" Zhuge Lingye forced a smile. "What's there to watch? Miss Wen laughed mockingly. In the next moment, her expression suddenly changed as she looked towards the arena. Just as the fiery golden eyes beast made Ning Qi and the rest its target, Ning Qi's back was suddenly pushed towards the fiery golden eyes beast. Ning Qi turned around and saw Jiu Yu, Zhao Tong, and Feng Ming staring at him with their mouths agape. Then they looked at the other prisoner beside them. Just now, it was him who pushed Ning Qi out. "What are you guys still standing there for? Run quickly." That fellow did not dare to look Ning Qi in the eye. He roared at the three of them and turned to escape. Roar! The fiery golden eyes beast slapped towards Ning Qi. However, before its palm could land on Ning Qi had already moved. His fist was like lightning, tapping on the forehead of the fiery golden eyes beast. In the next moment, the fiery golden eyes beast's body froze on the spot, maintaining its position. It slapped towards Ning Qi. Boom! With a dull sound, the 8 to 9 zhang tall fiery golden eyes beast suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist in front of everyone's eyes. Not even a strand of hair was left. Ning Qi glanced at his own attributes. He realized that other than the addition of a dragon-slaying crystal, he did not gain anything else. No experience points, and on his attributes panel there was no experience bar behind the early stage human immortal. Chapter 2244. In the early days, Ning Qi relied on experience points to level up. But after the system was updated a few times, experience points gradually disappeared and became something else. Compared to experience points, it wasn't as simple and violent, but it was still traceable. Now he killed this early Earth immortal fiery golden beast. But the system only gave him the dragon-slaying crystal. I have to rely on my own cultivation to level up in the future? The system can only exist as an auxiliary tool? Disappointed? No. Happy? It seemed like a little. Ever since he became a creator, Ning Qi had always had some concerns about the system. In the early days, he suspected that the system was a product of the Jiang family. But later on, he was certain that the system had nothing to do with the Jiang family. But no matter what, being possessed by such a terrifying thing made him feel a little scared. But now that he realized that the function of the system was slowly weakening, Ning Qi felt a sense of joy in his heart. This proved that he was slowly closing the gap between him and the system. As long as he didn't die and continued his cultivation, there would be a day when he would unveil the system and see what kind of existence it was, and who created it. Ning Qi's current mentality was similar to the ancient emperors. During the war, the more generals under them, the better. But when the war ended, they naturally hoped that those generals would retire. Only then would they not threaten the throne of the emperor. But the system wasn't a general, and Ning Qi wasn't an emperor either. When facing the system, he was still in a weak position. Since he couldn't control it, he could only let nature take its course. Even if the existence of the system would bring him some trouble in the future, at least before that, Ning Qi could use the system to assist him in his cultivation. If it disappeared all of a sudden, Ning Qi would feel disappointed. In the arena, the surrounding human immortals stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. 90% of the human immortals did not know what had happened. They were confused. Why did the fiery eyes of gold suddenly die? And it died so cleanly. Could it be Zhuge Liang and the others? They couldn't stand it anymore and killed the fiery golden eyes beast for them? Impossible. The moment this thought popped up, it was immediately overturned by the crowd. To the 9 sect alliances, an early-stage earthly immortal beast was also an invaluable aid. Why would they kill the fiery golden eyes beast for the lives of these human immortals? It's him. Jiu, you looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Not only that, Zhao Tong and Feng Ming also saw it. Due to the angle, the other worldly immortals were unable to see Ning Qi, who was under the fiery eyes of gold's palm. But they saw it clearly. The fiery eyes of gold wanted to kill Ning Qi, and then it died itself. What did this mean? Huh? The fiery golden eyes beast was dead? This time, we managed to escape with our lives. That's great. The guy who pushed Ning Qi to his death turned around and ran back. He let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed Ning Qi walking towards him. That was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. This is how things are in the arena. Survival is the most important thing. However, we have fought together once. Next time, I will definitely not push you out. There was no fear in the guy's eyes as he said to Ning Qi in a serious tone. Perhaps most human immortals would just endure it. However, what the other party said was indeed somewhat applicable in this arena. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ning Qi. Ning Qi walked in front of him, grabbed his neck lightly and lifted him up. What are you doing? The guy's face revealed a trace of fear. Only when Ning Qi grabbed his neck did he realize that Ning Qi's body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. Crack! The sound of a neck breaking. Originally, this kind of injury was nothing to a worldly immortal. If the neck was broken, it would be fine. However, the crowd realized that this early-stage worldly immortal was no longer breathing. The moment his neck was broken, he was already dead on the VIP stage. Miss Wen and Prince Wen stared at Ning Qi. Early-stage worldly immortal. He is indeed an early-stage worldly immortal. Second brother, have you ever seen an early-stage worldly immortal who can kill the fiery eyes of gold in one hit? I've never seen it before. This guy's combat strength seems to be a little unusual. Did he just use some immortal skill that we've never seen before? What's going on? Who's that guy? Seeing the fiery eyes of gold being beaten into a bloody mist, Zhuge Liang and the rest were first shocked. Then their eyes were filled with heartache. To the 9 sect alliances, any earthly immortal was a rare combat force. The fiery golden eyes beast was also an immortal beast that Zhuge Liang had personally captured. If he were to train it well, it could definitely grow into a perfected earthly immortal in the future. However, it had died in this arena today. Old Senior Zhuge, we want him. Miss Wen smiled and pointed at Ning Qi. Him? All right, it'll be him. Zhuge Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head with a forced smile. The price he had to pay to please the One clan's disciple was too high. You come here. Miss Wen pointed at Ning Qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the worldly immortals in the arena looked at Ning Qi. Those few perfected earthly immortals' eyes were filled with jealousy because Ning Qi had snatched their chance. However, apart from glaring at Ning Qi, they did not dare to do anything else. After all, the fiery eyes of gold's death was very strange. If it was really Ning Qi's doing, they might not be Ning Qi's match, even if they joined forces. But how could a mere early-stage worldly immortal have the ability to kill the fiery eyes of gold in one hit? Was it the fiery eyes of gold's technique? Miss Wen asked you to come over. What are you waiting for? Seeing that Ning Qi was not moved and only looked at Miss Wen and young master Wen indifferently, Zhuge Lingya's eyes were filled with anger. He did not know Ning Qi's background, but because of Ning Qi he had lost a fiery eyes of gold. If it was any other time, he would naturally look into Ning Qi's background. However, now that Miss Wen had specifically said that she wanted to take Ning Qi away, he could only swallow his anger. A terrifying aura emanated from Zhuge Lingya's body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out. The surrounding celestial qi instantly underwent an intense change, condensing into a celestial palm above Ning Qi. With a swoosh, it grabbed Ning Qi and dragged him to the VIP platform. This palm seemed to be very heavy. Crunching sounds came from Ning Qi's body. His bones and flesh were being squeezed crazily, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2245. A look of surprise flashed in Zhuge Lingya's eyes. He knew how much strength he had used in that grab. If it was any other early-stage human immortal, his tendons and bones would have been broken. However, he felt that he had not grabbed an early-stage human immortal, but an earthly immortal beast. That physical strength was terrifying. This was also why Zhuge Lingya subconsciously increased his strength a little, wanting to see where Ning Qi's limits were. This caused a trickle of blood to leak out of Ning Qi's mouth. Old Senior Zhuge. Young Master Wen's voice was suddenly heard. Zhuge Lingya smiled, and the palm that was grabbing Ning Qi disappeared. Which sect are you from? What's your name? Young Master Wen looked at Ning Qi and asked in a friendly tone. I don't remember. Ning Qi replied plainly. Don't remember? Young Master Wen and young lady Wen exchanged glances. Do you know what will happen to you if you lie to me? Young lady Wen looked at Ning Qi coldly. I don't know. Ning Qi smiled. Third sister, don't be anxious. Given his strength, it's very likely that he was severely injured. Let's get Zhuge Lingya to check. Young Master Wen transmitted his voice. With that, he looked at Zhuge Lingya and smiled. Old Senior Zhuge, can you check on this lad's background and why he was captured here? No problem. Zhuge Lingya laughed dryly and glanced at Ning Qi coldly. Then he looked towards a corner of the arena where an earthly immortal was standing. He had a puzzled look on his face, as though he wasn't too sure about Ning Qi's background. Seeing Zhuge Lingya looking at him, the earthly immortal hurriedly flew in front of Zhuge Lingya and whispered a few words. He quickly flew in front of Zhuge Lingya and whispered a few words. Zhuge Lingya nodded, and he turned to leave. When he came back, there were two deacons at the worldly celestial full circle following behind him. Ning Qi's eyes twitched when he saw the two of them. One of them was wearing his original clothes, and the other was wearing his original shoes. They were both immortal equipment. Old ancestor. The two of them looked at Ning Qi in shock. Then they quickly concealed their shock and bowed to Zhuge Lingya. I heard that you guys sent this lad here. Who is he? Zhuge Lingya asked plainly. He is. The two of them hesitated. Hurry up and say it, Zhuge Lingya shouted in a low voice. The two of them were shocked. Hesitantly, they explained the whole story. It turned out that when the two of them were passing by a certain mountain range, they suddenly found Ning Qi unconscious on the ground. A trace of greed rose up in their hearts. Thus, they stripped Ning Qi of all his immortal artifacts and threw him into the dueling ring. Many immortal stones. As expected, he was seriously injured. Then it's possible that he doesn't remember what happened in the past. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to observe him for a while longer before we know. Maybe he didn't want to introduce himself. Young Master Wen looked at Miss Wen and transmitted his voice. Second brother, our Wen clan has already lost to that hedonistic son of the Wu clan. If we can find this fellow this time, we might be able to trick him in the dark. Young Lady Wen said, As for this boy's identity, it doesn't matter. It's fine as long as we can win this time. After saying that, a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes as she glanced at Zhuge Lingya. From the actions of his subordinates, one could see the style of the 6 combination sect. Not only did they snatch away the immortal artifacts from a severely injured and unconscious person, they even threw him into the dueling ring. Their plan was too shrewd. Zhuge Liang was a little embarrassed. He did not expect Ning Qi to have such a background. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. How could an early-stage human immortal who could kill the fiery golden eyes beast in the blink of an eye not have any background? Perhaps the other party's sect was even stronger than the 9 sect alliances, but he was brought into the dueling ring by these 2 bastards from the 6 combination sect. If they did not discover him today, it might bring great trouble to the 9 sect alliances in the future. Annoying. Zhuge Liang really wanted to silence Ning Qi on the spot. However, these 2 from the Wen clan seemed to be very satisfied with Ning Qi. Zhuge Liang didn't dare to act recklessly. After thinking about it, it might be a good thing for the 2 of them to bring Ning Qi to the ancient heavenly court. Given Ning Qi's strength, it would be impossible for him to return to the ancient heavenly court. Given Ning Qi's strength, it would probably be an extremely difficult thing to do. You really don't remember anything? Miss Wen looked at Ning Qi suspiciously, wanting to confirm again. I don't remember. Ning Qi said faintly. Name? I only remember people calling me Bei Xian. Bei Xian? All right, I'll call you Bei Xian from now on. Follow the 2 of us to the ancient heavenly domain and help us win a duel. After that, you'll be free and can go wherever you want. How about it? Miss Wen said faintly. All right. Ning Qi smiled. His expression was calm and composed, which made the celestial immortals present feel slightly strange. A mere early-stage human immortal. Even if he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of so many celestial immortals, at least he wouldn't be so relaxed, right? Zhuge Liang felt that Ning Qi's background was not simple. Fortunately, he could throw this hot potato to the Wen clan soon. But I have a request. Ning Qi said faintly. Young Master Wen looked at Ning Qi with a smile while Miss Wen's expression changed slightly. She asked coldly, What request? The clothes and shoes on them are mine. Ning Qi smiled. Take them off and return them to this little friend. Zhuge Liang immediately scolded the 2 perfected human immortals. Yes, the 2 of them were horrified. Ignoring the many immortals around them, they took off their clothes and shoes on the spot and handed them to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled but did not reach out to take them. The 2 of them looked at each other with a trace of anger in their eyes. Then they took off their own immortal artifacts, such as hairpins. Ning Qi still did not take them. You take them quickly. The 2 of them were a little anxious. Forget that they went for wool and came home shorn. The other party did not intend to let them off? Continue taking them off. Ning Qi smiled. The 2 of their expressions changed slightly. They finally knew what Ning Qi's goal was. He wanted to take revenge on them for stripping him naked back then. However, Ning Qi was unconscious back then, and there was nothing shameful about it. Now that they were under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, how could they strip naked? And Miss Wen was also present. Hurry up and take them off. Miss Wen smiled faintly. She then looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression, as though there was a trace of curiosity in her eyes. This, all right. The 2 of them blushed and took off their clothes. Only then did Ning Qi lightly hit their clothes. Chapter 2246. The 9-flame Daluo palm was originally very ordinary, but after Ning Qi added it to the sub-instruction of the dragon elephant skill, it had already surpassed the scope of ordinary celestial arts. Moreover, like the dragon elephant skill, it had reached the 11th level, so its power was naturally not to be underestimated. The 2 men's faces were as red as a monkey's buttocks. They could only watch helplessly as their immortal weapons were destroyed by Ning Qi's palm. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. If that palm had hit them, they wouldn't have felt any better. Back off. What a disgrace. Zhuge Liang snorted coldly. Yes, ancestor. The 2 of them scowled miserably as they turned around and left. The dueling ring immediately burst into laughter, causing the two of them to tremble and nearly fall from the sky again. After today, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the 9 sect alliances, and it would be even worse than killing them. The two of you, I want to take someone away with me. Ning Qi looked at young Master Wen and Miss Wen. Tell me, who do you want to bring? Young Master Wen looked at her in surprise. He knew his third sister's character very well. Normally, his third sister wouldn't be so easy to talk to. However, the power of Ning Qi's palm strike had moved young Master Wen a little. An early-stage human immortal was able to unleash such a powerful palm strike. It was enough to show that Ning Qi's immortal Dao inheritance was not weak. If he brought it back to the heavenly ancient immortal realm, he should be able to shine in the bet with the Wu clan. Ning Qi pointed at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong stared dumbfounded at Ning Qi, then at Ning Qi. In the end, he confirmed that Ning Qi wanted to take him away. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Miss Wen frowned. She looked at Zhao Tong, who was only 3 feet tall but had a very large head. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She didn't hide her disgust toward Zhao Tong, and Zhao Tong clearly saw it. However, he didn't care about it in his heart. He didn't know how much he had suffered since he was a child. Zhao Tong was already used to the ridicule from the few. You want to bring him along? Are you sure? Miss Wen said. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Senior Zhuge, young Master Wen looked at Zhuge Lingye. No problem. He's just an early human immortal. Zhuge Lingye laughed awkwardly. Then he dragged Zhao Tong to the VIP stand as well. Zhao Tong was at a loss as to what to do. This was the first time he was standing so close to a sky immortal. He was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. This was the correct reaction. When Zhuge Lingye and the others saw this, their expressions became much better. Ning Qi had given them an illusion that this was a world of mortals. He no longer had to fear celestial immortals, right? Many thanks to Senior Zhuge. In the future, if you all come to the heavenly ancient immortal realms, you can come to our Wen clan as guests. The two of us will definitely receive all of you personally. Prince Wen said with a smile. Zhuge Lingye and the others revealed bright smiles on their faces. This was what they had been waiting for. Jiu Yu revealed a hint of unwillingness in his eyes as he stared at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong, clenching his fists tightly. After young Master Wen chatted with Zhuge Lingye and the rest for a while, he released a ferry boat and left with Ning Qi and the rest. What a pity. If we treated that person like how Zhao Tong treated him, perhaps he would have brought us with him, Feng Ming muttered regretfully. What's there to feel pity about? One day, I will use my own strength to fight my way out of this place. Zhao Tong, Bei Xian, we will meet again. Jiu Yu laughed coldly. Although we lost a fiery golden eyes beast this time, we have at least built a relationship with the Wen clan. I think everyone should share this loss with us. After Zhuge Lingye saw young Master Wen and the rest off, he smiled at the remaining 8 people. Share? Zhuge Lingye, you were the one who suggested using the fiery golden eyes beast. We did not stop you from using our celestial beasts. You mean you want to go back on your words? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 8 celestial immortals left directly, leaving Zhuge Lingye standing alone on the high platform. His face instantly turned ashen. The ferry boat flew at an extremely fast speed in the star field. Ning Qi realized that this ferry boat was somewhat similar to the Niwa ship. It had the ability to jump through space. In terms of speed, it was much faster than him, who could travel 90,000 miles in an instant. Young Master Wen and young Mistress Wen stood at the front of the deck, ignoring Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. Brother Bei Xian, thank you for bringing me out of that wretched place. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi gratefully. It's nothing. Ning Qi replied calmly. Subconsciously, Zhao Tong wanted to see if Ning Qi was acting so coldly because of his appearance. When he discovered that there was no disgust in Ning Qi's eyes, Zhao Tong heaved a long sigh of relief. Satisfied, he walked to a corner of the boat and sat down cross-legged. Even though he might be leaving the wildlands where he had lived for many years, although he might be leaving the ancient heavenly court immortal domain, Zhao Tong's mood was unprecedentedly happy. The ferry boat flew for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, an incomparably huge planet appeared in front of them. It was blue and green and looked very pleasing to the eye. Planet Nanua. We have arrived at Planet Nanua. Zhao Tong stood up excitedly and looked at the planet in the distance. Why are you so excited? Is there something strange about this planet? Ningqi looked at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong smiled embarrassedly. Brother Beixian, Planet Nanua is a level 5 planet. There are people who have become Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, cultivating there. I used to dream of going there, but unfortunately I was caught and thrown into the arena. There is a galaxy teleportation array on Planet Nanua. We will pass by this place on our way back to ancient heavenly realm and visit a senior on the way. Young mistress, Wen said calmly. Ning Qi had already checked her attributes. Her full name was Wen Qing, a very ordinary name. Young master, Wen's full name was Wen Sheng. Zhao Tong immediately shut his mouth. He did not dare to talk to Wen Qing. He knew that Wen Qing was talking to Ning Qi. Oh, Ning Qi said calmly. Wen Qing and Wen Sheng were going to visit a senior, so they should be at least in the golden immortal stage. Ning Qi did not feel anything special about it. Perhaps it was related to his experience, not to mention golden immortals. He had even seen immortal lords, although Shinggong Immortal Lord was only a remnant soul at that time. Since we have arrived at the immortal world, the immortal lord token should have changed. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He looked at Wen Qing and Wen Sheng and was ready to wait for an opportunity to take out the immortal lord token to take a look. There were many immortals alive in it, and their cultivation should not be low. If there was a way to control them, it would be of great help to Ning Qi in the immortal world. Chapter 2247. Ning Qi thought of the immortal Lord Token. He finally understood why he was sucked here when he first entered the galaxy teleportation array. The array sucked Ning Qi away, probably because of the immortal Lord Token. Little Six once said that the immortal Lord Token could activate the ancient teleportation arrays in the universe. But something must have gone wrong that allowed Ning Qi to appear in the ancient heavenly court. Back then, I couldn't see anything other than the 3 golden words on the heavenly Tao list. Maybe after I break through to the early stage, human immortal stage, I should be able to see the densely packed golden words clearly. To test this, he had to take out the immortal Lord Token. But Wen Qing and Wen Sheng were around, so he couldn't take it out and test it. He could only wait until they weren't around. Different from Planet Infinite Sky, the ferry boat didn't have a fixed landing point. It probably wasn't like Tiandao Sect, where anyone could freely enter and exit Planet South Mountain. Half a day later, the ferry boat landed in a mountain range shrouded in mist. This should be the location of a sect. There were many buildings in the mountain range. Ning Qi could even see many human immortals riding on their swords, entering and exiting the mountain range. Occasionally, he could see a few earth immortals. As for heaven immortals, they were relatively rare. Are you Taoist from the Wen clan? The moment the ferry boat landed, an immortal exuding an early-stage earth immortal aura came over with a smile. When he saw Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, his expression changed immediately. His smile widened as he said warmly, "So it's Senior Wen Sheng, Senior Wen Qing. Are the 2 of you here to look for Sect Master?" Sect Master has already told me that if the 2 of you are here, you can head straight to the Clear Cloud Pond. Head straight to the Clear Cloud Pond? Isn't Senior Shengguan planning to see us? Wen Sheng was slightly stunned. This I'm not too sure. That's what Sect Master instructed, the Earth Immortal said with a hollow laugh. Is Senior Shengguan not at Yinrua Sect? Wen Qing asked. How would a mere earth immortal like me know the whereabouts of sect master? The earth immortal laughed. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. How should I address you? Wen Sheng smiled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter, since the other party was willing to let the two of them go to the Clear Cloud Pond. This trip was not in vain. It was not that they had to meet that senior Shangguan. Their main purpose was to borrow a few cloud lotuses from the Yunhua sect to go back and refine pills. Seniors, you are too polite. My surname is Qian, and my name is Duo. Qian Duo chuckled. Lots of money? The four of them had a strange look on their faces. Wen Qing smiled and said, Your parents really know how to name you. We don't know much about the matters of the previous generation. Please follow me. Qian Duo was not angry because of Wen Qing's words, not because he was magnanimous, but because Wen Qing and Wen Sheng's identities were extraordinary. They were at the heaven immortal stage and were disciples of the famous Wen family in the ancient celestial realm. The Wen family was even stronger than the Yunhua sect. How would Qian Duo dare to be angry? Along the way, Zhao Tong looked around curiously. The Yunhua sect was much stronger than the sect he was in. The sect master of the sect he was in was only at the early stage, earth immortal stage. To put it bluntly, he might not be as powerful as Qian Duo. On the other hand, the Yunhua sect obviously had a golden immortal patriarch. The atmosphere was very different. Not long after, under Qian Duo's lead, the four of them arrived in front of a pond that was as large as an ocean. The water in the pond was so clear that the bottom could be seen, and occasionally strange beasts could be seen swimming around below. Every 300 meters above the pond, there would be a white cloud lotus, and the petals of the cloud lotus would be layered. The petals of the cloud lotus were stacked together, emitting a majestic immortal qi. The two of you, this is the Clear Cloud Pond. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. The sect master said that the two of you can choose 2 cloud lotuses, but you can't take more. Qian Duo chuckled. Wen Sheng smiled and nodded. I naturally understand the rules. Thank you, Elder Qian. You're too kind. Qian Duo chuckled and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Cloud lotus! Ningqi looked at the cloud lotuses above the Clear Cloud Pond. Because of the white mist, the cloud lotuses looked snow-white and flawless. In this background, they were filled with a pure and holy aura. Other than that, there was nothing special about the cloud lotuses other than the dense, immortal qi. Second brother, I think those 2 are not bad. What do you think? I'll take them, right? Wen Qing pointed to the 2 cloud lotuses a few miles away. Wen Sheng swept his gaze across and nodded. The 2 cloud lotuses that Wen Qing chose were indeed the ones with the thickest aura among all the cloud lotuses in the Clear Cloud Pond. They should have been around for a long time. Go, pick those 2 cloud lotuses. Wen Qing looked at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of Wen Qing asking him to do something, but he was afraid that Wen Qing wouldn't give him anything to do. After receiving Wen Qing's order, Zhao Tong flew towards the 2 cloud lotuses. Just as he was about to pick the cloud lotuses, a cold snort came from the sky. Who dares to steal the sacred item of my Yunhua sect? Following this cold snort, a flying sword shot towards Zhao Tong at lightning speed. Seeing this, Zhao Tong dodged at the critical moment, but the flying sword still pierced through his body. With a plop, Zhao Tong fell into the Clear Cloud Pond. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing didn't have time to react to this sudden change. A figure appeared where Zhao Tong was just standing. It was a young man in white robes, emitting an aura no weaker than Qian Duo's. Early Earth, immortal realm. The other party looked coldly in the direction where Zhao Tong fell, then at Ning Qi and the other 2 before locking his gaze on Wen Sheng. Who are you? We came here to pick the cloud lotuses with Senior Shangguan's permission. Why did you injure my subordinate? Wen Qing shouted coldly. She stretched out her hand and was about to suppress that fellow. In the end, a surge of immortal qi that was no weaker than Wen Qing's surged out from behind the white-robed youth, blocking Wen Qing's attack. A woman in palace attire appeared beside the white-robed youth. From her appearance, she seemed to be about she was extremely beautiful and had an excellent temperament. However, there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes when she looked at Wen Qing. Mother, these people said that they got grandfather's permission. The young man in white turned his head and said, Your grandfather must be muddle-headed. How can he let others take away the sacred item of the Yunhua sect so easily? The woman in palace attire sneered. At this time, Zhao Tong had already climbed ashore. After he fell into the water, he didn't show his head and only dared to come ashore after swimming continuously. Ning Qi and the other two saw a hole in his shoulder. It was probably caused by the young man in white. Chapter 2248. I won't die, I won't die. Zhao Tong shivered as if he was cold. Ning Qi noticed that there was a hint of coldness on his face. Was it because of the clear cloud pond or the young man's flying sword? However, this cold and gloomy aura was not fatal. At most, it would make Xiao Tongxing fall seriously ill. It's good that you won't die. Wen Qing said coldly, You can't even do something when I ask you to. It's my fault. Zhao Tong lowered his head. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Wen Qing no longer paid any attention to Zhao Tong. Instead, she looked at the woman in palace attire. Second brother and I have already discussed this with Senior Shangguan. He has agreed to let the two of us take the 2 cloud lotuses here. May I know why the two of you are stopping us? Is the Yunhua sect going to go back on their words? Early stage, heaven immortal. You're the disciples of the 3rd branch of the Wen family, right? Wen Sheng and Wen Qing? The lady laughed lightly with a hint of disdain in her eyes. That's right, I'm Wen Sheng. Wen Sheng gestured to Wen Qing to stop her from speaking. He looked at the woman in the palace dress and said with a smile, 500 years ago, Senior Shangguan came to our Wen clan to visit our ancestor. At that time, he had a sudden impulse and had his disciples compete with our Wen clan's disciples. In the end, I was lucky to win. Senior Shangguan said that if I have the chance to visit the Yunhua sect in the future, I should take 2 cloud lotuses back as a reward for the previous competition. I wonder if Senior Shangguan told you about this? Never heard of it. The lady laughed lightly. My father likes to drink. Perhaps he said something drunk and couldn't remember it when he sobered up. Naturally, he didn't mention it to us. Just treat it as a joke. The cloud lotuses are the sacred item of the Yunhua sect. Even the disciples don't have enough of them. How can they give it to outsiders? 2. Please leave. The white-robed young man sneered and looked at Wen Sheng and Wen Qing indifferently. Unknowingly, there were more than 10 figures who seemed to be disciples of the Yunhua sect. They looked at Wen Sheng and Wen Qing with a hint of mockery in their eyes. You're lying. If Senior Shangguan didn't tell us, how would Elder Qian Duo know to bring us to the clear cloud pond? Wen Qing shouted coldly. Qian Duo, you explain. The woman said indifferently. It was unknown when Qian Duo, who had already left, appeared again. He respectfully bowed to the woman in palace attire and said, Qian Duo greets the Fairy Peak's peak master. After that, he looked at Wen Qing and Wen Sheng and said with a smile, The sect leader only asked me to bring you 2 to the clear cloud pond, but he never said that you 2 could pick the cloud lotuses from the pond. That's not what you said just now. You even told us that we only need to pick 2 flowers. Wen Qing said coldly, her eyes filled with anger. At this moment, Wen Sheng looked at the Fairy Peak's peak master suspiciously and then looked at Qian Duo. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Normally, the Yunhua sect would have no reason to make things difficult for the 2 of them. Back then, the Yunhua sect's sect master, Shangguanwu, had personally asked the 2 of them to come here and pick 2 cloud lotuses. How could a golden immortal go back on his words? The reward for winning the competition was given by a golden immortal cultivator. The two of them did not have a low status in the Wind clan. The Yunrua sect had no reason to offend them for 2 cloud lotuses. Were they not afraid of offending the Wind clan? Unless they were no longer afraid of offending the Wind clan. However, Wen Sheng could not understand why the Yunrua sect and the Wind clan had known each other for a long time. Not only the current patriarch, but also the previous patriarch, the 2 clans were allies. What was the reason for the Yunrua sect's attitude to be so ambiguous? Why was it so ambiguous? Please don't frame me. I only received a message from the sect leader saying that the 2 of you wanted to have a look at the Clear Cloud Pond. That's why I brought the 2 of you here. I never said that the 2 of you could pick the cloud lotuses from the pond. The cloud lotuses are the foundation of the Yunrua sect. How can we let outsiders take them away so easily? Qian Duo's expression turned cold. Although he was only in the early Earth immortal stage, he was not afraid of the 2 of them. After all, the Fairy Peak's Peak Master was present. With her intermediate heaven immortal stage cultivation, these 2 early heaven immortals would not be able to do anything to her. Do the 2 of you understand? The Fairy Peak's Peak Master smiled faintly and waved her hand. Qian Duo, send the guests out. Please, the 2 of you. Qian Duo took a step forward and made a gesture of invitation with a smile. If you don't make things clear today, I won't leave this place easily. If you're so capable, kill the 2 of us. Let's see how you're going to explain to my old ancestor. Wen Qing sneered. Explain? Ha ha ha. Your Wen family is long dead. Your old ancestor is already dead. I don't know who your Wen family offended to be annihilated. My Yunrua sect will never have anything to do with your Wen family. For the sake of our past relationship, I'll let the 2 of you leave this place safely. As for whether you can escape from that person's pursuit, it has nothing to do with my Yunrua sect. The Fairy Peak's Peak Master finally couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The eyes of the white-robed young man and the rest were filled with even more disdain. As soon as the words were spoken, Wen Qing and Wen Sheng's bodies stiffened subconsciously. There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. The Wen family was annihilated? How was that possible? How long had it been since they left the family? Less than 10 years, right? How could the Wen family, which was extremely famous in the Tiangu celestial realm and had a golden immortal old ancestor, be annihilated in such a short period of time? Could it be that the Yunrua sect made up a lie in order not to give them the 2 cloud lotuses? As soon as the 2 of them thought of this, they felt that it was unlikely. There was no reason for the Yunrua sect to make up a rumor that the Wen family was annihilated because of the 2 cloud lotuses. There was only one reason why they would say that, and that was the Wen family was really annihilated. You, third sister, don't say any more. Let's go. Wen Sheng stopped Wen Qing from speaking. He cupped his hands at the Fairy Peak's Peak Master and pulled Wen Qing away. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi subconsciously, but he saw that Ning Qi had already followed them. He could only grit his teeth and follow them. Someone who could annihilate the Wen family was probably a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. If this was true and he was with Wen Sheng and Wen Qing right now, it was very likely that he would be implicated and die because of this. Buffed. The Fairy Peak's Peak Master looked at the backs of Ning Qi and the rest with disdain. After they disappeared into the clear cloud pond, she then said to the white-robed young man, "Zhu go back and cultivate. Your grandfather is thin-skinned and didn't dare to come out and clarify this matter. He insisted on the 2 of us being the bad guys." Chapter 2249. Take care, you 2. Qian Duo said with a fake smile. Before he left, he glanced at Wen Qing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If Wen Sheng hadn't stopped him, Wen Qing would have killed Qian Duo on the spot. However, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of a golden, immortal old ancestor. They couldn't leave this place. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk when we get back to the ancient heaven immortal realm. When Sheng pulled Wenqing onto the ferry boat. How can our Wen family be destroyed? Wenqing's face showed a hint of unwillingness, but her heart was already in a mess. There was no reason for the Yunrua sect to joke about such things. No matter what, let's go back and take a look. When Sheng glanced at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong, the next moment he activated the ferry boat and flew towards the galaxy teleportation array of planet Nanyue. Zhao Tong's face was a little pale. He thought that it would be better to follow them to the One family than to stay in the gladiator arena. But now it was different. If the Wen family, which had an old ancestor at the Golden Immortal stage, was exterminated, the culprit would at least be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. To Zhao Tong, such an existence was simply a legendary figure. Which one of them wasn't an old monster who had lived for tens of millions of years? Brother Beixian, you don't seem to be worried? Zhao Tong couldn't help but ask when he saw Ning Qi's expressionless face. What's there to worry about? What's to come will come. Ning Qi replied calmly. Wen Sheng and Wenqing looked at each other and glanced at Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The two of them could clearly hear the conversation between him and Zhao Tong. The immortal boat flew very quickly. Before long, they arrived at Planet South Peak's Galaxy Grand Transference Array. Zhao Tong and Ning Qi stayed on Planet South Peak for less than 5 days before they were taken away by Wen Sheng and Wenqing. Ning Qi didn't feel any discomfort during the teleportation, nor did he faint. He was even more certain that there was a problem with the Galaxy Teleportation Array of Boundless Heaven Planet. Otherwise, how could he be sent to the Celestial Realm? Along the way, he occasionally chatted with Zhao Tong and gained a deeper understanding of the Celestial World. The Celestial World was also known as the Celestial Continent. This was a name that was used a long time ago, but it was no longer called that nowadays. The immortal world was vast and boundless. Even an immortal emperor couldn't tell where the border of the immortal world was. There were countless cultivation planets in the immortal world. Planets with human immortals were Class 1 planets. Planets with Earth immortals were Class 2 planets, and so on. It was a Grade 4 planet because there were golden immortals in the family. As for Planet South Peak, it was classified as a Grade 5 planet because there were perfected golden immortals there. Other than the division of planets, there were a total of 9 famous immortal realms in the immortal world, including the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm, Heavenly Ancient Immortal Realm, etc. These were just the mainstream immortal realms. Other than these 9, there were many other immortal realms in the immortal world. The places where immortals lived were also known as ghost realms. Many immortals liked to hide in these ghost realms to avoid their enemies. Ning Qi suspected that the universe where the central continent was located was probably one of these ghost realms. Even the star field where Earth was located might be a ghost realm. At present, there were only 2 famous immortal emperors in the immortal world. The former had disappeared for several eras and hadn't appeared for a long time. The latter was the Langya immortal emperor who guarded the Langya immortal realm. Ning Qi remembered that when he was in the Jade Pool, the woman once told him that old Manli was suppressed in the Langya immortal realm. Ning Qi had reason to suspect that this old Manli should be the owner of the Taishang Laojun pill furnace in his space bag. If there's a chance, I must go to the Langya immortal realm. As for now, I'll first find out if anyone knows about the existence of the Jiang family, Ning Qi pondered. As for news about the Jiang family, he actually didn't have much confidence. With how mysterious the Jiang family was, he was afraid that only the true upper echelons of the immortal world would know about it. With Ning Qi's cultivation, he couldn't come into contact with that level for the time being. Something's wrong. Wen Sheng's voice woke Ning Qi from his thoughts. Ning Qi looked up and saw that the other 8 ferry boats had appeared in front of the ferry boat. They surrounded the ferry boat that Ning Qi was on. On each of these 8 ferry boats stood 3 to 5 cultivators. They were dressed in similar robes and should have come from the same source. At this moment, Ning Qi and the others were not on planet Nanyue. They had already arrived at the level 4 planet where the Wen family of the heavenly ancient immortal realm was located. How Randstar. I didn't expect to meet two remnants of the Wen family here. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, how have you been? A mocking voice sounded. A young man rose into the sky and looked at Wen Sheng and Wen Qing with a smile that wasn't a smile. This person had shoulder-length black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He was very handsome, and his aura was similar to Wen Sheng's. He was also in the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Ning Qi's gaze swept across, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Other than the young man, there was also an old man in the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. The rest were all in the earth immortal realm. Wu family? It should be the family that Wen Sheng said he wanted to bet with. If the Wen family was destroyed, could it be the Wu family's doing? With the system, unless the opponent's cultivation level was too high, there was no way to hide one's background. Ning Qi could see through the opponent's background with just a glance. Even what cultivation technique they cultivated, how much HP they had, what cultivation level they were at, everything was clearly displayed on the status panel. Above, Wu Xianying, why are you blocking our way? Wen Sheng snorted coldly. Wen Qing's gaze swept past Wu Xianying and landed on the other old man. She recognized this person. It was one of the Wu family's heaven immortal elders, but his surname wasn't Wu. Instead, he was the subordinate of the Wu family ancestor. It was said that he was chased by his enemies and was saved by the Wu family ancestor. Old. Wen Sheng, you probably don't know yet, but your Wen family has already been destroyed by a certain powerhouse, right? But it's not really destroyed. After all, the two of you aren't dead yet. Why? You want to return to the Wen family. Right now, the vast star is dominated by our Wu clan. The other great clans have acknowledged our Wu clan as the leader. The other major families acknowledge us as the supreme. Wu Xianying said mockingly. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing's expression changed drastically. It was fine if they heard the news in the Yunro sect, but now Wu Xianying also said the same thing. Could it be that their Wen family that had existed for countless years was really destroyed? Chapter 2250. You're right, elderly Tian. Wu Xianyang chuckled and nodded. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Boundless immortal qi surged out of his body and condensed into a golden imprint that shot towards Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. Wu family's immortal seal. Rank 3 divine ability of the immortal clan. Third sister, be careful. I didn't expect Wu Xianying to have mastered this divine ability. Wen Sheng's face turned solemn. The old man who was addressed as elderly Tian by Wu Xianying also made his move. It seemed like they were going to end the battle quickly and suppress Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing looked even more solemn. Brother Beixian, what should we do? Zhao Tong panicked. We can't escape. Ning Qi glanced around. Wu Xianying and Li Tian were dealing with Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, but the group of Earth Immortals they brought were looking at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. These two should be Wen Sheng and Wen Qing's servants. Finish them off. More than 20 Earth Immortals exchanged glances, but none of them seemed willing to take action. Only one of them, an early Earth Immortal, flew over to Ning Qi and Zhao Tong unwillingly. Zhao Tong was only an early human immortal. How could he be a match for an early earthly immortal? The qi emitted from his opponent was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to take a single step. Your master is going to die. Let me do a good deed and send you two to accompany him. The early Earth Immortal walked to Ning Qi and Zhao Tong and said with a smile. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing noticed this, but they were being held back by Wu Xianying and Li Tian. They couldn't help Ning Qi and Zhao Tong even if they wanted to. Are you sure we're the ones who are going to die and not you? Ning Qi's qi suddenly rose. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi in surprise with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He recalled that Ning Qi seemed to have killed the fiery golden eyes beast in the Nine-Sect Alliance's arena. That beast was also an early Earth immortal beast, and its strength should not be any weaker than this existence in front of him. Damn it! High-grade immortal artifact? Wen Sheng, you have a high-grade immortal artifact? Xianyang, don't be afraid. Given his cultivation, he is still unable to activate the true power of this high-grade celestial artifact. Wu Xianyang, old man Li Tian, both of you will die here today. The commotion above had attracted everyone's attention. The early Earth immortal who stood in front of Ning Qi, and Li Xiandao retracted his gaze and looked at Ning Qi again. He said with a smile, "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear anything." "How about, What happened?" This early Earth immortal expert widened his eyes and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. At this moment, Ning Qi's face was almost touching his face, and Ning Qi's fist went through his heart. Ning Qi's qi had become extremely horrifying. Although it couldn't be compared to the 4 heaven celestials in the sky, it was much stronger than all the Earth celestials present. Of the 9 inner hidden gates, all 7 had been opened. Ning Qi's already terrifying physical strength was comparable to that of an early-stage Earth immortal when he didn't open any of the gates. Now that he had opened all 7 gates, his physical strength had increased by 128 times. At this moment, the might of Ning Qi's punch was comparable to a perfection-stage earthly immortal. It was a piece of cake for him to kill an early-stage Earth immortal expert. With a bang, the early-stage Earth immortal expert was turned into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't understand how a mere early-stage human immortal could have such terrifying strength. Dead? As expected, Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. His eyes were gradually filled with excitement. As expected, the fiery golden eyes beast in the gladiator arena was killed by Ning Qi. Old Five is dead? That guy, did he hide his cultivation? Damn it! Avenge Old Five! Despicable and shameless, the surrounding Earth immortals were agitated and attacked Ning Qi and Zhao Tong with all kinds of means. Ning Qi smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared next to a middle-stage Earth immortal expert. That guy looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He couldn't even capture Ning Qi's speed. What kind of celestial art was that? 9-flame Daliao palm. Bang! Just like the previous Old Five, this middle-stage Earth immortal expert was turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was burned by some kind of immortal flame. The next moment, Ning Qi disappeared on the spot and reappeared next to another middle-stage Earth immortal expert who couldn't react in time. Bang! Killed with a single punch. Damn it! That guy hid his strength. Elderly Tian, you deal with the 2 of them first. I'll go and kill him. Wu Xianying noticed the situation below, and his face was filled with anger. These Earth immortals were his subordinates, who had followed him for many years. He had spent a lot of effort to train them. He planned to rely on them to seize power in the family in the future. But Ning Qi had killed 5 of his subordinates so easily. How could Wu Xianying endure 6 of them? Li Tian glanced at Ning Qi coldly and nodded. 10 breaths. I can only hold on for 10 breaths. 1 breath is enough. Wu Xianying grinned hideously and rushed towards Ning Qi. This guy, Wen Qing and Wen Sheng exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Ning Qi's strength had indeed exceeded their expectations. They had the intention to help Ning Qi, but in order to give Wu Xianying some time, Li Tian had directly taken out his trump card, causing the 2 of them to be overwhelmed. Son of a B***, die. A roar was heard above Ning Qi's head. Ning Qi's expression remained unchanged as he disappeared on the spot. Wu Xianying's immortal art landed on the spot where Ning Qi was just a moment ago, creating a bottomless pit. So fast! Wu Xianying was slightly stunned. While he was stunned, Ning Qi had killed another 2 Earth immortals who couldn't react in time. Wu Xianying was enraged. Ningqi laughed and looked at him mockingly. The moment Wu Xianyang attacked him, he disappeared again. Wu Xianyang's eyes were blinded by anger, and he planned to use the most primitive method to kill Ningqi. He even had the thought of capturing him alive and torturing him, but seeing Ningqi's speed was too fast, he suddenly remembered. But when he remembered that Ningqi's speed was too fast, Li Tian could no longer hold on. Damn it! Wu Xianying looked at Ningqi with hatred. He turned around to help Li Tian suppress Wensheng and Wenqing. He swore in his heart that he must capture Ningqi alive and torture him for 1,000 years. No, don't kill me! The last Earth Immortal late-stage cultivator looked at Ningqi blankly. Ningqi smiled. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for coming to this place at this time. I'll fight you to the death! An Earth Immortal late-stage cultivator had incredible means. If it was Ningqi who hadn't broken through to the human immortal stage, he might not have 100% confidence in winning. But Chapter 2251. The Earth Immortals that Wu Xianying and Li Tian brought were all dead. Zhao Tong looked at Ningqi blankly and swallowed his saliva. Brother Beixian, is he really an early-stage human immortal? Is he an immortal beast in human skin? So powerful. That fella killed all of Wu Xianying's men. Wenqing's eyes were filled with joy. When she and Wensheng realized this, their battle intent was raised to the extreme, causing Wu Xianying and Li Tian to flee in panic. As Wu Xianying escaped, he looked deeply at Ningqi. The hatred in his eyes was as if Ningqi had killed his entire family. Ningqi did not mind and smiled at Wu Xianying, causing Wu Xianying's speed to slow down. After being attacked by Wensheng and Wenqing, although he managed to escape, he would most likely need time to recover. For a long time. Which immortal sect are you from? Wenqing looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression. I forgot. Ningqi said faintly. Wensheng smiled at Wenqing, then looked at Ningqi and said, Brother Beixian, I hope you don't take offense to my rudeness. Brother Beixian could have left just now. Why did you stay and help us? Wenqing's eyes became a little strange. Could it be that you did it for me? Zhao Tong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Due to his appearance, he had been bullied since he was young. Even after he entered the immortal sect and cultivated to the human immortal stage, it did not change. Hence, he offended a lady in the sect and was framed in the 9-sect alliances arena. However, Zhao Tong's temperament did not change because of this. Didn't we agree earlier that you'll bring us out of the 9-sect alliances arena and I'll help you fight with the Wu clan? Since we haven't fought yet, how can I leave? Ningqi said with a frown. Wensheng and Wenqing looked at each other, their expressions a little strange. It was rare for immortals to be so trustworthy. Moreover, Ningqi was not their friend. Even if he had taken the opportunity to escape just now, he would at most be scolded for being shameless. Our Wen clan might have been annihilated, just like they said. I'm afraid the bet with the Wu clan can't be completed either. Both of you have nothing to do with this matter, so don't get involved, Wensheng said with a sigh. What do you mean? Ningqi said. Brother Beixian will meet again. Wensheng cupped his hands. From his attitude towards Ningqi, one could tell that Ningqi's combat power had already gained his recognition. Even though one of them was an early heavenly immortal and the other was an early worldly immortal, if Ningqi didn't hide his cultivation, then such an early worldly immortal would be too terrifying. Wensheng would rather believe in Ningqi. He had used some kind of fairy weapon to conceal his cultivation. In fact, he was a late earthly immortal or even a peak earthly immortal. Although he was still far from being a celestial immortal, Ningqi's actions just now were enough to gain Wensheng's favor and approval. Second brother, Wenqing looked at Wensheng, seemingly unwilling to let Ningqi and Wensheng leave. It was because the Wen clan was likely to be destroyed and they needed new faces to help them investigate. It's better to confirm it personally. Ning Chi said lightly. Confirm what? Confirm whether your Wen clan was completely destroyed. Let's go. Howren Star was a level 4 star. There were almighty cultivators at the golden immortal stage, but there were not many of them. Apart from the One clan and the Wu clan, there were 3 other great clans that had 1 each. However, those 3 were not as experienced as the first 2, and there was a gap in their strength. Therefore, after the One clan was destroyed, the Wu clan became the number 1 clan on Howren Star. Howren Star was huge, and the One clan's previous clan was located in the Morality City, which had the densest immortal chi. There were countless sects and rogue cultivators on Howren Star, and they all depended on the Wen clan. There were millions of immortals in the Morality City. 10% of them were human immortals and above. The rest were from the Chi Refinement Realm to the Great Ascension Realm, just like the Endless Heaven Star. However, it was different from the Endless Heaven Star. In the Immortal Realm, it was not that difficult to advance to the next realm before becoming an immortal. Unlike in the Endless Heaven Star, a Foundation Establishment cultivator might need hundreds or even thousands of years to cultivate to the Golden Core Realm. In the Immortal Realm, these 2 realms could be achieved in a few months. On the other hand, it would only take a few years, unless one's aptitude was incomparably bad. When the 4 of them approached the Morality City, they deliberately waited outside for a long time, wanting to see how the situation was. The Morality City, which was originally bustling with people, now seemed empty, as if all the immortals had left. After a period of probing, the 4 of them found out that there were no traces of formations around the Morality City. There were no traces of formations around the Morality City, which meant that after the enemy destroyed the Wen family, he did not care if the Wen family members were all dead or not, and left immediately. I'll go take a look. Ning Chi moved slightly and appeared in the sky above the Morality City. He had the system, so he was sure that there were no immortals in the Morality City. If there were, he would first see their health points, then check the attribute panel. After a period of probing, he did not find any movement. This is fist mark? Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. There was nothing in the huge Morality City except for a fist mark. This fist mark was very, very deep. If one stood too close, they would not even realize it was a fist mark. The fist mark covered the entire Morality City. It was estimated that all the immortals in the city at that time were dead, including the One clan's immortals. Other than the Morality City, there were no signs of fighting around. This meant that the immortals in the Morality City could not react in time and were instantly killed by this fist. The One clan had a golden immortal elder, but also could not react in time. The other party was at least a great overarching golden immortal, or even a mysterious immortal. Ning Chi moved again and returned to the side of Wensheng and the other 2. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Chi curiously, wanting to know what Ning Chi saw. A fist mark. I guess all the immortals in the Morality City are dead. Ning Chi said. When Wensheng and Wenqing heard this, they immediately soared into the sky and looked at the Morality City from above. Their faces suddenly became extremely pale. Wenqing's body trembled uncontrollably, and big drops of tears rolled down from his eyes. Second brother, father, mother, uncle, elder ancestor. Are they all dead? The elder ancestor might have escaped. Wensheng comforted. Even he didn't believe what he had just said. Such a seemingly natural fist mark proved that the other party had only punched once and didn't punch a second time. In fact, after punching once, the old ancestor of his family should have been turned into ashes in an instant. There was no hope for him to escape. Third sister, we can't stay on Howren Star any longer. The Wu clan might be catching up soon. Let's leave this place first. Wensheng said. Second brother, where else can we go? Chapter 2252. Beishen, we're going to the Ancestral Star, Mystic Sword Sect. Wu Xianying has also remembered your previous appearances. I'm afraid we can't stay on this Howren Star any longer. Let's go together. Wen Sheng and Zhao Tong landed in front of Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. Wen Qing's complexion was a little pale, while Wen Sheng was relatively calm, unable to see the pain of his family being exterminated. Mystic Sword Sect of Ancestral Star. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. After Wen Sheng spoke, the system suddenly gave him a quest to head to the Ancestral Star to become an outer sect disciple of the Xianjian sect. Ding. Please head to the Ancestral Star to become an outer sect disciple of the Xianjian sect. This is a mandatory mission. If the mission fails, kill. Ding. Host, please learn the Xianjian sect's supreme immortal technique, the emotion extinguishing profound sword. This is a free mission. There is no punishment for mission failure, and if the mission succeeds, you will be promoted to a higher realm. Love, Destroyer Mysterious Sword. Successfully raised my cultivation level by 1 realm. Ning Qi was a little surprised. It had been a long time since the system had issued a quest, and now that he was suddenly asked to go to the Ancestral Star Profound Sword Sect. Could it be because of Wen Sheng? As for the mission to learn the emotionless mystic sword, the reward for completing it was to directly increase one's realm. This had never happened before. Ning Qi had thought that after he reached his current realm, the system could no longer use simple violent means to affect his cultivation. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Was it a big realm or a small realm? Ning Qi asked the system several times, but the system didn't reply. He checked the details of the mission himself, but he didn't get any hint. If it was a small realm, it might be the 4 stages of elementary, middle, late, and full. If it was a big realm, it might directly promote Ning Qi to the Earth Immortal stage. Incredible. Child Wen, may I know where the Ancestral Star is? Ning Qi said after a moment of silence. Wen Sheng, Wen Qing, and Zhao Tong's expressions turned strange. They did not even know about the Ancestral Star. The first 2 finally believed that Ning Qi had lost his memory. I'll tell you when we're on our way. Let's go. Wen Qing glanced around. Wen Sheng nodded and released the ferry boat. As soon as the 4 of them stepped onto the ferry boat, a huge rock fell from the sky. It wasn't just one, but countless. It was like a rain of huge rocks. These huge rocks weren't ordinary rocks. When the first one landed on the ferry boat, Ning Qi clearly saw cracks appear on the boat. Wu Clan's Falling Rock Seal. This is a rank 3 immortal art of the Wu Clan. Judging from this technique, the caster is definitely a late-stage heaven immortal. If the 2 of you have the chance, escape this place. Wen Sheng's expression turned solemn. Then he formed a seal with Wen Qing and cast a celestial technique. Suddenly, a golden round shield that looked like a pot lid appeared on the ferry boat. When the boulder landed on the golden round shield, it rolled to the side. Every time it rolled, Ning Qi and Zhao Tong felt the sky and earth shake. If the power of the stone hit them, Zhao Tong would probably be smashed into minced meat. As for Ning Qi, he would probably be able to withstand a dozen or so hits. After that, he would become minced meat just like Zhao Tong. Ning Qi noticed that the huge rocks weren't physical objects. They should be formed by the condensation of immortal spiritual qi. In less than 10 minutes, Wen Sheng and Wen Qing's immortal arts couldn't hold on any longer. They were smashed into pieces by the huge rocks. Immediately after, the huge rocks fell onto the ferry boat. Cracks appeared on the ferry boat like spider webs. A dozen breaths later, this immortal boat that wasn't of a low grade shattered into pieces with a loud bang. Miss, don't kill them. Capture them and throw them into the demon purification gourd to refine. That way, young master can vent his anger. An old voice rang out. A few figures appeared in midair. Ning Qi recognized one of them. It was Li Tian. Another figure was an old woman. Her skin was full of wrinkles, and she exuded a hint of death aura. It was as if she had 1 foot in the coffin and wouldn't live for long. Her aura was stronger than Li Tian's. On the attribute panel, it was written that she was at the middle stage of heaven immortal. The last figure had a temperament similar to the peak master of Fairy Peak that Ningqi met in Yunruo's sect. She was also a beautiful woman in palace attire. However, at this moment, her face was filled with killing intent as she stared at Wensheng and Wenqing. This woman had the highest cultivation among the three of them. She was at the middle stage of heaven immortal. The falling stone seal should have been cast by this woman. Lu Dongyu. Wensheng and Wenqing's expressions changed slightly. This woman is Wu Xianying's mother. She's the direct descendant of the Lu family of Harenstar. She's at the middle stage of heaven immortal. I'm afraid second brother and I are no match for her. You two wait for an opportunity and escape first. Wenqing glanced at Ningqi and moved his lips. Want to escape? Hee, could this be your lover? Lu Dongyu's gaze fell on Wenqing and she smiled. This smile diluted the killing intent on her face. As far as I know, you're just like your mother when she was young. You don't even care about men. Why would you be interested in a mere middle-stage human immortal? Wenqing's expression became extremely ugly. She didn't expect Lu Dongyu to be able to hear her voice transmission. This didn't make sense. Usually, only golden immortal patriarchs would be able to hear the voice transmission of a heaven immortal. Obviously, Lu Dongyu had some kind of celestial artifact that allowed her to hear Wenqing's voice transmission to Ningqi. Since that's the case, I'll kill him first as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Lu Dongyu smiled. However, her smile was extremely cold. It caused the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Wu Xianying was dead. How could this be possible? Wensheng and Wenqing's expressions changed drastically. Although they had struck Wu Xianying at the last moment, that kind of injury would only take some time for him to recover. He wouldn't die. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. Wensheng noticed that Li Tian's expression wasn't right. He immediately shouted. However, Lu Dongyu had already attacked Ningqi. The means of a late heaven immortal was many times stronger than an early heaven immortal. If the falling stone seal didn't stop Ningqi, and the other three would have died. Die. Lu Dongyu laughed as she looked at Ningqi. In the next moment, Ningqi felt as though his body was being cut by thousands of knives. This woman wants to dismember me. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. At this juncture, only the exploding heart technique could save his life. A mere late heaven immortal shouldn't be able to resist a spiritual will that was increased by hundreds of times. Just as Ningqi was about to execute the exploding heart technique, the clothes on his body suddenly turned into pieces, revealing the majestic silver dragon tattoo on his upper body. Roar! Ningqi seemed to have heard an ancient dragon roar. The feeling of being cut by knives instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Dongyu's face revealed a trace of panic. She looked at Ningqi in disbelief. What is this? What's on your body? Miss, what's going on? Chapter 2253. The old woman was an intermediate heaven immortal, but she was crushed just like that. Not only was Li Tian stunned, but Wensheng and Wenqing were also stunned. After the claw crushed the old woman, it disappeared instantly as if it had never been there. Lu Dongyu shrieked. The fear in her eyes intensified as she turned and fled. This, Li Tian stared dumbfoundedly at Lu Dongyu's back and subconsciously looked at Ningqi. When he discovered that the giant claw that had just appeared was exactly the same as the claw on Ningqi's silver dragon tattoo, his body trembled and he turned into a stream of light, escaping with Lu Dongyu. In the immortal world, there were all sorts of methods to protect the descendants of clans. However, these methods wouldn't be too strong. Li Tian didn't dare to imagine the cultivation of the person who set up such a method to instantly kill a mid-heavenly immortal. He was afraid that it might even be a golden immortal. Not even. In the blink of an eye, the crisis was averted. Wensheng and Wenqing looked at each other, then at Ningqi in a completely different way. At this moment, They were sure that Ning Chi's background was much stronger than theirs. As the prodigies of Wen Clan, even the old ancestor of Wen Clan wasn't with them. Only their big brother would have such treatment after setting up such a trap. Brother Beixian, some kind of terrifying immortal beast, must have passed by and accidentally trampled that old woman to death. Zhao Tong said with fear. The speed of the claw crushing the old woman was too fast. With his cultivation, he couldn't even see what the claw looked like, let alone associate it with Ning Chi. Perhaps. Ning Chi smiled, but his eyes were full of solemnity. Beixian, let's go. Lu Dongyu, that old witch, might come back after she realizes what happened. Wen Sheng said. Wen Qing waved his hand, and a new immortal boat appeared before the four of them. Not long after, the boat broke through the sky and left Haran Star. About 6 hours later, Lu Dongyu and Li Tian returned to their original spot cautiously. Seeing that Ning Chi and the others had disappeared, Lu Dongyu's expression was very ugly. Li Tian, where did that kid come from? Lu Dongyu said coldly. Li Tian laughed awkwardly and said, This is the first time I've seen him. Perhaps he's a good friend that the Wen siblings made outside. However, his cultivation isn't high, yet he's hiding such tricks. His background shouldn't be weak. That method can only be used once. Lu Dongyu said lightly. You mean one time? Li Tian nodded in realization. Yes, it should be a one-time use. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape just now. Lu Dongyu's eyes became colder and colder. She was so frightened by the aura that she didn't dare to stay where she was, and missed the opportunity to kill Wen Sheng and Wen Qing to avenge her son. Xian Yang won't die in vain. Elderly, go back and tell old ancestor to lend me the Wu clan's immortal guard. I want to take revenge for Xian Yang. Lu Dongyu said coldly. Immortal guard? The two of them have already escaped. If I don't have any special methods, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to track them down. Li Tian laughed dryly and tried to make Lu Dongyu understand how difficult it was to find two heaven immortals in the vast, heavenly ancient mystic realm. The old ancestor who founded the Wen clan is a disciple of the ancestral star's mystic sword sect. Now that the Wen clan has been destroyed, where do you think those two bastards can go? Lu Dongyu looked at the starry sky and sneered. Well, all right, I'll go back and tell old ancestor. Li Tian nodded and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Wu clan. The Wu clan had a total of 3 immortal guards, and each of them was a perfect heaven immortal. They were roped in by the Wu clan's old ancestor with a huge sum of money. They were all elders like Li Tian, but their positions were much higher than Li Tian's. After all, the Wu clan didn't even have a perfect heaven immortal. They had always relied on the Wu clan's old ancestor to fight against the Wen clan for so many years. On the immortal boat, Wen Qing steered the immortal boat expressionlessly, while Wen Sheng told Ning Chi everything about the ancestral star. The ancestral star was so huge that even 10,000 southern peaks combined would not be as big as one of its continents. With the cultivation base of a heavenly immortal, it would take tens of thousands of years to travel across the entire ancestral star. A long, long time ago, the ancestral star was the first class 9 planet in the immortal realm. The first immortal emperor was also born on the ancestral star. Now, the major clans and sects of the 9 immortal realms were more or less connected to the ancestral star. It could be said that the ancestral star was the birthplace of immortals and the strongest planet in the immortal realm. But a long time ago, the immortal chi on the ancestral star had suddenly changed. Apart from that, the treasures on the ancestral star had also become scarce. After the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, the ancestral star had completely declined. Many sects had left for other celestial realms to find a way out, and there were not many sects left on the ancestral star. The Xianjian sect that Wen Sheng and the others were going to could only be considered a second-rate sect on the ancestral star. The sect master, Old Man Mysterious Sword, had already lived for tens of thousands of years, and was the only great Luo golden immortal in the Xianjian sect. In all these years, the Xianjian sect has never produced another great Luo golden immortal? Ning Qi was curious. Wen Sheng gave Ning Qi a strange look. Did this guy think it was easy to become a perfected golden immortal? Many sects had declined from the beginning of their establishment to the point where only the founding ancestor was a perfected golden immortal. Over the years, there might have been some prodigies, but it was normal for them to fail to attain Tao fruit and become perfected golden immortals. The Xianjian sect was like this. The old man Profound Sword was the founder of the sect, and it was still the same today. He was alive, but after him, the strongest existence that appeared in the Xianjian sect was only a golden immortal. I've never heard of anyone attaining Tao fruition and ascending to Grand Luo in the homeworld. Wen Sheng shook his head. If the Mystic Sword sect is only second-rate in the homeworld, wouldn't first-rate sects have mystic immortals stronger than great overarching golden immortals? How many mystic immortals are there on the ancestral star? Ning Qi asked. There is only one mystic immortal, and it is the ancestor of the Yuqing clan, the strongest sect in the homeworld. There was a hint of reverence in Wen Sheng's eyes, and his expression became respectful when he spoke of mystic immortals, as if the other party could hear him. Ning Qi concluded that existences like mystic immortals were not common in the immortal realm, and perhaps that Jiang family disciple from back then was a mystic immortal. Of course, his cultivation could be higher or lower. Now that Wen Sheng and Wen Qing were present, Ning Qi did not intend to take out the Immortal Lord badge in front of them, or he might be able to find some clues about the Jiang family from the heavenly ranking. The homeworld was a domain of its own and did not belong to any immortal domain. Ning Qi sat cross-legged and cultivated while using the immortal boat. He had already restrained the speed at which he absorbed immortal qi, but it was still terrifying in the eyes of Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, as if the immortal qi was tunneling into Ning Qi's body by itself. Chapter 2254. Second brother, the speed at which he's inhaling and exhaling immortal qi is actually faster than us. Did you see it? Is he using some sort of technique to conceal his cultivation? Wen Qing looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Perhaps they're hiding their cultivation. But I heard that when the monstrous geniuses under the immortal monarchs are at the human immortal stage, their speed of absorbing immortal qi is comparable to the heavenly immortal stage. Second brother, you mean? It's possible, but he must have lost his memory. Otherwise, if he had directly announced his identity in the 9 sect alliances, even the 2 of us wouldn't have dared to make things difficult for him, right? If we can get him to ask the Lord Immortal Monarch to stand up for our Wen family, not to mention that the Lord Immortal Monarch will not care about such a small matter, now that he has lost his memories, although there are not many Immortal Monarch in the world. There are still quite a few of them. We can't even see a single one of them, not to mention that this is just a guess. Third sister, if you want to take revenge, you can only go to the Xianjian sect. Investigate this matter for us. 37 great cosmic shifts. The location of the homeworld is probably very far away from the 9 immortal realms. Ning Qi had calculated that when Shang and Zhao Tong had taken him in Zhao Tong through 37 teleportation portals before arriving at their current location. The legendary birthplace of immortals, the ancestral star. The immortal qi here seems to be similar to that of the righteous star. Just as the 2 said, this is a declining place. It is a class 6 planet, but it is comparable to a class 4 planet like the righteous star. It is only natural that the immortals would leave the homeworld in search of a way out. Ning Qi sensed the immortal spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. It wasn't thick, but it was definitely enough for Ning Qi. Perhaps if he cultivated here for a few decades, he would be able to fill up his first immortal meridian. Beixian, we have arrived at the ancestral star. What are your plans? Wen Sheng looked at Ning Qi and heaved a sigh of relief. Once they reached the ancestral star, they would be safe. Whether it was the Wu clan or the existence that destroyed the Wen clan, they would need to spend some time to reach this place. This amount of time was enough for Wen Sheng and Ning Qi to enter the Xianjian sect and become disciples of the Xianjian sect again. I remember that the two of you are planning to go to the Xianjian sect. Why don't we go together? Ning Qi smiled. Wen Sheng and Wen Qing looked at each other, feeling a little happy in their hearts. They had already sensed that Ning Qi's identity was extraordinary, so they were naturally happy to make friends with him. Zhao Tong silently followed behind Ning Qi. His current plan was very simple. Wherever Ning Qi went, he would follow. On the way to the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi saw many cultivators above the unity stage, who were also heading towards the Xianjian sect. Occasionally, there would be some worldly immortal stage cultivators. Immortals and mortals coexist in the ancestral star, but most mortals would never be able to see us even once in their lives. Cultivators, on the other hand, often appear in the mortal world. Wen Sheng smiled. Second brother, something's wrong. So many cultivators who aren't even worldly immortals are also heading towards the Xianjian sect. Could it be? Wen Qing was a little suspicious. Wen Sheng pinched his fingers and calculated, then laughed. This year just so happens to be the time for the Xianjian sect to recruit outer sect disciples. These cultivators are probably going to learn from their masters. The ancestral star was very big, but when Ning Qi and the rest were teleported here, they just so happened to be in the territory of the Xianjian sect. In just a few days, the four of them could already see the endless buildings that were floating high up in the sky, as though it was a giant floating city. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of the Xianjian sect, many cultivators and immortals appeared in front of them. The two groups of people were clearly separated. The immortals stood together with the immortals, and the cultivators stood together with the cultivators. There were about a few thousand cultivators, and their cultivation ranged from the unity stage to the Deshang stage. As for the immortals, there were only 300 to 400, and most of them were at the worldly immortal stage. Since you have come to my Xianjian sect today to learn from your master, I believe you should know the rules of my Xianjian sect. At the entrance of the Xianjian sect, a heaven immortal stood in the air, looking at the immortals and cultivators in front of him, and said indifferently, "If you want to enter my Xianjian sect, you must pass 3 trials, and none of these 3 trials are missing. If you are unable to pass, go back to where you came from, and do not be shameless, or else I will not be courteous to you." "Senior, we understand," everyone said respectfully. At this time, Ning Qi and the other 3 just happened to fly to the entrance of the mountain. The heaven immortal frowned and coldly looked at Ning Qi and the other 3. When he saw Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, his expression changed slightly. "Senior brother, I am Wen Sheng, a disciple of the vast Starwind family in the ancient immortal realm. This is my 3rd sister, Wen Qing, who wishes to see ancestor Xianjian." Wen Sheng cupped his hands and said. When the immortals and cultivators below heard this, they looked at Wen Sheng and the other 2 curiously. The moment they opened their mouths, they wanted to see the founder of the Xianjian sect, the existence of the Tao fruit. This meant that their identities and backgrounds were not simple. Vast star, when family of the ancient immortal realm. Yi Tian's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He seemed to have some impression of this vast star, but he could not remember it clearly. Seeing that, Wen Sheng laughed. "My ancestor, Wen Zun, was also an inner disciple of the Xianjian sect." "Wen Zun?" Yi Tian's eyes moved slightly. He finally knew where that sense of familiarity came from. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he said, "So it's a disciple of martial uncle Wen's family." "Senior brother, the 2 of us have urgent matters to attend to. We wish to see ancestor Xianjian. Please pass the message on our behalf." Wen Sheng smiled. Please wait a moment." Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. Seeing that the 2 of them were only at the early stage of the worldly immortal stage, he did not take them to heart. After giving some instructions to the immortals and cultivators below, Yi Tian turned around and left. The way the immortals and cultivators looked at Wen Sheng and Wenqing had already changed. Since their ancestor, Wenzun, was Yi Tian's martial uncle, then it was very likely that he was in existence of the golden immortal stage. To them, the earth immortal stage was already extremely impressive, not to mention the golden immortal stage, which was an entire realm higher than the heaven immortal stage. Immortal, Yi Tian entered the Xianjian sect, but did not go to the place where Old Man Mysterious Sword was in seclusion. Instead, he went to the cave residence of his master, the great elder of the Mysterious Sword sect's Pill Hall, Yi Rulong. Master, 2 disciples of the heavenly immortal stage have come from martial uncle Wenzun's family, saying that they wish to see ancestor Xianjian. Yi Tian stood respectfully at the entrance of the cave and said. In the next moment, the door to the cave suddenly opened, and a young immortal who looked much younger than Yi Tian walked out. His lips were red and his teeth were white, and his skin was even more delicate than a woman's. However, his body emitted the aura of the golden immortal stage. This person was Yi Tian's master, the great elder of the Xianjian sect's Pill Hall. Yi Rulong, are you saying that when Zun sent 2 disciples of the heavenly immortal stage to my Xianjian sect? Yi Rulong said indifferently. Yi Tian nodded. These 2 people are called Wensheng and Wenqing. They wish to see ancestor Xianjian. Looks like that traitor Wenzun has encountered some trouble. He wants to see the ancestor. What a pipe dream. Come, I'll go take a look. Yi Rulong sneered and soared into the sky. Chapter 2255. At the entrance of the mountain. When Yi Rulong arrived, he emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone looked at Yi Rulong with bewildered expressions, as if trying to guess Yi Rulong's identity. You are all disciples of the Wen family? Yi Rulong coldly glanced at Ning Qi and the other 3. Senior, I am Wensheng. She is my 3rd sister, Wenqing. Wensheng hurriedly took a step forward. What did that old man Wenzun send you here for? Yi Rulong said indifferently. Hearing this, Wenqing's eyes revealed a trace of anger. The moment the other party opened his mouth, he called her old man. He was clearly insulting her ancestor. Wensheng was slightly startled. He looked at Yi Rulong with a serious expression and said, The 2 of you wish to see ancestor Xianjian. You won't be able to see the ancestor. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Otherwise, scram. Yi Rulong coldly snorted. Second brother, 3rd sister, don't be impatient. Wensheng glanced at Wenqing, then looked at Yi Rulong. May I know how to address you, senior? Yi Rulong. The corner of Yi Rulong's mouth rose slightly. Wenzun, that old man, should have mentioned me before, right? The 2's faces were ashen. Not only did the ancestor of the Wen family mention Yi Rulong, he even specifically told the disciples of the Wen family to escape immediately if they met him. It's Senior Yi, the great elder of the Xianjian sect's Dan Hall. I never thought that I would be able to see Senior Yi with my own eyes today. I didn't come for nothing this time. I heard that Senior Yi is the most promising existence in this generation of the Xianjian sect. Perhaps the 2nd sect leader of the Xianjian sect is Senior Yi. The immortals and cultivators below all became excited. They looked at Yi Rulong with eyes full of respect and anticipation. If they could be accepted by Yi Rulong as a direct disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single step. However, unless their talent was heaven-defying, the disciples who had just entered the Xianjian sect would not have a master, because they needed to spend contribution points to attend classes in the lecture hall. So, it's Senior Yi, Wensheng said respectfully. The patriarch has indeed mentioned Senior Yi before, saying that Senior Yi is a dragon among men. Now that I've seen him today, he really lives up to his reputation. That old man Wenzun would say that about me. When he betrayed the sect and created the so-called Wen family, I gave him a big gift. Yi Rulong mocked. Stop flattering me. No matter how much you flatter, you won't be able to see the ancestor. If you have something, you can say it. When Zhao Tong saw Wen Sheng and Yi Rulong, who were at the fairy immortal stage, being ridiculed by Yi Rulong, he felt a burning sensation in his heart. This was a world where only the strong were respected. As long as one was powerful enough, he could even scold someone at the fairy immortal stage. After hearing Yi Rulong's, he said with A, Yilong I, Yi family, he's Yi is. Yi was A. I think this is retribution. With something like this happening to your Wen family, if you come and find my Xianjian sect, my Xianjian sect will not be able to help you. You can leave now. Yi Rulong waved his hand. Wen Qing finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said to Yi Rulong sternly, "You are using your position to take revenge. My ancestor once said that when you were in the Xianjian sect, you were already at odds with him and had to go against my ancestor in everything. Now, my ancestor, you actually don't care about the relationship between the sect and want to chase us away." Wen Sheng's face turned pale. The smile on Yi Rulong's face didn't change, but in the next moment, a majestic immortal spirit energy swept towards Wen Qing. Wen Qing didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing her clothes red. "For the sake of Wen Zun, I won't kill you today." "Scram," Yi Rulong said indifferently. "Third sister, are you all right?" Wen Sheng immediately flew to Wen Qing's side and checked on her injuries. Seeing that her life was not in danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yi Rulong was about to turn around and leave, Wen Sheng coldly snorted. "Today the Xianjian sect is recruiting disciples. The two of us are not talented, but we also want Toy Wonder if Senior Yi is going to stop me from entering the Xianjian sect." "Oh, enter my Xianjian sect? Hee, I can't care about that, as long as you like it." Yi Rulong's body trembled slightly. He turned around and looked at the two of them with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Even if you enter my Xianjian sect, you won't be able to see the ancestor, because this is what Yi Rulong said." With that, Yi Rulong strode away. When he left, he glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian's expression immediately became strange as he nodded slightly. The surrounding immortals and cultivators finally understood what was going on. They all distanced themselves from Ning Qi and the other three. Even if Wen Sheng and Wen Qing were at the heaven immortal stage, they would definitely want to befriend them. But now that they had personally witnessed the two of them fighting against Yi Rulong, who would dare to befriend them? Can't avoid it. Only then. "The two of you, usually when in existence at the Earth immortal stage or above enters my Xianjian sect, they will have to go through another 3 stages. Follow me." Yi Tian smiled at Wen Sheng and Wen Qing. "All right." Wen Sheng and Wen Qing nodded solemnly. They knew that the other party would purposely make things difficult for them, but they were not afraid. This time, they had to enter the Xianjian sect. Only then would they have hope of avenging the Wen family. After the 3 of them left, another Earth immortal stage cultivator arrived not long after. This person had a ferocious face. He glanced at the crowd coldly and said indifferently, "All of you, follow me." Ning Qi noticed that his gaze lingered on him and Zhao Tong for half a breath longer. It seemed that because of Wen Sheng and Wen Qing, he and Zhao Tong had also been implicated. The other party would probably purposely make things difficult for the two of them during the 3 stages of the trial. My Xianjian sect is a famous sect in the ancestral star. Back then, the Xianjian ancestor used the supreme immortal technique, the emotion-extinguishing mysterious sword, to fight against 5 Daluo golden immortals alone, shocking the crowd. That's why the Xianjian sect was founded. Therefore, my Xianjian sect is not a place where just anyone can enter. If you want to become a disciple of my Xianjian sect, you must pass the first stage of the trial, Snow Mountain. Let me tell you in advance, this was personally set up by a golden immortal stage elder of my Xianjian sect. If your state of mind is not firm enough, you will be frozen to death on the mountain. If there are any who want to retreat, you can leave now. The fierce-looking man brought everyone to the front of a pure, white snow mountain. This snow mountain was a little strange. Other than this mountain, the other mountains seemed to be like spring all year round. Only this mountain was covered in white snow, emitting a bone-piercing chill. Before they even reached the mountain, many cultivators could not stand it. Their faces were frozen. I quit. I quit too. Many people left on the spot. Chapter 2256. Everyone looked at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Many of the cultivators present had tried to pass through the 3 stages of the Xianjian sect's trial. The trial of the snowy mountain was not difficult, but it was not easy either. The main reason was that when the Xianjian sect did not recruit disciples, the snowy mountain was closed. And during this period of time, it was secretly accumulating energy. It was very easy for his soul to be frozen before he could even climb halfway up the mountain. The cultivators who had never been here did not know, but many of the cultivators who had been here knew that when the snow mountain had just opened, it would take a day or 2 to start the trial. Zhao Tong was a little worried. In reality, he did not want to join the Xianjian sect, but since he planned to follow Ning Qi, he would go wherever Ning Qi went. Aren't we going to do this trial together? Ning Qi looked at the big-sized man and laughed. Just do what I say. If you don't want to, I'll give you another chance now. Scram. The big-sized man smiled, but his tone was not polite. If it wasn't for the system's request, Ning Qi might have really killed him and then left this place. At the very least, he would hide in the top training grounds for a period of time. With so many immortal realms, how could a mere Xianjian sect find him? What is your identity in the Xianjian sect? Outer sect disciple? Inner sect disciple? Successor disciple? Or is it a deacon elder? Ning Qi said indifferently. What is it? You want to know my identity? Let me tell you, your father's master is the senior Yi Tian that you met before. Yi Rulong is your father's master ancestor. Even if you luckily pass these 3 trials and become a disciple of the Xianjian sect, I can still beat you up once I see you. The big-sized man laughed sinisterly, his eyes emitting a strand of killing intent as he looked at Ning Qi. Zhao Tong was surrounded by the killing intent, coupled with the coldness of the snow mountain. His body immediately trembled, but Ning Qi did not seem to care. When the surrounding cultivators found out about the big-sized man's identity, their expressions became even more respectful. Maybe they would not have the chance to become disciples of the Xianjian sect and become disciples of Yi Rulong and Yi Tian, but if they could become disciples of the Earth Immortal stage, it would be enough. Rogue cultivators like them wanted to find a master. It was really not easy. Is that so? I hope you can do as you say. Ning Qi smiled faintly, nodded to Zhao Tong, and walked towards the snowy mountain. Zhao Tong glanced at the big man with some fear, and quickly followed Ning Qi. They had just arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain when he felt that the coldness was already very terrifying. It was as if his soul was about to be frozen and his body became sluggish. The next moment, a trace of warmth came from the outside world into his body. He subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi, and his eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. The burly man stared coldly at Ning Qi's back, his eyes flickering. The cultivators and immortals who came to the trial this time stood behind the big-sized man, watching Ning Qi and Zhao Tong enter the snowy mountain. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Luckily, they did not offend the immortals of the Xianjian sect. If not, they would not even be able to pass the first stage of the trial. Bei, big brother Bei Xian, I don't think I can hold on any longer. Why don't you leave first? I'll go back. Before he had even walked a third of the way, Zhao Tong's body started to sway. With his cultivation at the early stage of the human immortal stage, this cold aura would not cause much harm to his body. However, the cold aura of the snow mountain had been specially set up by the Golden Immortal, and it specifically targeted the soul. The more powerful one was, the easier it would be for the soul to be frozen. When the soul died, the physical body would naturally become useless. Think about the people who mocked you back then. Ning Qi did not turn his head, but his voice rang in Zhao Tong's ears. Zhao Tong was startled. Then his eyes revealed a resolute look. He gritted his teeth and followed behind Ning Qi, walking step by step towards the top of the snowy mountain. He suddenly felt that his body was not that cold anymore. Zhao Tong somewhat understood that if he had the slightest intention to retreat in this place, it would become colder and colder. He might not even be able to leave the snowy mountain in time and would be frozen to death. After understanding this point, Zhao Tong constantly told himself that he had to pass this trial. If he could become a disciple of the Xianjian sect, then when he returned to the Zhao clan in the future, those fellows would no longer dare to mock him. From start to finish, Ning Qi was calm and composed. It was as though the cold wind on the snowy mountains could not harm him at all. Apart from the fact that Ning Qi was not afraid of the snowy mountains and did not take this trial seriously, the strength of Ning Qi's soul was not something a mere human immortal could compare with. Even an earth immortal would pale in comparison to Ning Qi. Ning Qi suddenly understood why the system had asked him to collect spirit godstones. Unknowingly, after his soul absorbed the spirit godstones, it gradually surpassed his peers by too much. Ah! Zhao Tong's exclamation came from behind. Ning Qi did not stop and continued walking. Zhao Tong saw many corpses that had frozen to death. He maintained a terrified expression as he appeared halfway up the snowy mountain. His heart, which had finally steadied itself, was once again filled with a trace of fear. Because of this trace of fear, he almost froze to death. "Don't be afraid. I can't be afraid." Zhao Tong glanced at Ning Qi's back and muttered to himself. His body gradually warmed up, and only then did Zhao Tong once again chase after Ning Qi. At the foot of the snowy mountain, Ning Qi and Zhao Tong's figures quickly disappeared from the snowy mountain. Because there was a special forbidden technique here, even immortals could not see too far away. "All right, you can go up now," the big-sized man said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. The worldly immortal stage cultivators were the first to run towards the snowy mountain. They were prepared to rush to the top in one go. Thousands of disciples who were participating in the trial appeared like ants in the snowy mountain. Some of them ran as fast as they could, while others had already retreated at the foot of the mountain. There were even some who were preparing to retreat, but it was too late. Just as they turned around, they were frozen to death. The chill in their hearts. Those two fellows probably froze to death, right? The big-sized man muttered to himself. He smiled faintly and flew to the top of the snowy mountain. At the top of the snowy mountain, the scenery was different. It was lush, and the temperature was very moderate. It was like half of the mountain was winter, and the other half was spring. Not long after the big-sized man reached the top of the mountain, a figure appeared at the top of the mountain. This figure walked towards the big-sized man unhurriedly. There was no frost on his body, as if everything that happened on the snowy mountain did not affect him at all. Chapter 22:57. 6 hours. With this kind of speed, it seems like no one in the previous trials is faster than him. The big-sized man stared straight at Ning Qi and thought to himself. Ning Qi glanced at the burly man and ignored him. After another 6 to 10 hours, Zhao Tong walked to the peak of the mountain, trembling. He was completely different from Ning Qi. His body was covered in a thick layer of ice, his face was pale, and his lips were black. However, as soon as he reached the peak, a warm feeling of vitality instantly rushed into his body. Inside, the ice on Zhao Tong's body also melted, and his complexion became much better. "Big Brother Bei Xian, I did it! I did it!" After the coldness disappeared, Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi excitedly. He did not realize that after climbing to the peak of the mountain, his soul had been tempered once, and was stronger than before climbing the mountain by 2 to 3 points. "It's good that you've come up." Ning Qi laughed. Zhao Tong became energetic. He was sure that the cold air of the snow mountain just now could not cause any harm to his body. The coldness in his heart disappeared, and his body immediately recovered. Hee, it's just the first stage of the trial. In all these years, although not many people have passed this stage, there are still quite a few. The big-sized man sneered. Zhao Tong looked at him with a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, the Xianjian sect had the existence of a great Luo golden immortal. In the past, he would not even dare to think about such a sect. As an earth immortal, the big-sized man was at least an outer sect disciple of the Xianjian sect, or even an inner sect disciple. If he offended the big-sized man, it would be difficult for him to take a single step in the Xianjian sect in the future. The third person to appear was an existence of the late period of human immortal. After he climbed to the peak of the mountain, he looked extremely excited, thinking that he was the first person. But in the end, he saw Ning Qi and Zhao Tong, which made him a little stunned. He was very clear about how cold the snow mountain was. How could these two early-stage human immortal existences compare to him? Almost there? No, it should be that he had never felt that Ning Qi and Zhao Tong would be able to climb to the peak of the mountain. Halfway there, he had already seen several early-stage human immortal existences freeze to death. Following that, more and more people climbed to the top of the mountain. But after 5 days, there were only about 100 immortals and cultivators on the mountain peak. The rest of the more than 3,000 people were nowhere to be seen. Ning Qi estimated that they either died on the way or had turned back. These existences who had arrived here all had spirits stronger than those at the same level, which was one of the reasons why they could reach the top of the mountain. 5 days are up. Those who haven't arrived yet are not qualified to enter the next stage. Follow me, the burly man said faintly. He glanced at Ning Qi and soared into the sky. Everyone hurriedly followed him. Brother Beixian, he never said that there was a time limit. Zhao Tong could not help but send a message to Yi Rulong. His expression was a little ugly. The man's actions were too obvious. Zhao Tong did not think that he had offended the man. The man was targeting him and Ning Qi, probably because of Yi Rulong's attitude towards Wen Sheng and Ning Qi. Be careful in the next stage. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a bitter smile. The surrounding cultivators basically drew a line with Ning Qi and Zhao Tong. The two of them were the last, and after flying through several mountain ranges with the burly man was the first to land. This was an incomparably huge plaza, with immortals constantly entering and exiting. From their uniform robes, it could be seen that they were all disciples of the Xianjian sect. I heard that the Xianjian sect has 330,000 disciples. I wonder if we have the chance to be like them. Someone looked at the Xianjian sect disciples enviously. Just the clothes on their bodies were a low-grade immortal equipment. It was said that after entering the Xianjian sect, one could go to the artifact refining hall to receive one. At this time, a young man dressed in slightly different clothes walked over with a few followers. When the surrounding Xianjian sect disciples saw this young man, their faces revealed respectful expressions. On his sleeve, there was a small, golden sword imprint. This is the inner sect disciple of the Xianjian sect. Including Zhao Tong, other than Ning Qi, all the immortals and cultivators who were preparing to undergo the second stage of the trial looked at the young man with a trace of envy. Junior brother Wang Tao, these guys have all passed the first stage of the trial? The young man walked in front of the big-sized man and glanced at Ning Qi and the others. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he smiled at the big-sized man. His gaze carried a hint of condescension. Master has something to do, so he asked me to do it for him. Senior brother Bailey, are you planning to go out? The big-sized man's expression changed slightly. He revealed a fawning expression as he cupped his hands towards the young man and smiled. This year seems to be weaker than the previous years. I wonder if there will be 3 to 5 people who will join my Xianjian sect? Senior Brother Bailey nodded his head indifferently. After letting out a mocking laugh, he brought a few followers and brushed past Ning Chi and the others. "What are you looking at?" "That's Senior Brother Bailey. If any of you can enter the Xianjian sect, you must remember that you would rather offend a successor disciple than Senior Brother Bailey." Wang Tao sneered, and then walked towards a certain direction in the plaza. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. Didn't Wang Tao's words mean that the person just now was even more terrifying than a successor disciple of the Xianjian sect? The Xianjian sect, which was known to have 330,000 disciples, only had a mere 100 successor disciples. Every single one of them had their own mountain cave in the Xianjian sect, and their cultivation ranged from heaven immortal to golden immortal. There were more heaven immortals, and they were the true backbone of the Xianjian sect. And the aura of that young man just now, at most, he was a few levels stronger than Wang Tao. He should be at the late stage of the Earth Immortal stage, or the Great Perfection stage. Since it wasn't his cultivation that made him terrifying, then it had to be his identity. Everyone reckoned that this Senior Brother Bailey's background should be very strong. The plaza was very big. Wang Tao brought everyone and walked for half a day before they arrived in front of a stone hut. "Our Xianjian sect cultivates sword arts, and the immortal equipment we use are also immortal swords. There are immortal swords that have been eliminated for generations in this sword house. Whoever can obtain the resonance of the immortal sword and be respected as its master will be able to enter the third stage." Wang Tao said indifferently. Zhao Tong subconsciously wanted to go in, but Wang Tao stopped him. He glanced at Ning Chi and smiled. "The two of you wait a moment. The rest of you go in first." The gloating and pitying gaze landed on Ning Chi and the other two, and then the rest of the people entered the sword house one after another. Although there were many immortal swords that had been eliminated in the sword house, the number was not endless. Many of the immortal swords had not found a new master for many years, and this time there would probably only be about 10 or so of them. It was naturally worth it to go in first, and if the immortal swords had chosen a master, Ning Chi and Zhao Tong would then enter. Even if they had the qualifications to resonate with some immortal swords, they had already been snatched away by someone else. Chapter 2258. Time passed minute by minute, and a few Xianjian sect disciples would occasionally pass by. They looked at Wang Tao, then looked at Ning Chi and the other two, and immediately understood what was going on. In the past, there had been quite a few incidents like this, because everything was in line with the rules. Even if the elders above knew about it, they would not stand up for others for no reason. Many cultivators were like this. They originally had the qualifications to enter the Xianjian sect, but they were brushed off. 2 hours later, the door of the sword house suddenly opened, and the cultivators inside either walked out happily or dejectedly. Ning Chi noticed that there were only 8 people with happy expressions, most likely because they had obtained the resonance of the immortal sword and were chosen as masters by the immortal sword. Only 3 of these 8 people were from the worldly immortal stage, including the third one, Ji Shui. The expressions of the late period of human immortal at the peak of the mountain, without exception, all carried a trace of disappointment. "You can leave now," Wang Tao said indifferently to the fellows who had obtained the immortal sword. Yes, although they nodded in agreement. Their gazes were fixed on Ning Chi and Zhao Tong. The corner of Wang Tao's mouth raised slightly. He nodded and said to Ning Chi and the other two, "You guys can go in." Ning Chi laughed and walked into the sword house. Zhao Tong already felt that he had no hope of entering the Xianjian sect, so his expression became calm as he followed Ning Chi into the sword house. The inside of the sword house was a completely different world. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary small house, but the space inside was very large, just like the universe ring. In front of Ning Chi and Zhao Tong, there was a mountain of swords. This mountain seemed to be some kind of giant piece of iron, as if it was naturally formed. There were no traces of carving at all, and the mountain was filled with immortal swords with different auras. These immortal swords had one thing in common, and that was that their light was slightly dim. Perhaps their original owners were dead, or perhaps they had found a better one. The flying sword gave up on them. 2 hours. If you can't get the resonance of the flying sword, then leave. A voice rang out. An old man dressed in a black robe walked out from the shadows, looking at Ning Qi and Zhao Tong with a strange gaze. Senior, you are? Zhao Tong immediately cupped his hands. The old man's aura was even more terrifying than Wang Tao's, and seemed to be similar to Yi Tian's. It was obvious that he was also in existence of the heaven immortal stage. Me? Just call me Sword Elder. My duty is to guard these immortal swords to prevent some naughty fellows from coming in and stealing them. Although the grade of these immortal swords isn't high, they range from low-grade immortal artifacts to high-grade immortal artifacts. The Sword Elder smiled. High-grade immortal artifact? Zhao Tong's expression changed. As expected of the Xianjian sect, a sect with a Daluo golden immortal, even a high-grade immortal artifact could be left to rust here. One had to know that in the immortal world, although immortal artifacts were not the strongest, there were still Dao artifacts and even legendary innate spirit treasures. However, ordinary heaven immortals, if they could possess a high-grade immortal artifact, it would already be extremely amazing. As for worldly immortals, it was already not bad to have a low-grade immortal artifact. However, those two fellows from the Six Directions sect would not have been so greedy as to strip Ning Qi naked just for those 2 lower-grade immortal artifacts. All right, there's not much time left. You guys can go. Remember, it's only 2 hours. The Sword Elder smiled. His attitude made people feel comfortable. Zhao Tong bowed respectfully and looked at Ning Qi. Go, why are you looking at me? Ning Qi smiled. Only then did Zhao Tong nod his head and fly towards the Sword Mountain. There were hundreds of flying swords here, and each of them was at least a low-grade immortal artifact, causing Zhao Tong to be a little dazzled. Ning Qi leisurely walked onto the sword and walked past the flying swords, but his eyes never fell on them. When the Sword Elder saw Ning Qi's actions, his eyes moved slightly, revealing a trace of curiosity. Low-grade immortal artifact, middle-grade immortal artifact, high-grade immortal artifact. When Ning Qi walked past these immortal swords, he did not cause any resonance with them. Instead, Zhao Tong cried out in alarm, only to see a golden flying sword break through the air and float above Zhao Tong's head. Dragon-cutting sword. Your luck is not bad. The previous owner of this flying sword is not ordinary. To be able to obtain it, it means that you have the talent to cultivate my Xianjian sect's sword technique. The Sword Elder looked at Zhao Tong in surprise. He did not expect that this ugly-looking fellow would be able to obtain the resonance of a flying sword so quickly. Furthermore, it was a high-grade immortal artifact, dragon-cutting sword. Senior, what grade is my flying sword? Zhao Tong was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the Sword Elder. High-grade immortal artifact. The Sword Elder said with a strange expression, there are only 4 flying swords here that are high-grade immortal artifacts. One of them was just taken away, and now there are only 3 left. I never thought that the dragon-cutting sword would also respect you as its master. In the future, there will only be 2 high-grade flying swords left in this Sword Mountain. High-grade immortal artifact? Is it really a high-grade immortal artifact? Zhao Tong looked at the Sword Elder in shock. His eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He never thought that he would be able to obtain the approval of a high-grade flying sword. With his cultivation, if he refined this dragon-cutting sword, he would even be able to fight against a middle-stage human immortal. In the hands of a late-stage human immortal, he would not be unable to protect himself, and his battle strength would increase greatly. 2 hours are almost up. The Sword Elder laughed and looked at Ning Qi. As for Zhao Tong's reaction, he had seen it often, so he was already used to it. Zhao Tong also looked at Ning Qi worriedly. Until now, Ning Qi had not received the resonance of the flying sword. If he became a disciple of the Xianjian sect, and Ning Qi failed at this stage, what would he do? Zhao Tong's brows knitted together. Time's up. The sword elder smiled slightly. Ning Qi's expression was slightly strange. He didn't expect that in this stage, even Zhao Tong would be able to obtain the approval of the flying sword, but he couldn't? Could it be that he really didn't have the talent to cultivate sword arts? The three of them didn't know that if the flying swords on the sword mountain had a spirit, their expressions would definitely be filled with fear right now. They were afraid of Ning Qi, afraid of a certain existence on Ning Qi's body. The door of the sword house opened. Ning Qi and Zhao Tong walked out. Wang Tao was slightly surprised to see that Zhao Tong had sword qi on his body, but Ning Qi didn't. He passed the second stage, but you didn't. Are you disappointed? Wang Tao said with a mocking smile. The corner of Lu Bing's mouth raised slightly. He was the third person in the late stage of worldly immortal to reach the peak of the mountain after Zhao Tong. Amongst the 8 people in this wave, he was the only one who had obtained the approval of a high-grade immortal artifact, so he did not place anyone else in his eyes. Chapter 2259. How is this possible? Lu Bing's face revealed a look of surprise. He had already left the sword house, yet he could still resonate with the flying sword inside. However, the aura of this flying sword seemed to be very weak and incomplete. It probably couldn't even be considered a low-grade immortal artifact. This flying sword, Wang Tao's expression was a little strange. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked towards the entrance of the sword house, only to see the sword elder standing at the entrance, looking at the flying sword beside Ning Qi with sparkling eyes. Sword elder, what's going on? The time has already passed. This shouldn't count, right? Wang Tao frowned. 2 hours was set by me. Since he has obtained the resonance of the flying sword, it doesn't matter if he spends a little more time. The sword elder said indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Tao secretly snorted in his heart. However, when he thought about how Ning Qi had obtained the resonance of this flying sword, Wang Tao couldn't help but want to laugh. The previous owner of this flying sword was a big joke in the Shenzhen sect. Since it has chosen you, it is also your fate. Treat it well. Its previous owner is not simple. The sword elder smiled at Ning Qi, took a deep look at the flying sword, turned around, and returned to the sword house. After the door of the sword house closed, Wang Tao said indifferently, this time, 10 people have obtained the resonance of the immortal sword and can be considered to have passed the second stage. The rest of you can leave. Those who did not obtain the resonance of the immortal sword left the plaza in disappointment. Now, out of the thousands of people, only Ning Qi and the others were left. After Lu Bing and the rest recovered from their shock, they looked at Ning Qi with a trace of ridicule. This was because Ning Qi's flying sword's grade was too low, and it seemed to have been heavily injured. However, if he wanted to repair it, it might not be as easy as forging a new low-grade immortal artifact. Big Brother Bei Xian, there will be a chance in the future. Zhao Tong encouraged Ning Qi. He had obtained a high-grade immortal artifact, but Ning Qi had obtained such a flying sword. This made it hard for Zhao Tong to accept, and he was afraid that Ning Qi would be angry because of this. Ning Qi smiled and reached out to grab the flying sword that was as black as iron. The feeling just now suddenly disappeared, and the immortal sword seemed to have become the kind without any spirituality. Interesting. Even ordinary Dao artifacts might not be able to give birth to an artifact spirit. The Nuwa was an accident, but what about this flying sword? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. That feeling just now was definitely not an illusion. Ning Qi suspected that the flying sword had already given birth to a weapon spirit. However, the weapon spirit might still be very small and could only convey some ignorant emotions. It could not appear like Goddess Nvaiwa. Sword House. The sword elder indifferently looked at the flying swords on the sword mountain. With a strange expression, he whispered, "Were you afraid just now? What does that brat have on him that makes you so afraid?" However, Little Black didn't let him down. Following that kid might be a new path for him. It had been 3 million years. After so many years, I wonder if Little Black's master is still alive. From the very beginning, the Sword Elder had already sensed the emotions of these flying swords. However, he wasn't sure if it was because of Ning Qi or Zhao Tong. It wasn't until the flying sword, which looked like a burning iron rod, found Ning Qi that the cause was because of him. Why don't you take out your flying sword and refine it? Everyone followed behind Wang Tao. As they were preparing to go to the third trial, Lu Bing couldn't help but laugh at Ning Qi. Hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't say anything. Apparently, he acquiesced to Lu Bing's mockery of Ning Qi. Yes. It's not easy to get the recognition of such a flying sword. The rest of the guys who obtained a middle-grade celestial artifact laughed with a trace of pride in their eyes. Although they didn't get a high-grade celestial artifact this time, for them, a middle-grade celestial artifact was already very good. If it was in the past, where would they have the opportunity to obtain such an immortal sword? Only the 5 cultivators who weren't in the human immortal stage looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. They wanted to laugh at him, but when they thought about how Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't have the heart to do so. I feel that the flying sword can choose its master. Someone like senior brother Lu can naturally get the recognition of a high-grade celestial artifact. However, some people, that's enough. Zhao Tong couldn't help but scold them. You look so weird. Why don't you stop talking? Lu Bing looked at Zhao Tong with a smile that was not a smile. You. Zhao Tong was furious. All right, Wang Tao scolded. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. What kind of flying sword chooses what kind of master? The previous owner of that flying sword is an extremely famous existence, a big joke of our Xianjian sect. I hope that you can inherit his mantle, but if you also become a joke, then I will personally pinch you to death. After all, I was the one who accepted you into the Xianjian sect. Wang Tao laughed strangely. Only the first 2 stages of the trial would be eliminated. After reaching the second stage and obtaining the resonance of the flying sword, there would basically be no more eliminations. The third stage was just to check one's aptitude and see where they were ranged. Therefore, Wang Tao had already treated Ning Qi and the others as disciples of the Xianjian sect. You don't have to worry about that. Ning Qi laughed. Lu Bing and the rest looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. Facing an existence like Wang Tao, who was at the Earth Immortal stage, he could still be so calm. Was it because he knew the 2 Heaven Immortal stage existences from before? Or did he have some trump card? Wang Tao squinted his eyes and laughed. Oh right, Laozi said before, after you become a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Laozi will beat you up every time I see you, don't forget. Zhao Tong's body could not help but tremble. To be remembered by an existence of the Earth Immortal stage, and it was even a senior brother in the sect, then his and Ning Qi's days in the Xianjian sect would be very difficult. If possible, Zhao Tong really wanted to leave the Xianjian sect with the dragon-cutting sword. But Zhao Tong knew that, however. Zhao Tong knew that if he took the Xianjian sect's flying sword, there would be no reason for him to leave. Lu Bing and the rest gloated once again, secretly rejoicing that they did not offend Wang Tao. I've also said it before. Don't forget what you said. In the future, if you don't hit me once when you see me, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Ning Qi said indifferently, I hope you can still be so stubborn when the time comes. Wang Tao said with a fake smile. At this time, he had already brought everyone to a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet was shaped like a sword and pierced straight into the ground. Seeing that, the nearby Xianjian sect disciples also gathered around curiously. Chapter 2260. I'll go first. Lu Bing was a little excited. He stepped forward and dripped a drop of blood essence onto the profound sword tablet. In the next moment, a faint silver light shot out and enveloped Lu Bing. Silver light. The Xianjian sect disciples who were standing around watching the show were a little shocked. and the way they looked at Lu Bing changed slightly. Originally, they looked at Lu Bing with a condescending look, but now they did not dare to do so. Every single disciple who could make the profound sword steel shoot out a silver light, as long as they did not die, even if it was higher than the outer sect disciples, he would at least be an inner sect disciple. Although it's very faint, it's still not bad. This guy has a chance of becoming a heaven immortal in the future and becoming a successor disciple. Do you know what his name is? From the looks of it, I have to take advantage of the fact that he hasn't risen to power and get on good terms with him. We'll ask later. He won't be able to run away. A flabbergasted discussion came from the surroundings. Silver. It's silver. Lu Bing's face was filled with excitement, but he quickly concealed the wild joy on his face. He pretended to be calm as he looked at Wang Tao. After that, he glanced at the others and purposely paused on Ning Qi's face for a while. A faint trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Ning Qi had reached the first stage faster than him. At the peak of the snowy mountain, Lu Bing was unconvinced. If Wang Tao had not let Ning Qi and Zhao Tong walk for 14 to 16 hours, he felt that he would have been first. Wang Tao's expression changed slightly. He laughed dryly and said, "Not bad. The faint silver light means that your talent is good. Next. Let me." The other early stage human immortal walked towards the profound sword tablet and dripped his own blood essence. The profound sword tablet immediately shot out a thick purple light, enveloping his surroundings. Such a dense purple light? This means that he has a chance of becoming an earth immortal, and his talent is not bad. If he doesn't die in the future, he will become an inner disciple like us. The two of them are already enough for this year's disciples. However, there might be existences with even stronger talent later on. I'm looking forward to it. The early stage human immortal was a little disappointed. The purple light was obviously a level lower than Lu Bing's silver light, but after being disappointed, he was also a little happy. At least the dense purple light meant that his talent was not bad. Not bad next. Wang Tao's face turned ugly. When he first entered the Xianjian sect, the purple light was not as dense as this guy. Other than Ning Qi and Zhao Tong, the last worldly immortal intermediate stage existence was unwilling to be left out. He took the lead and dripped his blood. However, his aptitude was slightly worse. It was white light. The intermediate human immortal stage cultivator's face was ashen as he looked at Wang Tao helplessly. Your white light is quite thick. You'll have a chance in the future. Wang Tao said calmly. Yes, that worldly immortal intermediate stage cultivator lowered his head and stood to the side dejectedly. Brother Bei Xian, why don't you go ahead? Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi. As the other 5 were not human immortals, they were naturally placed at the back. You first. Ning Qi smiled. He was still using his divine will to investigate the Xian sword tablet. He wanted to see what was inside and what kind of principle it used to judge a person's cultivation aptitude. Could it be that it was like those advanced technologies that could analyze a person's blood essence to know what level a person could ultimately cultivate to? Step? Then, Brother Bei Xian, I'll go first. Zhao Tong nodded his head and walked towards the Xian sword tablet guiltily. Ever since he was young, he did not think that his aptitude was very good. Back then, whether it was in the clan or the sect, the elders in the clan or the sect did not think highly of him. Moreover, the facts proved that he had cultivated for at least 5,000 years to reach his current realm. If it was in the lower realm, he might be considered a talented person. However, in the immortal world, this cultivation speed was simply too slow. Normally, a person with aptitude would basically need 1,000 to 2,000 years to advance from the Qi refinement realm to the early stage human immortal realm. Zhao Tong had also heard that there were people who cultivated from the Qi refinement realm to the early stage human immortal realm in less than 100 years. Zhao Tong walked to the Xian sword tablet shyly. Countless gazes were looking at him curiously. Even Wang Tao was curious. When Zhao Tong walked out of the sword house, his aura was clearly that of a high-grade immortal artifacts master. Logically speaking, his aptitude should be on par with Lu Bing. Blood essence dripped down. After delaying for a breath of time, the Xian sword tablet suddenly shot out a dazzling golden light, causing the surrounding existences to involuntarily close their eyes. It was too dazzling. If they did not quickly close their eyes, they would even feel as if their eyes would be burned by this golden light. The golden light enveloped Zhao Tong for about 7 to 8 breaths of time before it gradually dissipated. In the next second, before anyone could react, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came from the sky, causing people to feel oppressed. An old man walked over from the sky and landed beside Zhao Tong. How long has it been since my Xianjian sect produced such an unpolished jade? Ha ha ha! The heavens have blessed my profound sword. The old man laughed out loud. In the next moment, he grabbed the stunned Zhao Tong and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Profound Patriarch Xianjian? That guy. He was actually taken away by Patriarch Xianjian? The surrounding Xianjian sect disciples looked at each other in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, that golden light just now had truly blinded their eyes. Didn't a dazzling golden light mean that the ugly fellow had a high chance of achieving the Dao fruit? How could this be? Lu Bing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing a trace of unwillingness. He thought that he was the main character today, but he never thought that a 3-foot-tall fellow would steal the limelight. Daluo Golden Immortal? If such an existence were to make a move, I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Ning Qi's expression was solemn. Gudong! Wang Tao swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He still remembered how he had made things difficult for Ning Qi and Zhao Tong earlier. Now that Zhao Tong's aptitude had been detected by the profound sword tablet, would he take revenge on him in the future? Next one! Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression as he spoke. Ning Qi did not move. The remaining 5 people looked at Ning Qi, and then one by one, they dripped their own blood essence. Other than the 2 of them who had the same dense white light as the middle stage human immortal, the other 3 also had a faint purple light. Even those 3 fellows couldn't believe it. Out of the 10 people, a silver light had already appeared. If it was any other time, the Xianjian sect disciples would definitely be shocked. But now they did not feel anything, and were still immersed in that dazzling golden light. Chapter 2261. Ning Qi looked at the profound sword tablet for a while, until Wang Tao became a little impatient. Only then did he walk towards the profound sword tablet and drip his own blood essence. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the profound sword tablet still did not move. Although it had absorbed Ning Qi's drop of blood essence, it did not emit any light like before. What's going on? This kind of situation would only happen to mortals who could not cultivate, right? But he seems to be at the early stage of human immortal. Could there be something wrong with the profound sword tablet? Impossible. The profound sword tablet has already been standing here since the founding of the sect. After so many years, not a single problem has occurred. Then, how do you explain the lack of movement from the profound sword tablet? The nearby Xianjian sect disciples discussed animatedly. Most of them were outer sect disciples, but there were a few inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples looked at each other strangely and finally looked at Ning Qi. They were all Earth immortal stage cultivators and were more knowledgeable than the outer sect disciples. For a moment, he felt that the problem might be with Ning Qi and not the profound sword tablet. Lu Bing's expression became much better. He did not think too much about Zhao Tong anymore. Since the other party was already taken away by the Xianjian ancestor, he would definitely not be in the same world as them in the future. If he was taken in as a direct disciple by the Xianjian ancestor, then his identity would definitely be ranked as a true disciple. And the Ning Qi he hated the most was first taken away by a single mouthful of trash. Now that even the profound sword tablet did not seem to recognize him, Lu Bing's mood became a lot more balanced. "Can't it recognize my blood essence?" Ning Qi's eyes were calm. He was not anxious at all. The people of the Xianjian sect were divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks according to the profound sword tablet. But Ning Qi knew that even if the profound sword tablet did not move at all, there would not be any problems with his aptitude. He was not that kind of genius. From the beginning, when he was in the Qin Tang Empire, he was not. Even though his aptitude had improved, he was still unable to reach that kind of monstrous level. The reason why he was able to stay ahead of those geniuses back then was because of the help of the system. Among them, the top training grounds had bought him a lot of time, and even though it seemed like not many years had passed in the outside world, not even 10,000 years had passed, he might have already spent hundreds of thousands of years in the top training grounds. Speaking of which, spending hundreds of thousands of years to cultivate to the early stage of human immortal in a place like the Central Continent could only be considered average. Just as Wang Tao was about to speak, the profound sword tablet suddenly moved. An extremely weak white light shot out and enveloped Ning Qi. When everyone saw this, their expressions became extremely strange, but they were relieved in their hearts. At the very least, there were no problems with the profound sword tablet. As for Ning Qi's aptitude, the weak white light seemed to appear once or twice in every batch. It was nothing much, but this batch's aptitude was generally very high. There was a faint silver light, purple light, and even a golden light. Therefore, the weak white light on Ning Qi's body was extremely mocking. Sarcasm. Ha ha ha. White light. Lu Bing couldn't help but laugh. Previously, they had thought that their aptitude might be the worst among this group of human immortals. But when they saw that Ning Qi and Bai Guang were 7 to 8 times weaker than them, a faint smile appeared on their faces, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not at the bottom, it was fine. The remaining 5 fellows, who were not even at the worldly immortal stage, looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Originally, because Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than theirs, they still had a trace of respect in their hearts. But now, this trace of respect had gradually faded, turning into a trace of faint ridicule and schadenfreude. It seemed that with Ning Qi's aptitude, he would not be able to make any achievements in the future. On the contrary, they only needed to spend at most 1,000 or 2,000 years, or even less time to catch up to Ning Qi. The weak white light quickly disappeared, as if it had only existed for 2 or 3 breaths of time. Compared to those who had existed for 7 or 8 breaths, or even longer, Ning Qi's aptitude seemed to be at the bottom of the group. Wang Tao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With this kind of aptitude, he was no longer worried. Zhao Tong had been taken away by the Xianjian ancestor, and would probably not appear for a long time. When he came out of seclusion, he might have become an earth immortal. But at that time, would he still recognize an early-stage, worldly immortal with trash aptitude? He had probably forgotten about it long ago, and even if he couldn't, he might not have anything to do with Ning Qi anymore. After all, their circles were already different. With your aptitude, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to stay in the Xianjian sect. Wang Tao wanted to chase Ning Qi away. This was the safest way. I've already passed 3 trials. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to chase me away. Otherwise, I'll go ask the Sword Elder and see what the rules of the Xianjian sect are like. Ning Qi said indifferently. You. Wang Tao sneered. All right, but with your rules, even the outer sect disciples don't have a share. How about this? Do you want to be a sweeping disciple? If you don't want to, it's useless even if you look for the Sword Elder. I've already given you the chance. It's not my fault if you don't want it. Sweeping disciple? The expressions of the surrounding Xianjian sect disciples became even weirder. The disciples who swept the floor were usually selected from those who could not even pass the first stage, And because cultivators had a very long lifespan, the earliest batch of disciples who swept the floor were still there. It had been a long time since the Xianjian sect had recruited a new disciple, and although they were disciples, they were actually just servants. They could not obtain any contribution points and could only go to the lecture hall to listen to a lesson once every 10 years. They also had to be responsible for a lot of miscellaneous things and were not suitable for cultivation at all. The existence of a sweeping disciple here was either because he had provoked an enemy and chose the Xianjian sect as a shelter. Either way, he had no hope of breaking through and wanted to find a fortuitous encounter in the Xianjian sect. Yes, why wouldn't I do it? Ning Qi said while chuckling. The system quest only had 2 requirements. One was to become a disciple of the Xianjian sect, and the other was to learn the Xianjian sect's emotion extinguishing mysterious sword. As for whether he was an outer sect disciple, an inner sect disciple, or a successor disciple, the system did not have any requirements, and Ning Qi did not need to borrow the resources of the Xianjian sect to cultivate. The dragon-slaying crystal he had obtained from killing Taoist master Hidden Dream, and the dream demon Tao Lord still had more than 10 million left. Even if immortal pills were expensive, he could still refine them himself. Ning Qi's calm and indifferent attitude made Wang Tao a little angry. Seeing Ning Qi staring at him with a smile, Wang Tao said with a cold expression, "Fine, follow me. After I make arrangements for them, I will take you to the Foreign Affairs Hall." Chapter 2262. This is the External Affairs Hall. After Wang Tao settled Lu Bing and the rest down, he brought Ning Qi to a desolate mountain with a cold face. Compared to the mountains in the Xianjian sect, where the spirit energy was extremely dense, the spirit energy here was at most comparable to a place like Tianqiao Star. In the eyes of immortals, it was indeed no different from a desolate mountain. On the barren mountain, there was a huge hall with cultivators going in and out continuously. These cultivators' cultivation ranged from the form synthesis stage to the great ascension stage. Occasionally, there would be a few human immortal early stage or even mid-stage human immortal stage. However, the human immortal stage cultivators were dressed differently. They seemed to be higher-ranked managers. As soon as they saw Wang Tao, their expressions changed. Wang Tao had only been standing at the door with Ning Qi for a while when a commotion came from inside the hall. Then an old man in disheveled clothes came out with a dozen or so human immortals. Behind them, a large group of curious eyes swept the floor. "Disciple, Senior Brother Wang has personally come to our External Affairs Hall. It is truly the honor of our External Affairs Hall." The old man jogged in front of Wang Tao and cupped his hands with a smile. Wang Tao saw that his clothes were untidy, and a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. He said indifferently, "Xiao Huang, this guy is a new sweeping disciple. I'll leave him to you. You can arrange him however you want, but remember, he is just a sweeping disciple." The meaning behind his words was obviously that he did not want the old man to misunderstand anything, and promoting Ning Qi to the manager of the External Affairs Hall was not his goal. After all, Ning Qi was at the early stage of the worldly immortal stage. In the External Affairs Hall, his cultivation was considered above average, and those sweeping disciples did not have such a cultivation. When the old man was called Xiao Huang by Wang Tao, he did not feel the slightest bit unhappy. Instead, his face revealed a flattered expression as he hurriedly nodded and said, "Senior Brother Wang, I understand. All right, let's do that." Wang Tao coldly glanced at Ning Qi and sneered, "I hope you get used to staying here. I will come and see you when I have time. Don't think that I was just trying to scare you. The next time I see you, I will beat you up." With that, Wang Tao immediately broke through the air and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. However, what Wang Tao had just said made the hall masters and stewards of the External Affairs Hall ponder. The disciples behind them also looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Beat him up every time he saw him? Didn't that mean that this fellow had offended a dignified inner court disciple? Those disciples who were sweeping the floor gradually had a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. They had thought that Ning Qi would have some great background, so they let Wang Tao personally lead him to the Foreign Affairs Hall. They didn't expect that he was the guy that Wang Tao wanted to deal with. "What's your name?" Old man Huang chuckled as he looked at Ning. "Ning Beixian." Ning Qi said lightly, "Oh, Ning Beixian. Good. Old man Huang smiled sinisterly. "You can call me Hall Master Huang from now on. In the Foreign Affairs Hall, my status is the highest. Whatever I tell you to do, you have to do. These people are the stewards of the Foreign Affairs Hall, managing tens of thousands of disciples. You're also a disciple now. You're also a disciple. I'll let them make arrangements for you now. Remember, in my External Affairs Hall, don't think that just because your cultivation is high, you're something. Remember your identity, sweeping disciple. If I find out that you're up to no good, then sorry, I'll personally teach you a lesson." A trace of late period of human immortal aura was emitted from old man Huang's body. The surrounding stewards and disciples immediately revealed looks of reverence as they looked at Hall Master Huang with admiration. Hall Master Huang felt that he had done enough, so he laughed sinisterly and turned to leave. "Ning Beixian, right? Recently, the Missing Moon Peak needs a few disciples to sweep the floor. I'm just about to bring some people over. You can come with me." After Hall Master Huang left, the rest of the stewards also left. However, one of them walked in front of Ning Qi and said indifferently. Behind him, there were 5 disciples sweeping the floor. Their expressions didn't seem too good, as if the Missing Moon Peak they were going to was an extremely dangerous place. Yes. Ning Qi looked at the system. The quest panel showed that the first quest had been completed. The next step was to learn the emotion-extinguishing mysterious sword. This quest had no time limit, but the rewards were generous. Ning Qi planned to first see what the situation was like in the Xianjian sect, and then wait for the opportunity to see how to complete this quest. Previously, when Sheng and the others had said that the ancestral star was the birthplace of immortals, if he had the chance to leave the Xianjian sect in the future, he could take a good walk around the ancestral star to see if there was any connection between this place and Earth. Missing Moon Peak. The shape of this mountain was very strange. From a distance, it looked like a moon without a corner. Ning Qi found that the immortal qi here was only slightly thicker than that of the External Affairs Hall. Perhaps this was the reason why the disciples who were sweeping the floor had ugly expressions on their faces. Not far from the Missing Moon Peak was a good place. The immortal spirit energy on top of a few mountain peaks was several times thicker than that of the Missing Moon Peak. There was no need to talk about the benefits of sweeping the floor in that kind of place. You will split into 3 classes in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Each class will have 2 people, and you will be responsible for the miscellaneous items of the entire Missing Moon Peak. Do not offend the outer sect disciples here. If I hear any news, you will be personally punished by Hall Master Huang. The steward who brought Ning Qi and the others to the Missing Moon Peak coldly explained a few things to take note of, and then said a few words to the outer sect disciples who were in charge of the Missing Moon Peak, then turned and left. During your time at the Missing Moon Peak, I will be in charge of managing it. However, if there are other senior and junior brothers who want you to do something, you cannot refuse. You should all know my name." The outer sect disciples said indifferently, I know. You are Senior Brother Fan." The 5 disciples beside Ning Qi said in a flattering manner, "You seem unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Are you new?" Senior Brother Fan nodded, then looked at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was an early-stage human immortal, his expression was a little strange. When one reached the human immortal stage, they would rarely be willing to be a sweeping disciple. Even if they went to the External Affairs Hall, they should at least be a steward or something. I am Ning Beixian. I have just arrived." Ning Qi smiled. "Oh, I'm not interested in knowing your name. Since you are a sweeping disciple, then do your duty as a sweeping disciple. Don't worry about other things, understand?" Senior Brother Fan said indifferently. Ning Chi smiled and nodded his head. I will bring you to your accommodation first. You can start your work tomorrow. Not long after, Senior Brother Fan brought Ning Chi and the other 5 to a very dilapidated courtyard on the Missing Moon Peak. This was the place with the least spirit chi in the Missing Moon Peak. It was no different from the External Affairs Hall. Apart from Ning Chi, the other 5 disciples who were sweeping the floor had slightly changed their expressions. Senior Brother Fan seemed to have noticed their expressions, but he did not say anything. He turned around and left. Chapter 2263. Other than the lack of immortal spirit energy, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this place, right? Ning Chi said indifferently. The other 5 disciples looked at each other, then looked at Ning Chi, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Regardless of whether or not Ning Chi was hated by the inner sect disciple Wang Tao, Ning Chi was at least an early-stage human immortal, and was much stronger than them, so they naturally did not dare to treat him with the same attitude as Hall Master Huang. To Ning Chi, they were not sure if they would ever be able to become a worldly immortal in this lifetime. If they were to get along with Ning Chi for a long time in the future, they would naturally have to lower their stance. The disciple who first spoke laughed bitterly and said, "You don't know what happened to the Missing Moon Peak recently. I heard that the previous batch of disciples were captured by the troublesome young miss of the Missing Moon Peak to help concoct pills. In the end, they either died from the explosion of the pill furnace, or they lost their arms and legs. Returning to the External Affairs Hall, including our batch, the Missing Moon Peak has already changed countless batches of sweeping disciples, and the strongest did not last for 3 to 5 years. However, your cultivation is at the early stage of human immortal, so you should be able to hold on for a longer time. What is the identity of that young lady? Is there no one who cares about this?" Ning Chi frowned. To put it bluntly, we are just servants of the Xianjian sect. That young lady's ancestors also have a great background in the Xianjian sect, but they have declined in recent years. Her father was originally the peak master of the Missing Moon Peak, and had been missing for many years, so she asked her grandfather to take charge of the Missing Moon Peak again. However, that person's lifespan was almost exhausted, and his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Earth Immortal stage. Normally, other than going into closed-door cultivation, he would only show his face during the sect's grand ceremony, and the rest of the matters would be left to her. Right now, the Missing Moon Peak was her biggest, although her cultivation was only at the Earth Immortal stage. Although her cultivation is only at the Earth Immortal stage, the other peak masters will give her some face when they see her. I hope she stops concocting pills. I heard that in the past, she always asked the outer sect disciples of the Missing Moon Peak to help her. Later on, those outer sect disciples were afraid, so they pushed the matter onto us, the sweeping disciples. Let's rest. We'll start working tomorrow. It was night. Ning Chi disappeared from his room and appeared at the top training grounds. In his hand, he was holding on to the Immortal Lord token that he had not used for a long time. On Earth, this Immortal Lord token was once known as the Good Fortune Jade Disc. A trace of immortal chi surged into it from Ning Chi's palm, and the flawless Immortal Lord token suddenly had a slight change. In the next moment, the scenery around Ning Chi changed, as though he had suddenly arrived in the universe from the top-notch cultivation training ground. In front of him, there were 3 large words that were as large as planets. Heavenly Tao Ranking. The last time Ning Chi saw the Heavenly Tao Ranking, he couldn't see the golden words at the bottom. But this time it was different. Immortal Emperor Rankings. Langya Immortal Emperor. Immortal Lord Ranking. Emosia Immortal Lord. Dragon Riding Immortal Lord. Hanyang Immortal Lord. White Emperor Immortal Lord. Immortal King Leaderboard. List of Mysterious Immortals. The Perfected Golden Immortal List. All the way to the earthly immortal rankings, Ning Chi could only see the names on the rankings, but not the names behind them. Only the Immortal Emperor rankings, Immortal Lord rankings, and Human Immortal rankings. Ning Chi could only see the first 4 names on the Immortal Lord rankings, but he couldn't see the names behind them. Ning Qi didn't know exactly how many there were. I'm afraid everyone can see the Immortal Emperor rankings, but the Immortal Monarch rankings. Perhaps it's because this Immortal Monarch token belongs to an Immortal Monarch that I can see 4 of them? In fact, with my cultivation, I should only be able to see the human Immortal Leaderboard. Ning Qi guessed in his heart. As for whether or not it was correct, he could only wait until he had the chance to test others and see what kind of leaderboard they could see. Little Six had said that in the immortal world, other than the Immortal Monarch token, one could see the leaderboard at any time. In the sect, there was a tool to check the ranking list. Other than checking the Heavenly Tao list, there should be other uses for the Immortal Lord token. After all, it was a top-grade Tao artifact and was only half a step away from becoming a connate numinous treasure. However, the only function Ning Qi could use now was to check the Heavenly Tao list or use his spiritual will to check the immortals inside. Men follow, but they cannot be driven. I couldn't control it in the past, but it might have changed now. Ning Qi's spiritual will moved slightly and entered the Immortal Monarch token. Once again, the scene of the Immortal Monarch token growing bigger and bigger appeared before his eyes. Soon he arrived at the Immortal City in the Immortal Monarch token. Ning Qi's spiritual will was the same size as last time. It seemed very small, and any random immortal that walked past was countless times bigger than him. Back then, Ning Qi didn't know about the levels of immortals. But now, Ning Qi suspected that these immortals were at least golden immortals, or even zenith heaven golden immortals. Perhaps they might even be higher. Unfortunately, I still can't control them. After using all sorts of methods to test, Ning Qi still didn't get any results. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and in the next moment, his spiritual will return to his body. This time, he had some gains from checking the Immortal Monarch token. At least, Ning Qi knew the names of the top 4 Immortal Monarchs on the Immortal Monarch list. However, there was only one Langya Immortal Emperor in the immortal world. Ning Qi didn't believe it at all. The ancient transformation realm. Ning Qi felt that he could investigate further in the future as to which level of immortals it corresponded to. Suddenly, Ning Qi's spiritual will moved slightly, and a pitch-black flying sword appeared in his hand. There were many nicks on it. Do you have a spirit? If you do, shake it, Ning Qi said lightly. After a few breaths, the pitch-black flying sword suddenly shook. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. This flying sword had indeed given birth to an artifact spirit, but compared to Nuwa, it was still a lot worse. It was just that when Ning Qi refined Nuwa, there was a future black technology, like the AI mixed in. Nuwa could move freely and had extremely high intelligence. Perhaps it was because of this. In this way, as for who was stronger between the two, it was not certain. I can sense your unwillingness. Did you choose me because you don't want to stay in the sword house anymore? Or is there another reason? Shake the former once. Shake the latter twice. Ning Qi continued. After a few breaths, the flying sword shook again. However, after this shake, a faint black light suddenly bloomed from its body. Before Ning Qi could react, this black light rushed into Ning Qi's mind. Anger flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. When he realized what had appeared in his mind, his expression became a little strange. Immortal slaying, sword technique. This was a set of incantations. If it was just this set of incantations, Ning Qi wouldn't find it strange. It was normal for the previous owner to leave his cultivation incantations in the sword. Chapter 2264. Ning Qi carefully looked at the Zhu Xian formation diagram, and then looked at the Zhu Xian sword technique a few times, his eyes becoming a little bewildered. The Zhu Xian sword technique was not a cultivation chant, and it could not directly attack people, but it had to be used in conjunction with the Zhu Xian formation diagram. But if the origin of the Zhu Xian formation diagram was the same as what he had imagined, perhaps if this formation diagram wanted to unleash its true effects, it would not be so simple. Legend has it that the Zhu Xian sword formation is a killing formation controlled by the Grand Master of Heaven. It is the number one killing formation in the heavenly Tao since the primordial world was created. It is a supreme formation that dominates the heavenly Tao and kills. Ning Qi muttered to himself. When he returned to Earth, he crammed up on the ancient legends. Different books had different records, and no one knew the exact truth. Ning Qi only treated it as a reference book, so that when he met a mythical figure in the future, he would have some confidence. Now he had just arrived at the immortal world, and he had already obtained the Zhu Xian formation diagram. If this Zhu Xian formation diagram was really the Zhu Xian sword formation controlled by the Grand Master of Heaven, then wouldn't he have made a huge profit? It shouldn't be possible. Ning Qi looked at the black flying sword with a complicated gaze. Although this flying sword had some spirituality, its grade was extremely low, not even lower than a low-grade one. There were also many injuries on its body. How could the number one killing formation of heavenly Tao be hidden in such a flying sword? Wang Tao had also said before that the previous owner of this flying sword was the Shenzhen sect, was a big joke. With the Zhu Xian sword formation, how small was the chance of it becoming a joke? Or could it be that there was something unknown? Ning Qi gradually calmed down and discovered many suspicious points. He planned to find someone to ask about the previous owner of the black sword before deciding whether or not to cultivate the Zhu Xian sword technique. I'll help you repair these injuries on your body. How about it? Ning Qi looked at the black sword and said, he had the 9 hells tempering art. Although it was only the first level, it was a technique passed down from the ancient 9 hells crafting sect. According to the system, it was the number one technique in the immortal world. It had a total of 9 levels, and at the 9th level, one could forge connate spirit treasures. However, since ancient times, no one had cultivated it. Naturally, no one was able to refine a connate numinous treasure at the legendary 9th level. However, this was enough to prove the power of the 9 hell tempering art. Because Ning Qi had the Dragon Slayer saber, he did not attach much importance to the art of refining. Back when he cultivated with the confinement dragon elephant art, the confinement dragon elephant art was already at the 11th level, but the 9 hells tempering art was only at the 1st level. Even so, it was enough for Ning Qi to refine immortal weapons, similar to the injuries on Black Sword. As long as there were enough materials, it wouldn't be too difficult to repair it. An indescribable emotion came from the black sword, as if it wasn't willing to heal the wounds on its body. Ning Qi found it strange. It was fine if it didn't have a consciousness, but since it had a consciousness, why was it unwilling to heal the wounds on its body despite knowing that there were so many wounds on its body? It really was a flying sword with a temper and character. Since you are unwilling, I will not force you. However, don't expect me to use you against my enemies. I fear that their immortal artifacts will hack you to pieces. Ning Qi said lightly. Black Sword trembled a few times, and a trace of unyielding battle intent rose up, as if it was opposing Ning Qi's words. Ning Qi could feel its desire to fight from it. Fine, even if it's broken, I can still repair it. The Dragon Slayer saber can't be used for now. God Erlang's 3-pointed, double-edged saber is too conspicuous. If I take it out often and it gets recognized, it will be troublesome. In that case, I will use you in battle in the future. If you drop the ball, I will refine an immortal sword myself. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Only then did Black Sword calm down, as if it agreed with Ning Qi. In the next few days, Ning Qi and Hua Yu were in the same group. He was the most talkative among the other 5 sweeping disciples. He was the one who first complained about the missing moon peak. He was in the tribulation stage and would face the lightning tribulation at any time. If it was the infinite sky star, the tribulation stage cultivators rarely came out. They were either preparing to transcend the tribulation or preparing the equipment needed to transcend the tribulation. However, in the Shenzhen sect, even if it was the tribulation stage, the sweeping disciples had to work, while the official disciples did not. Ning Qi had intentionally or unintentionally asked Hua Yu about it, But unfortunately, he did not have any impression of the origin of the black sword or its previous owner. Ning Qi could only wait for the right time and find an opportunity to ask about it. Sect disciple. The missing moon peak was not too big. Ning Qi and Hua Yu were each in charge of one side, and a day's time was enough to clean up the entire missing moon peak. Hua Yu was really working, while Ning Qi was inspecting the missing moon peak. The two of them did not encounter the situation that Hua Yu had mentioned before, and the young miss of the missing moon peak had never appeared either. They looked at Ning Qi and Hua Yu with a trace of arrogance in their eyes, but Ning Qi felt that their lives should not be too good. In the words of mortals, they were yellow and skinny. Naturally, they were not really yellow and skinny, but Ning Qi could feel that they lacked a large amount of immortal spirit energy, which limited their development. It was obviously related to the environment of the missing moon peak, and also to the status of the missing moon peak in the Xianjian sect. In such a huge missing moon peak, there seemed to only be a few dozen outer sect disciples, including the senior Brother Fan, who was in charge of them. These people were basically all at the worldly immortal stage, and not a single one was at the earthly immortal stage. On the other hand, the other nearby mountain peaks were bustling with noise and excitement. Outside, there's no future. After finishing his work, Hua Yu and Ning Qi prepared to return to their place of residence. Halfway there, he could not help but sigh. If only I had been assigned to the main peak, that would have been great. I have been there once. And the immortal spirit energy, there is hundreds of times more than here. Hundreds of times. Brother Ning, do you know what this is? Feeling. It's equivalent to you taking a few more breaths up there, which is comparable to us cultivating here for a day. Although Hua Yu's words were a little exaggerated, it was more or less the same. Although Ning Qi had never been to the main peak before, he could guess it in his heart. If you like going to the main peak so much, why don't you go? What are you doing at our missing moon peak? A cold shout came from behind the two of them. Hua Yu's body stiffened for a moment. Then he turned around and laughed awkwardly. Fellow senior brothers, I have misspoken. I hope that fellow senior brothers will not blame me. Two emaciated immortals appeared behind the two of them. Their cultivations were both in the middle stage of the human immortal stage, only a small level higher than Ning Qi's. Other than the fact that it was obvious that they were disciples of the Xianjian sect, there was also a mark of the missing moon peak on their collars. This was the method used by the various peaks in the Xianjian sect to identify one's identity. Slap your mouth. One of them looked at Hua Yu indifferently and said, Hua Yu slapped his mouth without hesitation, as if he was already familiar with this kind of situation. You slap your mouth too. The other person looked at Ning Qi. This, two senior brothers. Brother Ning did not say anything bad about the missing moon peak, so he doesn't need to slap his mouth, right? Chapter 2265. Do you have the right to speak? A mere two disciples sweeping the floor. Are they going to overturn the heavens today? Why aren't you slapping your mouth? If I don't tell you to stop, then keep slapping. The two missing moon peak disciples' faces immediately revealed a trace of anger. Seeing that, Hua Yu was afraid that the other party would really make a move, so he could only look at Ning Qi apologetically and start to slap his own mouth again. I told you to slap yourself. Do you not understand, or are you deaf? One of them walked in front of Ning Qi and sized him up. Then a sinister smile flashed across his eyes, and he suddenly slapped Ning Qi's head. In the end, his palm did not land, but was grabbed by Ning Qi. We are all disciples of the Xianjian sect. There's no need to make things so ugly, is there? Ning Qi said indifferently. The other party's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and then he wanted to struggle free from Ning Qi's grasp. In the end, he discovered that no matter how he tried to activate the immortal spirit energy in his body, the other party's palm was like an incomparably sturdy mountain, firmly pressing down on him. Hee, you're pretty strong. No wonder you were targeted by senior brother Wang Tao. Seeing that, the other person looked at Ning Qi in surprise, and then chuckled as he walked in front of the two of them. Hua Yu curiously turned around while slapping his mouth. When he saw Ning Qi grabbing onto the missing Moon Peak disciple's wrist, he immediately felt that something was wrong. If the sweeping disciples fought against the outer sect disciples head-on, the sweeping disciples had no chance of winning because the official disciples had many powerful seniors supporting them. The sweeping disciples could only find a backer like Hall Master Huang, but Hall Master Huang obviously wouldn't help them. Even if he helped, it probably wouldn't be of much help. The effect, "Oh, so you guys know Wang Tao." Ning Qi laughed. It wasn't that he was implicated by Huayu. It was very likely that Huayu was implicated by him. The two of them were just taking the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Senior Brother Wang, Tao told us before that the missing Moon Peak has a new sweeping disciple called Ning Bei Xian. That's you, right? With the cultivation of the early stage of human immortal, your strength is able to trap Junior Brother Bai. It seems like you have specially trained in the body refinement technique, but no matter how strong you are still only at the early stage of human immortal. If you don't let go, I can kill you right now, and within the Shenzhen sect, there will not be a single person who will speak up for you. Senior Brother Liu, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him directly. Dense beads of sweat had already appeared on Junior Brother Bai's forehead. After trying to break free, but to no avail, he had already developed a murderous intent towards Ning Qi. As for Wang Tao's warning that they should only teach him a lesson and not kill him, he had already thrown it to the back of his mind. The two of them really couldn't think of a mere one. Sweeping the floor? So what if he was killed? What was there to fear? If the two of them knew about Zhao Tong, they might not think so. Senior brothers, there's no need to spill blood. Hua, you jumped in fright and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Clang! With a soft cry, Senior Brother Liu released his flying sword. A cold light flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. Just as he was about to teach the two of them a lesson, another voice came from behind. Senior Brother Liu and Junior Brother Bai heard this and immediately stopped what they were doing. Ning Qi also let go of Junior Brother Bai's wrist. Junior Brother Liu, Junior Brother Bai, and the two of you come over here. I just learned how to refine the spirit jade pill. Come help me. A woman in red waved at the four of them. Her skin was fair and beautiful, and her face was brimming with youthfulness. However, when Junior Brother Liu, Junior Brother Bai, and Huayu heard her words, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Ingjin Xuan? Early stage Earth Immortal? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. This woman was obviously the lady that Huayu had been talking about for the past few days. Aside from the old Peak Master, she was the lady with the most power. Originally, the old Peak Master had already passed the position of Peak Master to his father. However, his father disappeared not long after Ingjin Xuan was born. Some people guessed that he might have betrayed the Shenzhen sect. That was why he hadn't returned after so many years, and some people guessed that he might have died outside. However, her father was a true disciple back then, and his cultivation was even higher than the old Peak Masters. He was an early-stage golden immortal, and it was precisely because of this that Ingjin Xuan became a great demon in the eyes of some people. Because of her father, as long as she didn't cause too much trouble. Even if she complained to Patriarch Shenzhen, it wouldn't be difficult for her. As for the others, needless to say, who wouldn't give some face to the daughter of a golden immortal? Even if that golden immortal had been missing for many years, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't return. In the huge Mystic Sword sect, the number of golden immortals could be counted on one hand. Even if he went missing, his former reputation was enough to protect his future generations. Eldest miss this. Senior Brother Liu looked troubled. Call her eldest senior sister. What eldest miss? That's what mortals call me. Ingjin Xuan said unhappily. Senior Brother Liu and Junior Brother Bai looked at each other. It was because Ingjin Xuan's actions were not like the eldest senior sister at all, but more like those spoiled young ladies among the mortals. So in private, Even the disciples of the other peaks called Ingjin Xuan that. Other than some respect, there was also a hint of mockery. Yes, yes. Eldest senior sister, let these two help you concoct pills. Look at him. He's an early stage mortal immortal. With his help, it should be enough. Senior brother Lu laughed, then pointed at Ning Qi and said. Ing Zhenshuan looked at Ning Qi and said in surprise, There's another early stage mortal immortal sweeping disciple in the Foreign Affairs Hall? Your talent should be very poor. Otherwise you wouldn't have become a sweeping disciple. How about this, help me? If I'm happy, I can let you be an outer sect disciple in the future. All right. Ning Qi nodded. Ing Zhenshuan was stunned for a moment, and her expression became strange, as if she was surprised by Ning Qi's decisiveness. Didn't the others warn him before he came? Ing Zhenshuan wasn't a fool. She knew what others said about her in private, but she still wanted to concoct pills. Even her grandfather didn't know the reason behind it. All right, you'll be the only one. The three of you, scram. Ing Zhenshuan nodded, then looked at senior brother Lu and the other two with disdain. Senior brother Lu and junior brother Bai, on the other hand, seemed to have been pardoned. Their eyes revealed a trace of joy as they looked at Ning Qi gloatingly, then turned and left in a hurry. Brother Ning, take care of yourself. Hua, you didn't say anything. She just mouthed, then quickly left the place. Come with me. Ing Zhenshuan waved at Ning Qi. The two came to an alchemy room. Ning Qi saw Ing Zhenshuan take out a pill cauldron, then carefully add various ingredients into it. After that, Ing Zhenshuan took out a fan and handed it to Ning Qi. Fan the fire. Don't stop before the pill is out of the furnace. When I tell you to use more force, just use more force. Got it. Ning Qi's expression was strange. He took the fan and waved at the pill cauldron. A ball of immortal flame came out of the fan and enveloped the pill cauldron. Ing Zhenshuan's expression became tense. She instructed Ning Qi to use more force, while she focused on the situation inside the pill cauldron. Immortals concoct pills more primitive than the central mainland? That's not possible. Ning Qi's expression became even more strange. Chapter 2266. More important. Sigh. Lighter, lighter. Lower the fire. Bang. There was a loud sound. The cauldron exploded instantly, and the hot elixir spilled everywhere. The sharp pieces of the cauldron cut Ning Qi's body, leaving white marks. Ing Zhenshuan looked at this with an ugly expression. This loud noise was heard by all the disciples on the missing moon peak. They looked in the direction of the elixir room without any surprise. Did Missy's cauldron explode again? Sigh. The elders in the sect said that she has a Yin body and can't even refine her natal immortal flame. How can she concoct elixirs? She had to spend a lot of money to buy a middle-grade flame fan from the Stone River Pill sect. Our moon-missing peak has thin spirit chi, and the peak master has been missing for many years. Missy might be better off than us, but she doesn't have many resources. The elixirs at the pill hall are expensive, and even with Missy's wealth, she can't use them every day. Concocting elixirs herself is a last resort. I wonder who Missy called to help this time. Maybe he's going to be sent away with serious injuries again. Do you think that guy is still alive? Senior brother Lu glanced at junior brother Bai with a look of lingering fear. I don't know. It's best if he's dead. Junior brother Bai snorted coldly and looked down at his wrist, where Ning Qi had scratched him. I don't know where this guy got his stupid strength from. Maybe he cultivated in the body tempering art. You know that most people with low aptitudes would choose to cultivate in the body tempering art. However, this doesn't work in our immortal world. For so many years, the most famous body tempering cultivators were only profound immortals. That's a genius. Forget it. Junior brother Lu glanced at junior brother Bai's wrist and smiled. On the other side, Hua Yu and the other disciples looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Hua Yu, You said that Missy called Ning Beishian away. That sound, the cauldron exploded. Then will Ning Beishian? I don't think so. Brother Ning's cultivation is higher than ours. He's already a human immortal. He won't die that easily. Hua Yu shook her head and smiled bitterly. You're okay? You dodged all of them? Ing Jinchuan glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing that he didn't seem to be injured at all and was standing calmly on the spot, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, she continued, You can also see that my physique is not suitable for alchemy. However, I don't believe in heresy. So what if I can't refine my natal immortal flame? As long as I work hard, I can definitely become an alchemist. There's nothing else for you to do now. I'll go find another pill furnace and come back to call you. Go. Ing Jinchuan waved her hand. Yes. Ning Qi turned around and left. Wait, anything else? Ning Qi turned around and asked curiously, This is your reward. Ing Jinchuan waved her hand and a faint golden light fell towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi caught it firmly and realized that it was an elixir pill. Don't worry, this spirit jade pill was refined by the pill hall's Elder Wang. Although his alchemy skills can't compare to those seniors in the pill faction, he can be considered second to none in the vicinity. A level 1 middle grade spirit jade pill is enough to shorten several months of your bitter cultivation. Ing Jinchuan said, Thank you, eldest senior sister. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. When they returned to the courtyard, Hua Yu and the rest stared at Ning Qi as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? Ning Qi said with a smile. Didn't Hua Yu say that you were dragged by the young miss to help refine pills? That's right, the pill furnace exploded just now. We all heard the sound. Why don't you seem to be injured at all? How strange. Will I definitely be injured if the pill furnace explodes? Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and returned to his room. Top cultivation training ground. Ning Qi directly swallowed this level 1 middle grade spirit jade pill. Immediately after, he felt his body warm up, and an incomparably majestic immortal spirit energy rose up. Ning Qi spent half a day to completely digest the first stage middle grade spirit jade pellet that ordinary people would need dozens of days to absorb. Ing Jinchuan said that it could compare to several months of bitter cultivation, and it was indeed true. Furthermore, it should be based on the mountain peak with the densest spiritual energy in the Xianjian sect as the standard. A month of bitter cultivation could be more than a few years. Ning Qi's mind was immersed in dragon-slaying Maul. This time when he came to the immortal world and became a human immortal, dragon-slaying Maul seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. First was the elixir selection. The elixirs from before, such as the spirit-nourishing elixir, cocoon-breaking elixir, and so on, had all disappeared. Instead, there were new options, ranging from level 1 to level 9. Ning Qi found the Spirit Jade Elixir in the level 1 option. The Spirit Jade Elixir was divided into 4 grades, low grade and middle grade. High grade, supreme grade, or rather, every type of elixir was divided into 4 grades at the same stage. Ing Jinchuan said that Elder Wang's elixir refining skills were second to none in the vicinity, but the Spirit Jade Elixir he refined was only first grade. A low-grade, first-tier Spirit Jade pill required 1,000 dragon-slaying crystals to be exchanged in the dragon-slaying market. A middle-grade level 1 Spirit Jade pill cost 3,000 dragon-slaying crystals, 10,000 dragon-slaying crystals of upper-grade rank 1. A supreme-grade level 1 Spirit Jade pill cost 20,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Ning Qi now had over 10 million dragon-slaying crystals. If he used all of them to exchange for Spirit Jade elixirs, he would be able to exchange for 500 to 600 of them. However, he had just checked his immortal meridians. He wasn't sure if it was because his immortal meridians were different from ordinary people, or if all human immortals were like this, but the amount of spiritual energy produced by a middle-grade spirit jade elixir was only a drop in the bucket for his immortal meridians. If he wanted to fill it up, he would probably need hundreds of thousands of spirit jade elixirs. System, I want exchange for the spirit jade elixir formula. Testing complete. There is no spirit jade elixir formula that host needs. Host can exchange for elixirs directly. No formula. Ning Qi smiled, and his mind left the dragon-slaying market. It was too disadvantageous for him to exchange for elixirs directly. Since Jin Xuan knew how to refine the spirit jade elixir, Ning Qi could obtain the formula from her. When the time comes, he could use the spirit jade elixir to exchange for the required herbs. After accumulating a certain amount, he would be able to cultivate in the peak level. It's you again? When Ning Qi was cleaning the back mountain of the Missing Moon Peak, he coincidentally bumped into Senior Brother Lu, Junior Brother Bai, and a few other disciples of the Missing Moon Peak. There were only a few dozen disciples on the Missing Moon Peak, but Ning Qi had bumped into them twice in just a few days. Speaking of which, it was fate. You guys know him? I've never seen him before. He should be a new disciple? A disciple of the Missing Moon Peak glanced at Ning Qi indifferently before looking at Senior Brother Lu and Junior Brother Bai. Why wouldn't I know him? This guy is the Ning Beixian I told you about. Junior Brother Bai mocked.